Chapter 1 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. Chapter 1 The Sandwich Sign. Cap, can you see a man for a few minutes? It's mighty important business. Angelo Daily, in cool khaki shorts and open-neck shirt, dropped into the vacant wicker chair alongside his father, the manager of Killgloom Park. As he did so, a small monkey, who had been riding precariously on the boy's left shoulder, made a flying leap to transship himself to Captain Daly's broader shoulder. The impish monkey would have missed his landing if he had not grabbed the coat collar with a clutching paw and hauled himself up to his perch. Then, taking a firm hold of the captain's right ear, the monkey began to chatter saucily at his serious-faced small master. But Angelo had no time for the antics of his pet. "Cap, can you see a man for a few minutes now?" anxiously repeated Angelo, sitting up straight in the wicker chair before the executive offices. "What's the latest trouble you are in, son?" "Your mother was telling me something about your report card for May." Hastily the boy explained, "No, sir, it is nothing about school matters. Anyway, I can explain perfectly about that mark in spelling. This is strictly a business matter. It's about social justice. That's it, about social justice to your employees." The manager of Killgloom Park turned squarely to face his younger son, who undoubtedly now had his father's undivided attention. Importantly reaching into his khaki breast pocket, while the small monkey stopped to cock an expectant ear, Angelo Daily drew out a grayish-looking white handkerchief and began to unroll it. Greedily the small monkey dropped to the nearer arm of the wicker chair. "No, buddy, this is not good for you," the boy warned. But when he had unrolled several layers of protective handkerchief, Angelo revealed a cigar with unbroken cellophane wrapper, and alongside it lay 2 matches. With a sweeping gesture, he offered the cigar, and before Captain Daly could utter a word of refusal, Angelo struck a match and held it up. "Just you puff on that good cigar and see if it's not worth the 15 cents it cost me, sir." Angelo saw the look of doubt on the captain's features, and he hastened to reassure his parents. "Cap, I know just what you are thinking, but you are dead wrong. That cigar did not come from the park shooting gallery. Do you think I would offer my own father one of those ropes when I know what the park pays for them wholesale?" Good-humoredly, Captain Daly accepted the gift and stooped to take the light his younger son offered. The small monkey wrinkled his wizened features and registered his unalterable disapproval of all smoking. He leaped back to his master's side, and reaching an exploring paw into Angelo's breast pocket, withdrew it, grasping a shelled peanut. Angelo took no notice of this open theft. Anxiously the boy watched his dad. Judging that the embarrassing topic of school reports was forgotten for the time being, he blessed himself secretly and again attacked the important business matter. "Cap, you know Buddy here." "I ought to by this time. He's been causing trouble in the park over a year." "Trouble is right. You remember last winter twice he almost had ammonia, and 4 times, not counting that at Christmas. He ate too much, and you know who had to take care of him." Captain Daly smoked and waited further enlightenment, as Buddy leaped back to his favorite perch on the captain's windward shoulder. Angelo patted the breast of his scout shirt. "I did each time, and I did it better than a trained Red Cross nurse could. You know I would have stayed home from school, only Mother wouldn't hear of it. She doesn't know as much about the health of sick monkeys as I do. You ask Oscar, if she does. That animal man says I have an unnatural knack with monkeys when they are threatened with double ammonia. Oscar had to take care of one which was sick that way when he had an animal job in the old circus winter quarters at Bridgeport, and the monk died on him on the 8th day. But you notice, don't you, Cap, there is nothing the matter with Buddy, only he is too fresh." This last observation was directed squarely at the pet, who was openly eating the stolen peanut. Now that is just the business matter I want to ask you about, Cap. Buddy is a park monkey, and Killgloom Park never paid me a cent all winter for all that doctoring and nursing I done. I mean, and I worked harder than any trained or untrained nurse would. Some nights. Angelo brought out a frayed sheet of paper covered with many columns of figures. Now I figure my services are worth at least 5 cents a day, since Killgloom Park closed last September. See here, it's all worked out on the bill. It comes to $13.25 to today, but I only put a bill in for $13, and we'll call it all square. Angelo handed the bill to his dad, watching him anxiously all the while. The manager of Killgloom Park puffed at his gift cigar and made a mental resolution to discard it as soon as he could, without hurting his son's feelings. Glancing at the bill, he thrust it into his pocket. So that's the important business that is on your mind. Well, Angelo, I've told you before you don't get back on the park payroll till school closes, and if you get any more 46s in arithmetic. Please, sir, it was 38 in spelling, and I can explain that mark when you are not so busy. Honest I can, Cap. You call up my teacher over at Our Lady of Solace School, and see if she won't tell you it was, sort of a mistake. Anyway, she marks strict as the deuce. All the children in her class say that, and they ought to know. Why, Cap, one boy who had her last year told me honestly he didn't believe she could give a mark higher than 85. Well, whether your sister can count up to 100 or not 1 cent of pay do you get for the care of your pet till school closes. The look on Angelo's face showed clearly he knew he had wasted 15 precious cents on a cigar, and the present business interview with the manager of Killgloom Park was closed. At that moment, a coal-black tomcat came out of the executive office's door, and brushing familiarly against the captain's leg, leaped lightly into the boy's lap. "Get down, Ferocity! Where are your manners?" demanded Angelo. Promptly the cat was hurled onto the pavement. Angelo stood up. He was about to call Buddy in to part, when a vagrant park breeze blew a cloud of cigar smoke into Buddy's sensitive nostrils. The small monkey choked, and then reaching out an angry paw, neatly pulled the cigar from Captain Daly's lips. With another flying leap, worthy of any man on the flying trapeze in the free outdoor circus, the little monkey was back on his young master's shoulder. Unfortunately, in landing, Buddy drove the lighted end of the cigar into Angelo's cheek. "Ouch!" the boy yelled in earnest, and batted the cigar out of the monkey's paw. In falling, it landed on the head of the coal-black tomcat. Ferocity promptly put on a remarkably good imitation of a spitting pinwheel. The park tomcat dashed away, and the chattering Buddy was publicly spanked for his unheard-of irreverence to the person of his master. "You're a bad monk." Angelo had forgotten for the moment his failure with his dad, and had turned all his eloquence into a lecture for Buddy. "And I have a good mind to change your name from Buddy to Static, for you are a persistent nuisance, etc., etc." Penitently, the impish animal clung to his young master's neck, as Angelo walked away from the neighborhood of the executive offices. He crossed the broad cement-paved court of Killgloom. It was a June afternoon in the opening weeks of the new season, and a fair-sized crowd was in the park. Angelo paid not the slightest attention to the pleasure-seekers. His thoughts were not the long thoughts of boyhood. They were the red thoughts of a working man denied social justice by his employer. Unseen by Angelo Daily, Ferocity had trailed at his heels. When the trio came abreast of Little Red Rankin's hot dog emporium, Angelo recalled his chronic state of hunger and was about to charge 2 hot dogs when he remembered it was Friday. This unwelcome recollection made him shift his course 4 points east, and he halted before the saltwater taffy stand, where he had the concessionaire's standing permission to help himself. Filling his pockets, the Coney Island boy turned to discover that Ferocity held in his mouth a section of sausage. Angelo stooped suddenly and snatched the meat from the astonished park tomcat. "No, you don't. If I can't eat that today, you're not going to." Buddy reached out a hopeful paw for the meat, and learned that the abstinence ban was on him, too. The cuff he received almost dislodged him from his usual shoulder perch. The boy flipped the end of the hot dog into the nearest refuse container. Then Angelo Daily stopped in the court of Killgloom, and, unmindful of the thousands of park patrons that milled about him, studied the letters on the container. Finally he growled, "I-oo." A grin that threatened to rip his ears spread across the small Coney Islander's features, and he turned sharply and began to hop, skip, and jump along the Chute Lake walk. By the new ballroom Beautiful, that had replaced the dance hall destroyed in the big park fire of last fall, and by the oval lake, Angelo hastened. Buddy clung precariously to his master's shoulder, and the other partner, Ferocity, trotted in the immediate rear, still hopeful that his lord and boss would relent and return that tempting bit of hot dog. Before the animal world, where several hundreds were listening to the outside lecturer's ballyhoo, Angelo sped. Back of this animal show building he halted at a rough door on which was painted in rude red letters, "Paint Shop. Everybody keep out. This means you." Angelo looked all around the amusement park's immediate horizon. The coast was remarkably clear. He went right in and banged the door closed, almost severing the black tail of Ferocity. In the big room were rows and rows of cans of paint. Brushes in assorted sizes hung in other rows on the walls, and pails and buckets and pots and barrels of more paint stood about the floor. At one end of the general paint shop were frames of signs, and whole alphabets of bulbless electric letters were piled against another wall. Angelo shed Buddy on a table and went at once to the old signs. He selected a small one that had been used last season by a sandwich man in the spectacle on the sidewalks of New York. He tried it on. It fitted amply. With a hammer and his scout knife, Angelo unfastened the straps and shortened them. Again he tried the sandwich sign on his shoulders. This time the fit was fairly comfortable. Then the boy went to the shelves that contained rolls of oilcloth, and selecting 2 white squares, he tacked them over the old lettering on the sandwich sign. Once more he examined the paint pots till he found black paint. He went in search of a small brush, and yelled a dire warning of another spanking as he saw Buddy about to lift an open paint pot. The small monkey promptly leaped to an overhead beam and began to chatter saucily. "You come right down, or I'll paint a black eye on you, and it won't be with paint either." "That's what I'll do," the boy threatened as he set to work. That's that," Angelo growled 10 minutes later, when he had finished lettering both sides of the sandwich sign to his satisfaction. The big black tomcat and the impish monkey had been sitting side by side, intently watching their master letter the oilcloth. As an added indication of his satisfaction, Angelo Daily reached out with the wet brush and tipped the inquisitive nose of Buddy with black paint. The small monkey sprang up, leaping on all fours, trying to shake the paint off, till Angelo grabbed his pet and with his own grayish pocket-handkerchief wiped away the dab of paint. Then Angelo got himself into the freshly lettered sandwich sign, whistled for Buddy, and sallied forth. It was supper hour in the great Coney Island amusement park, and business had slackened. Yet several hundred patrons turned to look curiously after the small boy with a tiny monkey on one shoulder and a big coal black tomcat trotting at his heels, who marched solemnly up the Chute Lake walk. Several cashiers and park guards called to him, but Angelo refused to be drawn into conversation. Before the executive offices he took his station. He walked their length toward the main entrance. Then he turned, like a prisoner in a prison yard, and paced the other way. Back and forth, he continued to picket the offices in absolute silence. 50 patrons of the park had stopped to watch the performance, and they were grinning and trying to joke with the solemn-faced boy between the sandwich signs. Cauliflower, the ex-pugilist, who took tickets at the main entrance, shouldered his way through the gathering crowd. "What's the big idea, son?" he called genially to the younger Daily. There was no reply from the sandwich man. Cauliflower whistled and pushed out of the curious crowd. 5 minutes later, when Angelo turned, he saw the burly ticket-taker again, and behind him was Captain Daly. They were having difficulty getting through the rapidly increasing crowd. Angelo kept right on, though his heart, like a racing crew, within sight of the finish, had increased its beats to the minute. As the captain reached the front line of the crowd, he was able to read the rudely lettered statements that his son bore fore and aft. "Captain Daly is unfair to labor." The manager of Killgloom Park studied the sign and his son for nearly 30 seconds. Then he walked silently into the executive offices, and 1 minute later, Tex Ayers, the park publicity man, came out and whispered to Angelo, "Bud, the big boss wants to see you in his private office. Park those banners downstairs and go right up," he added, "though you might take one of the broader ones along as a protection." When Angelo Daly came out into the warm evening air a quarter of an hour later, with Buddy riding on his shoulder and the faithful Ferocity trotting at his heels, his eyes were reddish, but the grin of partial victory shone across his winsome features. Meeting Cauliflower, who had just finished dispersing the crowd in front of the executive offices, Angelo explained all. "You see, I figured out the park owed me $13.25 for keeping and nursing Buddy through all his sickness last winter, but Cap could not see it. However, just now we compromised." "Yes, I heard you as far as the main entrance." Angelo ignored Cauliflower's mean observation and hurried along. "Well, anyway, after that Cap had Harry, the cashier paid me $3.25 in full for last winter, and I called it square. Cap won't put me on the park payroll till my school closes. It's only 2 weeks off, so I guess I can stand it to work for Killgloom Park free till then. But do you know what, Cauliflower? Cap has let us tearing tigers have the use of that new old mill set they call Caesar Landing in Britain for a den this season, rent-free. It's going to be a better den than last year's one they called Custer's Last Stand. That got burned up in the big fire. You just wait and see. I got to fix it up before my brother G.T. gets home. Good turn is due next Monday." Angela finished. "Whoopee! I just remembered something. We 3 forgot all about supper, and I hope Mother has something left. Bye, Cauliflower." "Come and get it, you cat and monk. We eat. And Angelo, roaring at frequent intervals the tigerish yell of the tearing tigers, Coney Island's most exclusive secret society, started to travel, scout pace, in a direct line for the Daily private apartments across Killgloom Boulevard. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 2 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 2. A Monkey Shiner. The front of the old mill appeared deserted. The big red mill wheel, which revolved and furnished the current to carry the boats through the long, winding, dark tunnels, and by the lighted set of this amusement device, stood still. A Killgloom Park employee was stretched at ease in the gilded ticket box. His red and gold braided uniform coat was unbuttoned, and his feet were on the glass ledge as he read the sporting page of a morning paper. Then from the darkness of the tunnel beyond the string of old mill boats came the muffled roar of a hungry tiger. Again, sounded, growing louder. Angelo Daly waded down the mill stream and stood framed in the mouth of the last tunnel. His original costume would attract instant attention at a masked ball. Over pale green pajamas, he wore a Swiss cheese sort of a blue and white striped one-piece bathing suit, and on his head rested a Sioux war bonnet with trailing feathers. The small monkey on the boy's left shoulder, his wizened features hidden under a straw hat that had evidently been cut down to fit his head, clung with the grip of a drowning man to the strap of his master's bathing suit. The monkey eyed the water, in which Angelo waded, with evident displeasure. Whoopee! Hey, Cauliflower!" yelled Angelo, as soon as he sighted the park employee. The boy waved a friendly hand on high. Then he turned and called into the darkness of the mill tunnel. "Come on, Claude. Here's your uncle. Come on and we'll tell him." A handsome, straw-haired boy of 13 emerged timidly from the tunnel's mouth. He seemed to hesitate to appear in the public parts of Killgloom Park in his red bathing trunks. But Angela reassured him. "Come on out, I tell you. The park won't be open to the public for more than an hour yet." Angelo Daily crawled over the stern of the nearest millboat, and scrambling over the seats of the next two, stood erect on the starting platform. "Hey, Cauliflower, you know what? Your nephew—" The burly park attendant put down his interesting sports sheet and replied lazily, "What is he broken now?" Angela waved a denying hand. "No, he is not like those Lee triplets in the circus sideshows. He's quiet like I am." Cauliflower winked meanly at the bulb-studded Killgloom Park tower that glistened in the morning sunshine over the end of the oval chute lake. "No, honest, but what I want to tell you is that I am going to make Claude here my assistant with the monkeys. You see, Cap is going to give me more monks to look after this season, and I need help. Of course, Claude won't get any pay for a couple of weeks, just valuable experience. But later in the season, he should get on the park payroll." The burly Cauliflower received this announcement as though the monkeys, not his nephew, needed sympathy. He acquiesced. "If Claude wants to help you, let him go ahead. He's working for the saltwater taffy man, so don't let him tend monkeys on that concessionaire's time. Only from what I know of my nephew, I fear that some of the park monkeys may have nervous prostration before the season is over." Angela waved this possibility aside, and then as Buddy tried to clutch his shoulder to secure a firmer hold, the boy cried, "Ouch, dumbness! Haven't I told you about 20 times this morning my shoulders are sunburned?" The little monkey shifted his grip to an un-sun-kissed portion of Angela's anatomy, and temporary peace in the partnership was restored. Angela explained to the park attendant, "That's why I have the pajamas on under my bathing suit. I don't want any more bursting blisters. They keep you awake at night worse than coffee." Further conversation was interrupted by shouts from across the deserted court of Killgloom. 3 figures were racing toward the old mill entrance. "Those Lee kids have been swimming in the deep hole under the diving ladder," Claude Hazard observed as the trio of boys, as alike as Fords in their dark blue one-piece suits, came racing up. These triplets did a boxing act in the circus sideshows, and also had a dark reputation for starting trouble in the park. "Hello, you 3, called Angela without any show of warmth. Lincoln Lee asked, "What are you 2 doing?" Claude volunteered, "We're sunbathing some of the monkeys in that Caesar Landing in Britain set back in the old mill." "Got the monks out? Sure, we'll come," said Washington Lee promptly. "It was kind of quiet in the Chute Lake, and this promises fun." Angela explained the situation bluntly. "Well, until my brother G.T. gets home from his prep, I'm in charge of our set. But, remember, G.T. says whether you can use our set during the season. You're only uninvited guests today, so watch your step. Anyway, we may need you. A man never can tell what monks will do next. They are crazier than—" Angelo stopped abruptly so as not to commit himself to any embarrassing comparisons. Those Lees could box. He turned to the park attendant, who had resumed reading his paper. "Say, Cauliflower, you know those 2 middle-sized ones, Joe Louis and Jack Dempsey? We got them chained in the set where they will get the sun good and plenty. Well, Joe found a teeny pebble, and Jack thought it was a peanut, and you should have seen that scrape. We had to chain them 3 yards apart from the ends of their chains. Even then they didn't stop. You know monkeys can curse without saying it worse than anybody I know. I'm worried to leave them alone. Come on, you fellows." Angelo Daly dashed around the ticket box of the old mill and down the discharging platform. The 4 boys obediently followed. The black tomcat Ferocity suddenly came from nowhere, and Angelo almost fell over him. Buddy clung to his master's slender shoulder for dear life. Angelo rebuked his pet verbally while clambering over the stern of a boat floating at the mouth of the first tunnel, and dropped into the still mill water. Ferocity meowed to be taken up, but Angelo was otherwise occupied. "You scout around, Cat, and meet us at our new set. You know," he called back to Claude, "that Black Tom knows more secret passages around this amusement park than I do. You watch and see his ugly midnight mug stick itself into the set about the same time I stick mine there." Angelo saw the sideshow triplets hesitating on the edge of the discharging platform. He urged, "Come on and watch out in the dark. It always seems blacker when you come in from the sunlight. You watch out you don't bump your head into something and get a black eye for nothing." The party was within the tunnel, splashing along the waterway, and it was pitch dark to all eyes. "Ouch!" cried Roosevelt Lee as his head came into contact with a beam that stuck out before the first set. "Ouch is right," echoed Angelo. "I forgot all about that beam yesterday morning. There's still a bump on my port forehead." The noise of the boys' progress upstream in the winding tunnel of the old mill was increased by the tearing tigerish yells that Angelo started and the others promptly took up. "Ayoom!" echoed and re-echoed as they waded past the first dim set that depicted a scene of undersea life. Again they were in the pitch-dark tunnel between two sets. Lincoln Lee, who had splashed into the lead, suddenly banged into a millboat. The collision threw him off his balance. He grabbed wildly. His hand closed on Angelo's leg, and that Coney Island boy went backwards into the water. Buddy, on his shoulder, would have gone under, if a flying leap to Claude's neck had not saved his hide a wetting. There was much sputtering and splashing in the dark as Lincoln and Angelo found their footing. "Where's my monkey? Anybody seen Buddy?" cried Angelo. "Don't let him get drowned." He was reassured when Claude called out in the darkness. "He's right here, and he almost tore my ear off on his forced landing. Ouch, it hurts yet. It's a good thing, you size 3 monkey, that you did not grab my eye. Next time I wade in this midnight tunnel, I carry my flashlight," complained Lincoln. Angelo had an idea. "Come on, fellows, pile into this boat and we will push it ahead. Then if we bump anything, the old boat will get the black eyes." The waders promptly spilled into the millboat, and pushing the sides of the waterway with their hands, they forced the boat back up the currentless stream. They glided past other sets, all dim except where the red emergency exit lights glowed. Another boat was bumped in the twisting tunnel, and the boys transshipped to it in the dark. Finally, light began to appear in the tunnel ahead, and soon the boat was abreast of the jungle scene. This was a large outdoor cage built in the angle where the old mill waterway swept close to the Animal World building. Here a new set had been constructed. Palms and rocks, artificial and real, lent a tropical jungle setting to the large cage that contained most of the Killgloom Park collection of monkeys. Buddy, who had been holding on for dear life to the neck of Angelo's green pajamas, sprang to the wire netting that fronted on the old mill. "Park yourself there, Buddy, till I go around and get in through the door," ordered his master. Washington Lee objected. "Maybe it's locked." "Of course it's locked, dumbness. Do you think I want to spend the afternoon monkey hunting all around Coney Island and maybe up into parts of Brooklyn?" Angelo Daily paused to enlarge on this disagreeable prospect. "Monkeys loose are harder to catch than the measles. Don't tell me. I know. About 20 got loose that day I made my first communion last year, and it cost me a brand new cadet uniform catching them. And I caught something else, too," he added. "You bet. This cage is kept locked and the key hangs where no monkey can get his paws on it. I wouldn't put it above the Maggie to unlock the door if she could reach through the netting and get the key." He called back, "You fellows wait here till I get Jiggs and Maggie." The other boys stretched out comfortably on the millboat seats and watched the antics of several lively monkeys who were having a strenuous game of tag through several of the palm trees. Suddenly Angelo Daly appeared from behind a painted tin rock, and the monkeys' game of tag stopped, while the players clung expectantly to limbs and branches. They knew the hand that fed them. Paying no attention to the rest, Angelo called, "Come right here, you Jiggs. Do you understand English?" The young monkey addressed seemed to, for he came with a spring, and swiftly Angelo fastened a tiny collar around his neck. The order was repeated to Maggie. She had other ideas, and the master of the monks was quite out of breath when that lively monkey rested in his arms. Returning to the old mill, Angelo and his chums pushed the boat forward in the waterway till they came abreast of the sunshiny set, Caesar landing in Britain. Here papier-mâché figures of the great Julius and several of his red-caped legionnaires gleamed in the strong light. An artificial cliff formed the circular background, and on this were flaxen-haired, warlike Briton savages with poised spears. In the foreground, and rather out of place in this setting, 2 monkeys were chained 3 yards apart. These slept in the glare of the sun, but they awoke and began jumping at the end of their chains when they heard Angelo's voice. Another landing was made on the warm, yielding sands of that British shore. The space under the cliff, hidden from the unsuspecting eyes of the thousands of patrons who would glide by in the old mill-boats when that amusement device was open, was the new season's den of the tearing tigers. Already Angelo and Claude Hazard had nailed tar paper to the underside of the cliff and made a rain-proof lean-to. Now the sole furnishings of this new den were a couple of board benches, a large triangular blue and gray pennant with the letters Georgetown Prep, and on the table several model planes under construction. Angelo hastened to explain to the triplets, who, not being members of the Tearing Tigers, stood silently by. "With GT still there," he pointed to the pennant, "and with Chubby Kramer at Brooklyn Prep, I am the acting chief of the Tearing Tigers till they get back to the park. So you triplets are welcome as the monks to come in and look around. But you must not touch those planes Claude and I are making." The sideshow boys inspected the den. Then, throwing themselves on the inviting sands near the erect figure of Julius Caesar, to whose stout right leg Jiggs and Maggie had been chained, Lincoln Lee timidly mentioned the ambition of himself and his brothers. "We wish we could be members of this society this season." Angelo, at ease, spoke patronizingly. "I will speak to GT and put in a good word for you fellows. Claude here is going to be in this season," he warned solemnly. "But none of you fellows should yell our yell till you are initiated. Don't you forget that. Of course, I give you permission in here this morning." Promptly the sideshow boxing triplets made use of their privilege, till all the monkeys jabbered in protest. "When is GT coming?" asked Washington Lee, stretching down again on the warm sand and throwing pebbles at the chained Joe Louis caught and rejected with a wry face when he found that they were not peanuts. "The last we heard from him was Mother's Day, when Ma got a telegram saying, 'To the best little mother in the world,' and it was sent collect. But he's due back next Monday." "Then the season will really begin," said Roosevelt Lee, shadow boxing with one of the savage, yellow-wigged figures on the British cliff. There was a meow from the base of the tinny cliff, and there appeared the cool black head of Ferocity. Angelo Daily was the first to notice him. "What did I tell you, fellows? There's that old cat. Doesn't he know his way around this amusement park? I'll bet you he has been over to the restaurant to beg a saucer of milk, and over to the hot dog stand to steal a hunk of one before he came here to see what we were doing. That black-faced detective ought to be on the park police force. I wish I knew as much of what is going on in this amusement park as that lump of coal does. Come here, Ferocity, old boy. Rats, rats!" The big Tom leaped lightly down, and with tail erect came bounding to his master. The chained monkeys, Joe Louis and Jack Dempsey, Maggie and Jiggs, leaped to the length of their chains, and began to chatter their disapproval. Ferocity calmly ignored the existence of all the monkeys, and rubbed himself against Angelo's bare leg. Maggie's chain loosened, and she took a flying leap to the shelter of the cliff. Angelo saw her disappear, and went into action at once. "Hey, Maggie's loose! Run around behind your triplets, and you, Claude, block her off from the mill opening." Angelo shouted continuous orders and directions. As a precaution, he held Dempsey, Louis, and Jiggs tightly, and they struggled to keep from choking in his iron grasp. The other boys quickly surrounded the escaped Maggie, but prudently none of them would go near enough to grasp her chain. In disgust, Angelo chained his 3 monkeys securely, and then skinning out of his khaki shirt, he scrambled up on the cliff and threw the improvised sack over the head of the lively Maggie. But in the very moment of capture, a loose board gave way with a crash. Angelo and the frantically heaving shirt came crashing down on the sands. In falling, the boy's head banged into an upright that supported the cliff. Before Maggie could wiggle out of the shirt, Claude had pounced on her. When the momentarily dazed Angelo got to his feet, he shouted, "Don't let her go! Don't let her go again! Ouch!" He put his hand to his forehead. Quickly the escaped monkey was rechained securely, and then Angelo went to the waterway to bathe his forehead and examine the damage. Bad news awaited him. said Roosevelt Lee. "Not only a first-class bump, but you are going to have a lovely shiner. Gee, what did you hit in falling?" "It's all that Maggie's fault. I might have known better than take her out. Every time I do, something happens to me personally. Last week when I had her alone in the chute boat, I got a splinter in my finger, and day before yesterday, airing her, my new blue knickers brushed against white paint, and you would think they were the only pair I had, the way Mother talked." Further review of past ill luck attendant on Maggie's company was interrupted. Faintly from the distance came the clan yell, and Angelo, leaping to his feet, gave an answering "I-oom!" "That's Chubby Kramer, fellows. I-oom!" There appeared around the back of the set a stout boy. He was also in one-piece costume, and Angelo, still rubbing his iron forehead, ran to welcome him. "What do you think of the new den, Chubby? Peachy and then some, hey?" Chubby Kramer looked at the younger Daily. "You been fighting again?" "No, it's all the doing of that Maggie there." Angelo Daily launched into a fresh recital of his grievances against Jig's lively partner. The three Lees had stood silently by, and now Angelo noticed them. "You know the triplets, don't you, Chubby?" he asked. "I ought to by this time," laughed the stout boy, nodding to the sideshow trio. "But who is that new fellow with the monkeys?" Angelo hastened to whisper full information. "That's Claude Hazard. He's an orphan nephew whom Cauliflower adopted last winter. He looks like Cauliflower's dead son, Dick, doesn't he?" "He sure does," acknowledged Chubby, recalling vividly the tragic death of Dick Hazard here in the park last season. "And I know I am going to like him just on his looks. Dick was a good friend of mine. Call him over, Angelo, and introduce us." Angelo did. Overhead in the blue sky a bomb burst with crashing noise. The park boys leaped to their feet, and all but Angelo started running toward the back of the artificial cliff, where the trapdoor led into the pool bathhouses and their clothes. "That's the signal for opening the park. Whoopee! I didn't know it was so late. Hey, Claude, you stop and help me put these monkeys and that blamed Maggie back in their cage. How can I handle 4 monkeys and Buddy all at the same time? Hurry and grab Jiggs. He never bit anything harder than a banana. What are you afraid of? Grab him quick, or you can't be my assistant this season." The threat was effective. Claude Hazard seized the chain that anchored Jiggs. Then the two boys, with their armful of protesting monkeys, ran across the sands of the set toward the old mill waterway. Already the mill wheel of that amusement device had started, and the current was beginning to flow by. When the first boat came into sight, Angelo deftly blocked its progress. The monks were dumped into the check boat, and the two boys piled in after them. When the boat came to the last turn before reaching the discharging platform, Claude checked the boat against the current, while Angelo scrambled out with the animals. Then the boys crossed the narrow neck of sand by a secret passageway known to themselves, and jumped into the first empty boat that had just started on its voyage around the long watery course. By lighted sets and through midnight black tunnels, the boat bumped and glided. When it came to the jungle scene, all fell or were pulled out, and in a few minutes the monkeys were restored to their cage, and the two boys with the inevitable Buddy were in another boat continuing their journey. At Caesar Landing in Britain, again they disembarked and fled across the warm sands to disappear behind the artificial cliff and into the bathhouses of the old swimming hole building. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 3 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 3 The Reception Committee. As the big Killgloom Park car turned out of 7th Avenue into the entrance ramp at Pennsylvania Station, Angelo Daily was busy giving the chauffeur instructions. "You see, don't you, Mike? I can't go and find him. I ask you, man to man, how could I leave this monk and this blamed cat in the car when they have never been to Manhattan before? Of course, Buddy was here once, but that was before he came to the park, and he was teeny and didn't know enough to be naughty. So you'll have to go and meet good turn yourself." The car had drawn up at the station, and several red-caped porters came solicitously up to the door. Angelo waved them away. "We're not going to get out to catch a train." Then, as he recognized one of the uniformed men, Angelo shouted, "Hey, Mr. Johnson! Abe Johnson! Hey, Abe!" He punched the shoulder of the chauffeur. "What do you know about that, Mike? We're in luck. There's old Abe, who worked in the dance hall last season." "Hey, Abe." The particular colored porter's attention was finally caught, and he came up, grinning broadly, as he recognized the younger son of the manager of Killgloom Park. When Abe learned that George Daly and a chum were due in 5 minutes, he promised to meet and escort them directly to the waiting park car. Angelo sank back relieved into the cushions of the rear seat. As he did so, the frightened mug of Buddy, his pet monkey, appeared at the window. The unusual noises of many taxis arriving and leaving the station ramp had driven the monkey to the security of the floor, where he clung to his master's ankle. Now, at Angelo's emphatic invitation, he climbed to the usual perch on his owner's shoulder and peered out the window. A plaintive meow from the depths of the car disclosed that the big, cool black tomcat of Killgloom Park was also on the official reception committee to meet G.T. Daly, returning on the Washington Express from Georgetown Prep. Angelo kept watching the exit from the train shed, and his vigil was finally rewarded. George Daly, in a new gray suit, with his golf bag over his shoulder, came on the run towards the parked car. Right behind him was another lad, and behind followed Mike and Abe, laden with bags. Angelo grabbed Buddy to his bosom, and catching Ferocity between his legs, so that cat could not leap out, opened the car door. "Ayoom!" he roared in greeting to his older brother. An answering tigerish yell filled the surrounding atmosphere, and next moment G.T. Daly was being dragged into the car with the admonition, "Collar that blamed old cat, and don't let him get out." "Gosh, G.T., I am glad to see you," welcomed the younger brother. "You must weigh 5 pounds more than you did at Easter. We'll put you on an honest guess your weight scales, and see if I am not right." Angelo gave his brother a bear hug that almost flattened Buddy. That small monkey squealed and wiggled out of the embrace. G.T. introduced his companion. "This is Wish Crag, who is to visit with us for 2 weeks. He's never seen the island, and he is scared stiff." Angelo shook hands cordially. "Glad to meet you, Wish Crag. After a couple of weeks on our Coney Island, you'll get over being scared. Glad you chaperoned my big brother. But if I had known you had all the stuff with you, G.T., I would have brought a couple of park trucks here to tote it down to the island." G.T. assured him, "This is nothing. I store most of my stuff at the prep for the summer." G.T. and his prep mate squeezed into the car. The various bags and suitcases were stowed under feet. Then Angelo, with a lordly air, passed Abe a 50-cent piece. As the parked car started up the ramp, Angelo explained, "You fellows may not believe it, but Buddy and this here Ferocity are hicks for sure. They are frightened by all the noises over here in Manhattan, and yet they live with the public all summer in the park. I don't believe Ferocity was ever off Coney Island before, even that time he was AWOL from the park for 3 days, and we had the radio cars looking for him, and then he came back looking like he had been in several world wars, and on the wrong side, too." The parked car was held up by the halted traffic ahead, and Angelo went right on. "And Buddy, too. This bad bag of tricks here never acted this way before. You'd think he would be used to crowds by this time of his life. Why, he sees thousands of people daily. But you never can tell what that monkey is going to do next." Angelo had evidently recalled something recent. He leaned over Wish Crag to shake his brother's knee. "G.T., you know that pipe Cap loves like a child? Not the one that Mother doesn't want him to smoke within half a mile of the apartments, but the meerschaum the Italian workman in the park gave him last Columbus Day. That one. Well, anyway, Buddy grabbed it and threw it at Ferocity yesterday afternoon. Did it smash up?" "That's why Ferocity has a black eye, hey?" put in Wish Crag, looking fixedly at the younger Daly's damaged optic. "No, it is not, and if you really want to know, I got this shiner from another crazy monkey, that Maggie. Whoopee, she's worse than crazy." GT interrupted the flow of personal happenings. Come on, oh Angel, let us get down to the island. I am hungry to see old Killgloom after all the studying I have been doing this past 2 weeks to pass the finals. Angelo snorted. Study! I bet you 3 ice cream cones. Any color you wish. You don't know what study is. Why, the sister I have this year... Here the park car started up again and rolled out of the Pennsylvania station into crowded 7th Avenue. George Daily and his prep chum sank back comfortably to watch the changing panorama of afternoon traffic in lower Manhattan. GT searched and found a lone peanut in his pocket. Holding this out as bait, he beckoned to Buddy. The small monkey came gladly and accepted the gift. Then he perched on GT's shoulder, the better to eat, and watched the interesting scenes that rolled past the car windows. How you hate to talk, oh Angel brother, began GT, so start right in and tell us what's new in Greater Killgloom Park this season. I am starved for the sight of the best spot on the nation's playground. Angelo Daily did not need any further encouragement. As suddenly as the needle dropped on the phonograph starts the record, he began to chant, Greater Killgloom Park, world-famous wonderland, wholesome wonder attractions of the world of play, hours winged with joy, a galaxy of scintillating color, dazzling bewilderment, intoxicating beauty, a pageantry of pleasures hold sway, a place for your mother, your sister, your wife, your children, and your sweetheart. Greater Killgloom Park. Here's where the aged bury the date of their birth and youth reaches the Colorado. That's wrong. I mean the Eldorado of happiness. The 2 boys had sat fascinated at Angelo's flow of words. When he paused for breath, Bush broke out in admiration. Boy, oh boy, you can spiel. That's nothing, confessed Angelo with unusual modesty. I just memorized that from a new park advertisement. But seriously, let me tell you what is new. GT, you just keep on holding my buddy, and I'll tell you fellows all I know. You remember where the sidewalks of New York was? Well, the newer and bigger spectacle there is, Fire and Flames. It is mostly the same old stuff from the sidewalks, but they have lengthened the fake fire in the tenement house, and there are some good jumping acts in it from the 3rd. No, it is from the 4th floor windows of the set. Only yesterday at one of the afternoon performances, that clown Jake, who takes the part of an excited lady and yells, Save my child! Save my child! Oh, fireman! You know the routine with a stuffed doll baby in his arms. GT nodded. Well, some of the gasoline flames curled up and scorched Jake at that part, for he yelled in earnest, threw the doll baby into the audience, and jumped and almost missed the edge of the net the firemen were holding. I tell you, that was a thrill that was not on the program. Jake skinned his arm to beat the band. One of the nurses at the baby incubators, who knows as much first aid as any Boy Scout, bandaged it up for him. She likes Jake, though what... Never mind, put in Wish Crag, grinning delightedly. Go on with your monologue. Angelo scowled at GT's guest and continued, Listen, the spec that is going to turn him away this season is the new naval battle. It is the best spectacle I ever saw on the island, and I have seen free all they had on the island since I was able to walk, I guess. Angelo waxed eloquent. Let me tell you about it. You know where the mountain ride was last season? Well, they've excavated and made a lake there about up to here. Angelo tapped his stomach. I know, 'cause I fell in one day last week and had to wade ashore. 2 sides of this lake there are tinny cliffs, 30 feet high. The boss carpenter told me they used all the old tin we had in the park, and then we had to buy some to finish up that scenery. It is painted to look like rocks and forts. It looks like the entrance to that bottle-shaped Santiago Harbor that is in my American History, page 203. But just you fellows wait till you see the dinky little warships the spectacle has. They are real launches with 10 superstructures on them, and the men who run the boats can't weigh over 120 pounds, and they have to squat down inside and do everything, steer and run the engine motor, and shoot pistols through the turrets. Of course, only blanks, but they make as much smoke as real ones, and this smoke gets in your nose and eyes till you think you're in a real battle. I know, 'cause I've been on the Texas during a battle. She's the biggest warship we have. I was squeezed between Don Donahue's knees. He runs that boat in the parade at the opening of the show and in the battle that follows. He wouldn't let me do anything but fire that pistol that shoots through the forward port turret. Believe me, when the battle starts, you get excited and want to stand up. But if you do, you will bump your head hard and lift the superstructure off. I know. Angelo rubbed the crown of his head reminiscently and went on. Just you wait till you see the naval battle. I'll say it will be the hit of the season at the island. And the noise! Whoopee! Mother does not like the naval battle. She says it is just like living at the front, 'cause all the noise comes right across Killgloom Boulevard and comes right into our apartments, every hour on the half hour, as it says on the timetables. You can't hear the radio sometimes, but I don't mind that, if I am not listening in on a fight broadcast. The parked car had crossed Broadway and was now on the teeming east side, headed for the Manhattan Bridge. A traffic jam stopped the car near the curb. Angelo had just started to tell his audience of other improvements that had been built on the site of last season's disastrous fire when he happened to notice Buddy. That small monkey was half out of the lowered window, watching intently. Angelo divined his monkey's intention. He shouted too late. "Hey, Buddy, you can't do that. There's a commandment against it. Grab him, GT. You come right back here." Too late indeed. Buddy had taken a flying leap, and next second he was outside the car and clinging to the side of a peanut vendor's cart. Angelo fumbled with the car door. The small monkey grabbed Peanuts in both paws, and then taking another flying leap was back through the car window. It had all taken place so swiftly behind the vendor's back that the Jewish merchant was unaware of the theft. Mike started up the machine as the jam loosened. Angelo grabbed Buddy and snapped the chain to his collar. He scolded, "Never again do I take you to Manhattan. Do you hear, you common thief? That was a nice trick, to go and steal peanuts when you can get yourself sick on them at the park for nothing." GT called out, "Wait a minute, Mike." He got out and, running back, paid the unsuspecting vendor for a bag of peanuts. When he returned, Angelo was still scolding his monkey. "You stay chained there till we get into the park enclosure. You. A suitable descriptive word failed the usually eloquent younger Daily. Onto the Manhattan Bridge, over the Blue East River, with the old Brooklyn Bridge to the south, and, beyond, a glimpse of the Statue of Liberty, and into Brooklyn Borough the car sped. Before long it was cutting through Prospect Park, and then out on the long straightaway Ocean Parkway to Coney Island. GT summed up his sensations when they were on Surf Avenue, Coney Island, and already the four-towered entrance to Killgloom Park was in sight. "Do you know, oh Angel, there is nothing like returning to the old park. This office boy will be at work in Cap's office this night. And this thieving monkey will never see Manhattan again, if the police and I have anything to say in the matter," concluded Angelo earnestly. "You go right back to the jungle set, Buddy, and spend the rest of the day there on bread and water." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 4 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 4. A Morning Circus. Outside the gaudily painted building of the animal world, everything was as quiet as it is alleged to be along the shores of the distant Potomac. The hot morning sun sparkled on the still Chute Lake. Near the exit gates from the Chute landing platform, a small seal was sunning himself on the warm boards. Now the seal rolled over and raised himself erect on his tiny flippers. He cocked his bullet-shaped head and listened like a knowing terrier. From across the Chute Lake a familiar "Ayoom" had sounded. But it was a friendly cry to the small seal's ears, and he commenced to flop eagerly towards the water. He slid in, and in no time an ever-widening angle of ripples on the still surface betrayed his progress across the lake. Arriving at the edge, the seal began to tread water, till Angelo, flat on his stomach, reached over the side and hauled him ashore. Then the boy threw a piece of fish, which was caught dexterously. "Johnny, you hungry fish basket, I thought you'd be around here somewhere." Angelo threw the pet seal another fishy tidbit. But Johnny did the unexpected thing, for as the fish was in the air, the small seal turned and in rapid flops headed for the chute lake. The next instant, up came Ferocity. His coal-black tail was swollen and waving. He continued right after the seal till he stood over the edge of the lake. "You come back here! What do you mean chasing little Johnny? Manners! You haven't any more than Maggie in the jungle scene," Angelo continued eloquently to point out the park tomcat's more personal feelings. With tail high and defiant, Ferocity finally and reluctantly obeyed Angelo's shrill commands to come here right away. When the tomcat had come close, he rubbed himself against the pipe-stem legs of his master. Angelo paid not the slightest attention. He called Johnny, but the small seal only swam more rapidly towards the distant side of the chute lake. The Coney Island boy started to run around the lake. When he came near Johnny, he invited, and this time the little seal swam close under him. "Well, you are a good boy, and for that you may have this hunk." Angelo started to toss the bit of fish, but Ferocity leaped and neatly scooped the fish from his master's hand. Before Angelo could express his indignation properly, a white streak came across the bridge that spans the foot of the chutes and pilot. An alert terrier that belonged to one of the animal acts dashed after the big park cat. Burdened with a guilty conscience, the attack took Ferocity by complete surprise. The tom sprang wildly forward, the white terrier at his heels. Ferocity headed up the landing stage and leaped for the animal world ticket box. Up the side of it the cat scrambled to rest, an angry weather vane, in precarious safety on top the gilded dome. Unfortunately, in his untimely haste, the tomcat dropped the stolen bit of fish. Pilot pounced on it. Ferocity dropped to the glass counter of the empty ticket box, and with an angry growl, crouched. For an instant Angelo thought his cat was about to spring on the back of the eager terrier, but for once the tom had met his match, and he remained on the counter. "Ha ha! That's the time you missed out, you old Ferocity! Good boy, Pilot! Good boy, you deserve this nice hunk of fish. Here's another," and Angelo tossed his last bit of fish to the dog. This rank injustice on the part of his master was too much for the tomcat. He leaped down, snatched the bit of fish from between the very paws of Pilot, and shot away in the direction of the Ballroom Beautiful. The maneuver had taken the terrier by surprise. With a yelp of pain, he started on high, and he and Angelo raced after the fleeing tomcat. As Ferocity reached the rail that separates the refreshment tables from the waxed dance floor, the park cat sprang to a table, almost lost his balance, dug in, recovered himself, scrambled to the rail, and perched in safety 10 feet up. The dog's momentum was too great, and though he applied all 4 air brakes and tried to dig his claws into the ground, he shot out onto the ice-like dance floor. Skidding halfway round and spreading his 4 paws sailor fashion, he taxied helplessly across the surface. Angelo fell across the table, helpless with laughter, as he saw the dog's predicament. "Ayoom! That's the time you skidded. I only wish it had been that lump of coal up there." He scowled at Ferocity, who, thoroughly angry at the indignity of being chased by a mere animal world trained dog, kept growling at the drifting Pilot, the cat's tail in erect black brush. The terrier had come to a stop, almost halfway across the dance hall floor. Now he slipped as he attempted to walk back to a surface that held. He floundered on the frictionless surface, and scared at something he could not understand, began to whine. Angelo went to his rescue, and picking him up by the scruff of the neck, carried him beyond the rails. Very meekly the dog crouched at the boy's heel. Angelo petted and soothed him. "That's all right. I know you don't know how to dance. But the next time that stick of dynamite leads you into this building, you turn tail and head the other way. Do you hear, Pilot, old boy?" Evidently the terrier did, for he had stopped trembling. Angelo stooped to pet him again, and when he looked up, he saw Claude Hazard and the Lee triplets had been interested spectators of the dog's predicament. "Hey, come here. Did you see what that Ferocity did to this pup? He's a nice doggy and knows a lot of clever tricks, but leave it to that Tom up there to lead him into trouble." "What's that?" The boys froze and listened. Angelo saw the noise first. "That's a real fight. It's the lions, I hope. Come on." The order was unnecessary. Pilot and ferocity were forgotten. The 5 boys raced to the animal world. Roars were being broadcasted from that building. Once within the entrance, they saw animal men running with rods and pitchforks towards one of the cages. Within, 2 rearing, clawing, roaring, pink-mouthed lionesses were settling an argument. All too quickly the 2 tawny Amazons were pried apart, and the partition that had fallen down was re-erected between them. Animal men held the angry lionesses apart. A new den on a wagon was hastily wheeled alongside the cage, and Miss Caesar, the aggressor, was prodded into the den. She roared her defiance at Grace as she was wheeled to another part of the menagerie. Oscar, the animal man, explained in answer to Angelo's disappointing complaint. "Why didn't you let me know there was a fight going on?" "Let you know? You're lucky that Miss Caesar didn't bust out, and then you'd have known, and so would the park." "Ah," said Angelo Daily disgustedly. "Those big cats are just noise. I'd back my ferocity for a quarter against any one of them. You should have seen the clever way he got even with that white terrier Pilot they use in the dog and pony act here." Angelo related with relish the recent exploit. Then his eye happened to catch sight of the lines of elephants swaying restlessly. He had seen the 5 smaller ones at the end of the line. "How are the babies today?" But before Oscar could reply, a reel from the inner arena made the boys hasten their steps. Oscar volunteered the interesting information. "There's something new. The Valakita woman who wrestles with tigers came yesterday. She is practicing her act that opens Sunday. It's worth seeing." The park boys hastened their steps. They passed by the animal world side of the lively jungle scene. Angelo paid not the slightest attention to the frantic greetings he received from his charges, except to scowl darkly at Maggie, who with paws and legs spread wide, clung to the bars and chattered a greeting at him. Beyond was a large arena with its rows and rows of seats that circled the great steel cage in which the wild animal acts were shown to the public. A group of watching animal men were standing by the performing cage. Within, a frail-looking lady in a faded leather costume was surrounded by 6 striped tigers. At the moment she had the 6 posing on their platforms, hooked to the steel sides of the cage. "Come on, this looks good!" yelled Washington Lee. The Killgloom Park boys took seats in the front row. The lady was calling, "Sultan! Sultan!" A sleek beast leaped down and came towards the trainer. She dropped her whip and grasped the neck of the tiger. The next second the lady and the tiger were wrestling on the floor of the cage, while the 5 other beasts watched from their platforms. The boys stared open-mouthed. Then, as Valakita threw the tiger, Angelo exploded, "Whoopee! That's a good act! But before I'd go into a cage and deliberately play that foolish way with a big cat. Catch me! Why, do you know what? I wouldn't fool that way with ferocity even in fun. I did once only, when he seemed a kind of blue, and I thought I would cheer him up a bit. No, sirree! Never again." The Lee triplets nodded their heads in perfect agreement. "But it's a first-class act," Washington affirmed professionally. "I remember Valakita when she was with the Ringling outfit several seasons ago. She's improved her act." "You bet," agreed Roosevelt and Lincoln Lee. Angelo's attention was distracted from the sight of the lady who wrestled with tigers. A strange boy had come up timidly and had eased himself into the 3rd row of seats, behind the 5 park boys. Angelo Daily turned toward the stranger. "Say, kid, how did you get in here? The park won't be open to the public for more than 2 hours." "I'm not one of the public, young Daly. I'm watching Mother practicing her act." The boy pointed to Valakita, who had risen and was stroking the furry head of Sultan. "Oh, that's different," Angelo cordially invited. "Then you're going to be a park boy this summer. Come on down and meet these park chaps." As Valakita's son slid down eagerly to the first seats, a grinning Roosevelt Lee extended a welcoming hand. "I thought I'd seen you before. He included his fellow triplets in the sweep of his hand. "We were with the big show 2 seasons ago, when your ma did her stuff there." "What's your name?" demanded Angelo. "Vernon Shee. She is our real name," he added. "Sure," replied Angelo Daly. "I knew Valakita was only a show name." "All right, Vernon, come ahead. If you know the Lees, this other chap is Claude Hazard." Vernon shook hands and said, "There's my father, that man with the prod. He's like me. He doesn't like the cats at all." He's just like me, then, affirmed Angelo. I tolerate ferocity, but lions that fight, and tigers that wrestle, they're not in my line, and they are not going to be. Oscar, the elephant man, came up behind the boys. Say, Angelo, do you and these other punks want to come along? Where to? Demanded the younger Daly. I'm taking the little bulls for a stroll and a dip in the Chute Lake. It's that hot it will do them good. I sure do. Angelo jumped up. I knew I had forgotten something mighty important watching the animals this morning. I haven't had a swim since last midnight in the pool. You want to come along, Vernon? I'll have to ask Mother. She's afraid of the water, but I can swim. Then ask her, but I wouldn't go too close to her wrestling babies. Vernon and she ran around to the other side of the steel cage, and Angelo saw Valakita look towards him and then nod approval. Angelo exclaimed to Roosevelt Lee, Well, will you look at that? There is something I never thought I would live to see. What? Asked the sideshow triplet. Over there in the steel cage. Will you look at that tiger lady talking to her son, and very likely warning him not to get drowned, etc., and all the while she is absent-mindedly stroking the head of that big savage wild animal, Sultan? I'll bet she doesn't know she's doing it, too. Talk about flirting with death. As the boy finished, Vernon came back. Angela volunteered. Say, if you haven't a suit, I can get you the loan of one at the old swimming pool hole pole. It won't cost you anything, he concluded magnificently. Thanks, Vernon said, but I have one. It's on now. And he opened his khaki shirt and showed the blue tights within. Be prepared, hey? All right, Scout Vernon. Come on, fellows. 5 minutes later, the 6 Killgloom Park boys in various colored tights emerged noisily from the old swimming hole building. They raced across the deserted court of Killgloom and back to the front of the Animal World concession, where the 5 baby elephants were already in evidence. Angelo exclaimed loudly, Oscar, I ride roly-poly. I ride roly-poly. He's the most sensible of your 1-ton infants. I wouldn't trust myself in my skin on Rose-Marie, or at that wicked-eyed rug. The baby elephants knew why they were led out and were eager to get into the water of the lake. The animal man took charge. Here, Angelo, you and young Valakita get on board roly-poly. Claude rides Cupid. You triplets get on Belle, Rose-Marie, and Rug. With the boys on top, the 5 bulls were anxious to be off. But Oscar made them get into line, each baby holding the ridiculous tail of the elephant in front. That way they keep out of mischief, explained Oscar. Last time I had them out, Rug and Cupid almost rolled in that peanut stand by the ballroom. So, making an impromptu circus parade along the vast side of the Ballroom Beautiful and into the deserted court of Killgloom, the line wended its way. Angelo felt Vernon Shee holding on too tight for breathing purposes. He remonstrated. Roly-poly won't pitch you off. The time you want to hold tight is when you are on board that doby-looking old bureau they call TNT. You never know when that bird is going to make you do a sailor dive off his back onto the concrete. Only last Saturday morning, Chubby Kramer, he's that fat boy my brother G.T. chums around with, Chubby and I were seeing how long we could stay on. I stayed 10 seconds once, but every time TNT let Chubby get on, it was only to pitch him off again. It was a good thing we were playing with TNT in the sandy beach before the pole building, otherwise Captain might have had to put in new cement walks. The chain of baby elephants had come across the court of Killgloom and were abreast of the executive offices. Angelo yelled up, Ayyoom! Hey, handsome office boy! Hey, G.T., stick your ugly head out. Promptly the head and shoulders of George Tillieu Daly and his guest, Wish Cragg, appeared at the window of the private office. G.T. roared back the tigerish greeting and then suggested to the elephant man, Hey, Oscar, why don't you let those bathing beauties race each other to the runway? Get a sweat up before they swim. Vernon Shee shook his head and promptly slid down from his baby elephant's mount. I'll walk, please, Angelo. But I won't. Come on. That's a real sensible idea of G.T.'s. Oscar, line the triplets and Claude and me up and start us off fair. The obliging animal man called out to the small elephants, and they dropped their grip on each other's tails and swung into a line. They seemed to sense the coming race and were as eager as the park boys for it. Wish, Crag, and GT yelled encouraging and disparaging remarks impartially on all the contestants. When all were ready, Oscar yelled, "Hi, run! Hi, there!" The baby elephants were moving at a smart pace for the runway alongside the towering diving ladder 50 yards ahead. The race was all roly-polies, for that lively beast forged ahead, and under the spurs of Angelo's wild whoopies and ahooms quickly opened up 10 feet of daylight between himself and Washington Lee's mount rug. Claude Hazard slid off his rolling steed, and Lincoln Lee was just about to dismount involuntarily when Oscar caught him. But the 5 babies at the side of the sparkling waters of the Chute Lake kept right on. Angelo tried to hold Roly-Poly, but he might as well have tried to stop the sun or halt the tide. The boys dived off into the water, and the baby elephants proceeded to submerge themselves. Where the water was too shoal, the small beasts lay on their sides with just their heads and trunks visible. Then the boys rode them till Claude's elephant, for one, decided he had had enough rider. As Claude Hazard was urging him toward the foot of the chutes, that small elephant suddenly curled back its trunk and let Claude have a jet of water full in the face. Claude tumbled backwards, grabbed in vain for the tail, and next moment disappeared under the surface of the Chute Lake. Angelo, from the back of Roly-Poly, shouted his glee at the sight of the discomfited Claude swimming desperately after his free elephant. Just then he was distracted by hearing G.T., Wish Crag, and Chubby Kramer yelling their "Ayoom" from the 15-foot platform of the diving platform. Angelo turned in time to see his older brother and Wish take graceful swan dives out and down. Chubby's dive, he noted gleefully, was not so graceful. "A charitable 48 on that," he marked as the head of Chubby broke surface. "Roly-Poly here could do a better one. You other 1-ton truck." Chubby invited Angelo to come nearer, and he would mark him in another way. There was a disturbance alongside Roly-Poly, and Angelo looked down, saw the bullet head of the tame seal that was almost a dog. "Hello, Johnny, do you want to play?" Angelo asked. Roly-Poly now noticed the small seal swimming alongside, and then things happened. The small elephant filled his trunk and let Angelo Daily have the blast. Overboard he went backwards, and only an expert swimmer like Johnny could have dodged out of the way of a collision. Before Angelo came sputtering to the surface, another waterspout struck him, and under he went again. The Lee triplets and Claude now felt the baby elephant's panic, and they in their turn were drenched from the vigorous full trunks. Oscar waded in, yelling sharp orders to Roly-Poly and the other frightened babies, and ordered the boys to swim away. Angelo, with thrashing arms, led his discomfited friends towards the diving hole, and it was 5 minutes before he stopped coughing, and G.T. and Wish and Chubby could understand what he was trying to say. The next time I take those fire hose elephants swimming, I'll... Here Chubby filled his mouth with water, but Angelo, divining his evil intentions, ducked under the surface as neatly as Johnny could. A few seconds later, he caught Chubby's feet and pulled him under. Chubby Kramer was still trying to retaliate adequately when the bomb burst for the daily opening of Killgloom Park, and it was all out, for it would never do to let the public see them swimming in the Chute Lake. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 5 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 5. Miss Caesar. Even for the 4th of July, the crowd in Killgloom Park was large. Since 10 in the morning, when the gates were thrown open, the public had been pouring into the great Coney Island amusement park till now, close on 3 in the afternoon, the 40 acres of attractions in Killgloom Park were jammed. There had been work aplenty for all, and Angelo Daily, the youngest park employee, was the one who knew it. His oldest brother had forcibly taken him away from the care of his precious monkeys and impressed him into the office service. Now, as an assistant cash collector, he was making his rounds of the various ticket boxes. At the animal world, he dropped into a vacant chair alongside of Oscar, the animal man, who had charge of the ballyhoo elephant, Clivey. "You know what, Oscar? The only fellow around this park who celebrated the 4th is Ferocity." "How is that?" "This morning there was a blessed event in his family, and Mrs. Ferocity presented him and us with 8 kittens. Ma's going to have the cook drown all but 3 or 4. One is going to look just like his daddy when he gets his eyes open, but I hope he has a different disposition. Ferocity must have been celebrating, for about an hour ago he got a whisker singe at Little Red Rankin's stand. That old cat was stealing a hot dog, and he got too close to the fire. Serves him right, too." Angelo Daily, without a pause for breath, began to complain to the world. "You know what? Saturday I worked like a horse, and yesterday was Sunday, and I got to church, and that was about all. Now today is the 4th, and I got to work more than ever, and not the kind of work I am paid for either. 13 times I have made the rounds of the ticket boxes this ballroom side of the Chute Lake. I have to look after 9 ticket takers, and the way they want more rolls of tickets and small change. You know what, Oscar? I bet Captain will have to close the gates and keep them out within an hour." "Captain will never do that, Angelo," observed Oscar. "Your daddy is too old a showman. When the park gates close, the season is over." "Well, I wish it was midnight, and then I could fall into my cot and sleep sweet sleep." Angelo Daily, the lag-weary, sat for a delicious minute longer, watching the queue of patrons buying tickets for the next show in the animal world. Across the park he could hear the shooting, where another performance at the Naval Battle was banging away. Then he found himself thirsty, and remembering where there was a water faucet within the animal concession, he walked past the ticket taker. Crossing the menagerie, where the red and golden cages of the wild beasts were on exhibition, Angelo Daly had ample cause to forget his thirst. The cage of Miss Caesar was at the extreme corner of the menagerie. As the park boy approached it to reach the faucet of water, he saw the door at the back swing open and the tawny lioness leap down. Angelo stepped on his shadow and blessed himself hastily. The lioness looked at him lazily, and then deliberately turned and walked away toward the sunlight that came through a half-open yard door. In the other direction there were easily 1,000 people, ignorant of the fact that a wild beast was loose, and untold thousands of the public milling about the amusement park walks. The boy knew he was witnessing the start of a terrific panic. He muttered, "On the 4th, too!" But Angelo's mind was busy thinking what to do. What to do? Happily, Miss Caesar seemed to have a definite destination in mind, for she leisurely crossed the space behind her vacated den and disappeared through the door into the yard behind the animal world. When the lioness's shadow disappeared, Angelo ran forward to close and lock that door. Then he turned around, and pushing his vigorous way through the incoming crowd, sought Oscar. He whispered into that animal man's ear, "You know that Miss Caesar? Well, that lioness just went on a hike out into the yard by the carpenter shop." "What?" Oscar threw off his mid-afternoon weariness, as though it was a snake discovered in his bosom. He called several animal men, and with Angelo at their heels, they quietly headed for the door into the yard. A thorough search of the yard, where were stored extra cars, chute boats under repair, and the lumber for park constructions, failed to reveal any loose lioness. Captain Daly arrived, and by the bulge in his side pocket, Angelo knew his father carried an automatic. But still further secret search, augmented by all the available animal men, brought not a clue to Miss Caesar's present address. Then Angelo had a horrifying thought. Somewhere he had read that lions were partial to monkey meat. Around the corner was the jungle scene, where most of the park monkeys were caged. Among these tidbits was Buddy. Angelo lost no time cutting through the animal world concession. He noted with satisfaction that the public, through whom he wormed his way, were entirely ignorant of the feverish lion hunt that was being conducted a few hundred feet away. "Lady, if you only knew what I know," he muttered as he pushed by a stout woman with 3 children in tow. Angelo found his monkeys in no unusual excitement, so he concluded that Miss Caesar had not lunched yet, at least, not on her alleged favorite meat. Unlocking the cage door, the boy stepped in, and at once the monkeys bade him welcome. But Angelo was on rescue bent. Paying no attention to the leaping and chattering simians, he called authoritatively, "Jiggs, get down! Maggie, you too! Buddy, you come right here." From a far corner where he had been taking an afternoon siesta on the sunny limb of a bare tree, the small monkey awoke and leaped towards his young master. Some people were passing on the old mill side of the cage, and a fresh voice called out, "Hello, big monk." Before Angelo could think up a suitable reply, the mill boatload had glided out of sight. Angelo collared his pet and retreated from the jungle scene. Elbowing his way as best he could through some 10,000 people, he finally reached the Daily private apartments across from the busy executive offices. Hastily parking Buddy in his own room, where he fastened his pet's chain to the leg of the chair nearest to the window, he closed the windows and locked his door. Meeting his mother, he made the cryptic observation, "Lions eat monks, Ma," and was off. Angelo found an irate older brother in the executive offices. "Say, what were you doing? Playing around, I suppose, on a record-breaking day like this. Don't you know this is the 4th? Did you go swimming or what?" Angelo waved G.T.'s wrath aside with a disarming gesture. "You'd have done the same, G.T., if you know what I know." "What?" "You know that Miss Caesar? Well, that lioness is hiking somewhere about the park, and I put my Buddy where she won't make a hot dog sandwich out of him. I don't mind ferocity. He can take care of himself." G.T. looked solemn when he learned of the loose lioness. "Never knew it to fail. Get a capacity crowd, and some full wild animal gets out. Does Cap know?" "Yes, he's down there now, and he has an automatic in his handiest pocket. I heard him say to shoot the beast, but the dear public don't know. They are somewhere in darkest Africa, or you would hear them from worse than you do now." From below the private offices' windows came the happy, multi-toned voices of a holiday-minded crowd. Both boys were familiar with the panic sounds, and they dreaded their reoccurrence. "Well, the show goes on. Get around to the ballroom side ticket offices and see if they need anything." Angelo departed on his route. He kept his ears open, but evidently the busy ticket sellers had not yet heard of the secret intensive lion hunt going on in another section of Killgloom Park. Angelo saw Big Al Dundee, the chief of the park detectives, going around and quietly calling his men to join in the hunt. The boy accosted Al. "Say, Al, any news of Miss Caesar?" "A colored cook in the restaurant quit and went over the back fence. We think he must have sighted the missing young lady. I'm getting some men to search around the vicinity of the restaurant. Want to help?" "No, thanks. And you'll need the help of all the ambulances on Coney Island if Miss Caesar decided to get her food in the restaurant dining room." Angelo Daily made his rounds to the various ticket boxes on his route. Box number 37 wanted some more half-fare old mill tickets. Box number 19 needed $10 in quarters. The girl in box number 24, the Ferris wheel, wanted to know when her supper relief was coming. Box number 46 at the foot of the chutes wanted nickels and 2 rolls of adult tickets. Angelo gathered all the details and wormed his way through the public back to the offices. Various reports of sighting the loose lioness reached Angelo. Twice he took time out of his arduous 4th of July duties to pay a hurried visit to his own room and assure himself that Buddy had not yet been eaten or suffocated. As a precaution against the latter possibility, he opened one of the windows 2 inches from the top and put another chain on Buddy. At the second inspection, he brought his pet a small banana and gave him the advice, "You eat this and stay where you are. Do you want to be eaten by lions? That's what will happen to you if Miss Caesar gets her paws on you." This warning seemed to have the desired effect on the small monkey, for he made a face at his master and then began to peel down the banana skin. Regretfully, Angelo went back to his rounds as emergency ticket boy. It was after midnight of the 4th of July, and the last thousands of amusement seekers had finally remembered that they had homes and bed and work in the morning. The Saturday, Sunday, and 4th grind of extra work was over, and the tearing tigers under G.T.'s leadership were gathering for relaxation. "Come on, fellows. Chubby and Wish and you triplets may come too. It's time we celebrated." The boys followed G.T. into the old swimming hole building. Only a few lights were on, and they had the dim pool to themselves for a midnight dip. They dove and floated and skylarked. When some of the weariness of the day's strain was gone, G.T. sprang a surprise. "Don't get dressed now, but come on around to the den. Now it's time we celebrate." Eagerly, the 7 other tearing tigers followed their acknowledged leader. By the partly open doors of innumerable dressing rooms, down the long main corridor, they chased after G.T. At the end of the corridor, GT ducked into the last dressing room and opened the emergency trapdoor in the floor. GT threw on his flashlight, and the few steps that led down to the sands of Coney were visible. All bear walked till they had cleared the pole building piles. Then they straightened and crossed the short distance to the canvas side of the set that depicted Caesar landing in Britain. The moon was high and cast a ghostly brilliancy on the papier-mâché figures of the ancient Roman general and his red-caped legionnaires. Up on the tinny cliff, the sharp-shadowed figures of the defending British savages loomed menacingly. "Whoopee!" Chubby gloated. "Those blonde-wigged barbarians look the part in this light. You'd almost imagine they would come to life." "If they did," observed Wish Crag dryly, "you'd give a good imitation of one of those, I forget what you call them, airplanes that start up like an elevator." "Is that so?" put in GT. "Well, I'd be a local alongside of your express elevator imitation. Why, you'd give an angel pointers on a non-stop flight to Washington." "I wouldn't mind those Britons coming to life," boasted Angelo Daily. "But if I saw that missing Miss Caesar, my guardian angel would lose his breath trying in vain to catch up with me." At the same time, Angelo cast a thorough glance all about the favorite set. "You'll be seeing a loose menagerie of wild and hungry animals if you fellows keep up that line of talk. Come on, let's celebrate the 4th and get to bed." "It's really the 5th now, GT," said Claude Hazard, stifling a yawn. "Another reason for making it fast." GT Daly led the way to the far corner of Caesar landing in Britain, and here he drew back a piece of tarpaulin and uncovered a small box. Within were 3 sticks of dynamite, and alongside was a detonator. "Say," expostulated Angelo, edging further away, "what are you going to do with that?" "We're going to celebrate the 4th. Cap gave me permission for a national salute." "That's 21 guns," protested Chubby. "Well, each of these sticks will represent 7 guns. Stretch out that wire, Chubby, and you fellows stay up there against the side wall." With Chubby Kramer's reluctant assistance, GT Daly laid out the wire from the detonator. To the far end of the wire he attached a stick of explosive. Happening to glance back, GT yelled, "Angelo Daly, get 20 feet away from that detonator. You fool about that plunger now, and you would send an electric current into this stick, and you'll have to help gather me up." Hastily, Angelo backed away the desired distance from the detonator. When GT had the stick of dynamite attached to the wire, he ran lightly across the sand of the set, and while the boys held their breath, he drove home the plunger. Boom! There was a flash. Boom! And almost instantly the louder echoes came crashing back from the enclosed space of the set. But the other 14 salutes to the departed 4th were not to be fired just yet. From the end of the scenery nearest to the back of the restaurant concession, there came a startled roar, and next second the horrified boys saw the shape of a large black cat outlined against the whiteness of the cliff of Britain. It was Angelo who identified the shape. "Ferocity, nothing! That's Miss Caesar, and she is scared stiff by the dynamite." "Miss Caesar!" the Lee triplets shouted, without a split second's time between their exclamations. "We're going right home," and they disappeared in the general direction of the trapdoor. But GT and Angelo, with show instinct, directed loudly, "Watch where she goes! Watch where she goes!" "If she comes this way, I'll throw the stick of dynamite at her head," warned the frightened Chubby. But the loose lioness had no intention of attacking the boys. Her one desire was to escape from the neighborhood of that tremendous noise that had startled her from slumber. She bounded across the far end of the sands and disappeared into the opening of the old mill. At once GT sent Angelo for Oscar and the other animal men. Angelo, who knew almost as many shortcuts as the park tomcat, Ferocity, darted under the nearest edge of canvas, climbed through a window, and came out in the deserted Ballroom Beautiful. In no time he spread the alarm to the animal world. GT met his dad and the available animal men, who came running with ropes and pitchforks. "She's in there, crouched down and scared stiff, in there between the wall and the canvas." Oscar and several other animal men advanced across the sands of the set. There was no struggle, and the loose lioness, Miss Caesar, who had kept Killgloom Park on the verge of a disastrous 4th of July panic, was recaptured and hauled out. "Scared is right," said Oscar. "She's trembling. What did you fellows do to her?" "We caught her with dynamite," said GT. "I've heard of fishing with dynamite, but this is the first lion hunt, in my recollection, in which that explosive was used," said Captain Daly. "Cap!" shouted Angelo from his coign of advantage among the blonde-wigged savages of Britain. "Get hold of Tex Ayres, and you will have a fine story for the morning papers." "Story nothing, son," said Captain Daly emphatically. "It would look nice in print to say that the lioness was loose all through the Forth, with 100,000 patrons nearby. The best stories do not get into print, son. They get killed. But you boys shoot off the rest of your salute to Uncle Sam, and then get to bed." "I'll say we need bed," agreed Angelo, as with hands to ears he waited for the second and third stick of dynamite to shake the ground. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 6 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 6. The World's Sickest People. It was a dull Monday, a week after the strenuous 4th. An afternoon shower had spoiled business in Killgloom Park, and the employees were glad to relax and take it easy. But in the circus sideshows was a concession where high excitement reigned. Angelo Daily, who, with Wish Crag, had been fishing in the ocean cabbage patch off the boardwalk side of Coney Island, disembarked from the park launch, the Baby Mine, and was cutting across the court of Killgloom with a tiny string of fish, when the first rumors of trouble in the sideshows reached his ears. It came about in this way. Ferocity had sighted his boss, and came rubbing against his ankles, begging fish. "Hello, you black cat, you! Haven't the police picked you up yet?" The boy greeted his pet. "Certainly not," meowed Ferocity. "How about a fish?" "These fish are for Cap's supper, but I bet a Hershey bar you're as hungry as I am. Come on over to Little Red Rankin's stand, and I'll get you a bit of hot dog." This seemed to please the big park tomcat, and he trotted at the heels of his master. Little Red Rankin greeted the boy. "Well, well, where have you been? You missed something big this afternoon." "No, what?" Instantly Angelo Daily was all ears, but even in his thirst for news, he did not forget to spear several sizzling sausages, fold them in rolls, and, thrusting one at Wish, smear a generous line of mustard over the other and start in. "What's wrong now?" He waited till Little Red had satisfied a customer's needs. There was a pleading meow from Angelo's heel, and the boy looked down at the begging tomcat. "Oh, I forgot all about you." Angelo reached into the pot, and extracting a small red hot, threw it to the cat. Ferocity got 100% on the catch. "Why, somebody poisoned all the freaks in the sideshows." "What?" Angelo forgot to eat and held his half-consumed dog in midair. "Poisoned them? How many are dead?" asked Wish Crag, also neglecting to eat. "Oh, you can't kill freaks," replied Rankin offhandedly. "They'll all pull through, but they won't give any further performances today." Angelo Daly had heard enough. Immediately he passed over his tiny string of fish to Little Red Rankin. "Here, Red, park these fish somewhere." He noticed Ferocity too close. "And don't let this thieving black cat get near them. Otherwise, Mother will have to buy Cap fresh fish. Scat, you fish snatcher, scat." Ferocity was a cat who could take a hint, and he walked off with his tail virtuously high in the air. Angelo and Wish headed directly for the scene of the current excitement. As Rankin had foretold, the circus sideshows were closed to the public. The large banner, on which was depicted, in more or less truthful colors, the various human exhibits, hung silently in the breeze, and the ballyhoo platform was deserted. Angelo saw Colonel Sewell, the inside lecturer, sitting and smoking where the ticket taker usually presided. "Hello, Colonel. Why the shutdown?" Angelo demanded. As if in answer to his question, the boy's keen ears heard an unmistakable moan coming from behind the entrance canvas. The inside lecturer pointed his thumb over his shoulder. "There's your answer." "What?" Another and a louder moan floated piteously on the afternoon air. "That's the modern Samson," said the colonel. "I don't understand," began Angelo. "He's sick as a dog." "Sick as a dog!" exclaimed Wish, grinning. "Why, that fellow can lift 1,000-pound weight. I've seen him do it often." "Not today, my son. corrected the Colonel, smoking his cigar and blowing a thick white circle at the younger Daily. At present, he'd have difficulty in lifting his own shadow. "See here, Colonel Sewell, there is some mystery here. Suppose you talk United States and tell a fellow what's all the excitement about. The sideshows don't close down on a July afternoon without a good and sufficient reason." "That's the time you spoke United States yourself, Angelo," replied the inside lecturer. "A pound of last season's candy and 3 young devils closed down this concession. And several hours ago I thought our Congress of Freaks had adjourned sine die, and coffins of various assorted sizes were in order." "Please, Colonel, what's it all about?" "Sit down. I'm still weak from my share in the excitement. Thank heavens, I swore off candy 30 years ago, when a dentist took out my sweet tooth by accident. I fell asleep in his chair, and—" "Never mind. Skip the bedtime story, Colonel," impatiently interrupted Angelo, wiggling with repressed excitement. "What happened today when we were fishing?" "I'm getting around to that. It seems well, on account of your extreme youth, I'll cut out all adjectives. Those Lee triplets are at the bottom of all the seasickness." "Seasickness?" Angelo burst out in amazement. "Seasickness is right, buddy." Colonel Sewell adopted his lecturer manner and explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have within here the world's sickest people." The Colonel dropped his voice to ordinary conversational tones and proceeded, "Angelo, my son, I should change that to the world's maddest people." "I don't understand you at all, Colonel." "Those as yet unhung Lees told the other freaks that today was their 14th joint birthday, or joint 14th birthday, whichever is correct. And to celebrate they passed around a box of candy. I myself heard the fat girl say that's sweet of them. But half an hour later, what I'm a whale said about the boxing triplets, their past ancestors, their present selves, and their future progeny, will be barred from the U.S. mails, even at election times. And the large lady was mild in her language compared to some of the other attractions inside." Was something wrong with the candy?" asked Angelo. Colonel Sewell went right on. "The bearded lady, both ambassadors from Mars, and Madame Osis, the Egyptian snake charmer, came down about the same time, and in short order they were followed by the iron-jawed man, one of the Siamese twin girls. The other was reducing, and she didn't take any of the birthday candy. Then the 3-legged freak, and your friend who can twist his head and stare at you from between his shoulder blades, only he won't stare that way again today, and the human skeleton. They all accepted some of the triplets' birthday candy. The world's sickest people was only half correct. Well, McGraw, the sideshow boss, had to close down and send pronto for the park doctor." "Gee, that's too bad," commiserated Angelo. "And there's a fairly good afternoon crowd in the park, too. Come on, Wish, we'll go in." Colonel Sewell held out a barring foot. "No, you're not. Those freaks need rest and quiet. All of 'em hate the sight of a boy just at present. I might not be able to save you from bodily harm if I let you pass in. Even the armless wonder might lay violent hands on you two." "What are you talking about, Colonel?" exclaimed Angelo indignantly. "Why, I go everywhere in this amusement park." "I'll tell you what you can do." "What?" "You two come around about 7:30 this evening, and you'll see the neatest triple public spanking you ever witnessed in all your born days. Lee has promised to administer corporal punishment on his sons, and administer it in the presence of all the convalescent freaks. It was Princess Mite who begged the triplets' daddy to stay his hand and strap till she was able to raise her head and enjoy the punishment. Do you want to see it?" "No," Angela promptly affirmed, and added the reason. "I don't like to see lickings, in public or otherwise." "They're too reminiscent," admitted Wish Crag frankly. But later in the afternoon, after Angelo had done a little private sleuthing himself, he was willing to change his opinion, and be a state witness to this public licking. For learning the candy that had necessitated the temporary closing down of the circus sideshows had come from a candy shop on Surf Avenue, Angelo made it his business to drop in at that particular shop. He found that the police had been there before him, and all was excitement in that concession. Angelo waited till he had heard the details. Then, at the supper table, he relayed his information to the family. "Say, Cap, You know that poison candy the boxing triplets passed around in the sideshows this afternoon? Mother Daly tried in vain to catch Angelo's eye and get him off a dangerous topic, but it was too late. "What's that?" exclaimed Captain Daly. "Do I know it? I thought I would have a choice assortment of corpses on hand, but Doc Moran saved the show. What possessed those triple triplets to do such a thing?" "It was their joint birthday," said G.T. "They're 14 today." "They'll be hung before they ever vote, then," prophesied the manager of Killgloom Park darkly. "They've caused nothing but trouble ever since they arrived here last season. Remember the lobsters somebody dropped into the old swimming hole pool that Sunday last year?" Angelo volunteered hopefully. G.T. gave his smaller brother a kick under the table, and Angelo, taking a painful hint, shut up. "Well, I never could prove that on them, but I've had my suspicions," declared Captain Daly. "The only thing that saves the Lees this time is that they seem to have eaten some of the candy themselves, and Doc Moran had to work over them. Where did they get that poisonous stuff?" "At Morello's on the avenue." Angelo was eager to retell what he knew. "They came around to him this morning and told him it was their birthday, and, I like their nerve, they told Morello that you were their uncle, Cap, and that makes the three of them my first cousins. Can't you beat it? Morello had some old stock that he couldn't sell, I guess, and he handed them a box. The police have the rest of his old stock. I was there just after they confis. Angelo was stuck, and he changed the word. They took it to the 8th Street station to have it examined, or whatever they do to poison candy, to make sure that it is not poisoned." Captain Daly said suddenly, "I'd have kicked that Lee outfit out of the park long ago, but the father is an old show friend, and he has been hard up all winter. But I can't have this park closed down for those punks." "They're not such a bad lot, Cap," put in G.T. earnestly, "and they have a good snappy act. The public likes it. I've listened to the comments of the crowd, and they are all favorable. Anyway, the triplets have paid for their birthday gift." "Indeed they have," said Captain Daly. "Colonel Sewell came running over to the offices, and judging from his first lurid reports, I thought we had wholesale murder on our hands. You know how jealous freaks are of each other. I would not put it beyond one of the strong men to poison his rivals, and as for the lady freaks— well, anyway, my first sight of all those strange people lying about their platforms made me close down the concession and telephone for the doc. Talk about the battlefields of France. It looked like any one of them. All freaks take their sicknesses seriously." "So do I," muttered Angelo under his breath. "But the triplets are to get a public licking from their father, and all the other freaks are to have ringside seats. That was settled. It is to take place as soon as the triplets are recovered sufficiently to be present." The boxing triplets recovered by 7 that evening. It was a pale-looking set of freaks that sat around in the public barred sideshow building and watched justice being administered. Princess Mite, whose afternoon radio program had been wrecked, insisted on being carried from their platform to one nearer to the boxing triplets' ring. Here she stood with the convalescing I'm a Whale and Madame Ossis, the Egyptian snake charmer. Mr. Lee had his safety razor strap in his hand, and he crawled into the ring. Roosevelt and Washington Lee were sitting in their corners, while Lincoln leaned over the ropes in a neutral corner. The father beckoned to Roosevelt, who came obediently, and assumed the angle. Really, the 3 boys were frightened by the disaster they had unwittingly caused. This was the first time in their show lives that they had literally stopped the show. Mr. Lee administered the 10 strokes neatly and effectively. He pushed Roosevelt, who was biting his lips to keep from crying, out of the center of the ring, and like a barber who had finished his customer, called, "Next." Both Lincoln and Washington held back, but the shrill baby voice of Princess Mite called, "Mr. Lee, give the father of his country the preference. He was the boy who gave me that awful candy." So Washington received the next 10. The 9th and final strokes made him wince, but no other sound broke the stillness of the concession. Then Lincoln, without being invited, came forward. Swiftly fell the strokes, and he departed to his corner to remain standing. Colonel Sewell, the inside lecturer, walked up to the execution platform, and raising his hand, as he did so often when he wished to attract the audience's attention, explained, "The boss says to open the show at 8, if you are recovered enough. How about it, folks?" The Oklahoma giant uncoiled his lanky length and drawled, "Well, folks, after seeing justice done to those punks, I reckon we can go on any time you are ready, Colonel." "Suits me," chimed in the fat girl, and the tiny princess nodded her doll-like head in confirmation. "Well, then, we'll start the ballyhoo right now." Colonel Sewell called to the world's premier jazz artists, "Get your instruments, boys. Your turn on the ballyhoo platform outside, triplets. Let's go." That was one good thing, the triplets thought. When a licking, even a public one, was over, that was the end of it. There was no after nagging. 10 minutes later, the circus sideshows, that had seemed to be closed for the season earlier in the day, was on in full swing. The strange people were on their platforms. The jazz artists were their loudest and tinniest, and the public was once more drifting into the sideshows. Angelo Daily came up on the run. Disappointment showed on his features. He called Colonel Sewell aside. "What happened? I thought those kids were to get a licking at 8. "You're late for the execution. It's all over," the colonel told him. Just then Angelo saw his brother. "Hey, GT, what do you know about that? Those triplets got their spanking half an hour ago. I am sorry that I missed it, calling themselves my first cousins." GT looked at his small brother. "See here, oh Angel, suppose Cap had broadcast that he was going to spank you before the assembled park employees. Would you want the boxing triplets to see it?" "No," reluctantly admitted Angelo. "Then the inside of this concession was no place for you half an hour ago. You keep away from those boys for the rest of the night, and don't mention the licking when you meet them, or—" That was an order that Angelo prudently obeyed. But GT, when he saw his opportunity, drifted up to the platform of the boxing triplets and called out, "Say, fellows, the fishing is fine off the cabbage patch these mornings. Want to come along with Chubby and Wish and me in the morning?" "You bet." The invitation instantly brightened up the crestfallen trio. "Meet us at the Neptune Avenue gate at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll have plenty of bait and lines." Another good turn done quietly. GT left the boxing triplets in better humor and returned to his duties at the executive offices. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 7 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 7 Furry Devil. An interesting operation was taking place on the still morning shoot lake. Oscar, the animal man, and Angelo Daily, the master of the monks, were seated in a drifting shoot boat and watching the small float that was anchored at the extreme end of the lake in the shadow of the electric bulb-studded tower of Killgloom Park. On the float, chained to the side of a small doghouse, was a large gray ape. The animal was expressing his high disapproval of the departure of the two in the boat by jumping up and down and jerking his chain savagely. "You can pull and pull, Jack Dempsey," observed Angelo, "but it won't do you a teeny bit of good. There, you stay still. Stop that, you big ape," shouted the boy, as Jack Dempsey got his paws around the chain and tugged violently to loosen the end. "Stop it, I tell you, you fool." "Don't worry, Angelo," observed Oscar. "He'll soon tire, and then you'll see him curl up and get a healthy sleep. An outdoor life is what Jack needs. That cage by the jungle scene was too confining for him. He'd have had TB if we kept him there any longer. I told the captain we would lose another monk, and he said to park Jack out here, where the fresh air will strengthen his lungs. Of course, if it came on cold, I would remove him to the animal world cage at once." The animal man and the boy lay back on the hot seats of the shoot boat, one smoking and the other chewing gum, and loafed. It was a warm morning after the middle of July. The amusement park would not open for over an hour, and about the most interesting occupation was to watch Jack Dempsey's vain attempts to tear loose his chain. Finally, Angelo got up and, stretching, invited, It's the 7th inning. Come on, Oscar. I want to get a swim in the pool before the park opens." Angelo saw several cherries lying on the bottom of the boat. He stooped over and, gathering them in his hand, called out, "Oscar, scull the boat back to the monkey float. Here are a few cherries that Jack likes. He might as well have them. I don't want any more." The animal man obediently took up the long oar and propelled the boat the length of the lake. When they came within 10 feet of a float, Angelo shouted, "Hey, Jack, wake up!" The big ape uncoiled himself from his position in the scorching sun and looked at the small boy expectantly. Neatly, Angelo threw the 3 cherries on the float. At once the ape caught them. "I'll say cherries are his favorite outdoor sport." "Yes," observed Oscar, "that big one always likes cherries." "Head for the nearest port, Oscar, my man," said Angelo with a grin, as he lay back luxuriously in his floating limousine and pretended to be smoking a Corona cigar. The animal man good-naturedly entered into the make-believe. He touched his forelock and said, "Yes, Mr. Daly, sir." Then, resting his oar on the shallow lake bottom, he coughed apologetically and added, "Could you let me have $25 advance on my week's wages, sir? The baby needs new shoes, sir, and—" "Well, you know how to get them back of the animal world," retorted Angelo in his natural voice. "Hurry up, Oscar. I'm dying for a swim. If you won't, I'll scull ashore myself." This threat was effective, and the chute boat was hastily propelled to the landing stage. Angelo got his dip in the old swimming-hole pool and plunged into his park duties. Jack Dempsey and his consumption cure was easily forgotten, till next morning, when Cauliflower, the burly park ticket-taker at the main entrance, met Angelo. "Your friend, Jack Dempsey." "That bad ape is no friend of mine," denied the boy energetically. "You should have seen what he tried unsuccessfully to do to my finger." "Well, friend or assassin, he's left for parts unknown." "No!" exclaimed Angelo, and he deserted Cauliflower and ran to the edge of the chute lake. There was the float in the sunshine, and the open door of the dog-house showed the absence of the gray ape. Claude Hazard came running up, and Angelo excitedly shouted to his chum, "Do you know what? That Jack Dempsey never got away from the float. I bet one of those Lee triplets had a hand in his getaway." "He must have swam ashore," Claude suggested. "I don't believe it." Angelo shook his dark curly hair emphatically. "Apes like swimming like cats do, and you never saw ferocity doing the crawl. Why, Buddy here objects to water. He wouldn't fall in accidentally. Once I held him like a kitten and dropped him into the lake, and you should have seen him flounder about till I fished him out. He almost bit me that time." "Well, anyway," said Claude, "that ape is AWOL. I met Oscar a while ago, and he said the last he saw of Jack Dempsey was last night when he brought him fresh drinking water." "When was that?" "It must have been about midnight, for Oscar mentioned the park was not closed yet." "Another wild animal loose, and the public do. If the dear public only knew what an African jungle they pay good United States money to get into, they would, well, anyway, I got to go to work." Whatever they would do was lost, and so was Jack Dempsey all that busy day. Next morning, the restaurant concessionaire reported to the executive offices that some boys had raided his pantry and stolen fresh fruit. As usual, the sideshow boxing triplets were high on the suspect list. Angelo was listening in as the concessionaire complained to Captain Daly, and he broke into the conversation. "Please, Mr. Evitable, were any cherries swiped?" "Yes, a lot." "Then I'll bet a good quarter it was not those triplets, as you suspect. They have been real Sunday school kids since that public execution last week, when their dad spanked them good and proper. But I'll tell you what I do believe." Without waiting for an invitation, Angelo went on. "I believe your robber was Jack Dempsey. That's his favorite fruit, and you say mostly cherries were taken. Jack is loose somewhere near the restaurant. I'm going to give Oscar that clue, and it is a hot one." The smaller Daly rushed off to find the animal man. Confirmation of the whereabouts of the missing park ape was given that afternoon, when a lady was removed from an old mill boat in a highly nervous condition. When a nurse from the baby incubators had quieted her somewhat, she insisted, while passing the inferno scene, one of the figures of devils, tending the glowing coals, had turned its head and stared directly at her, till the old mill boat had glided beyond the set. Angelo, who as usual had managed to have a front position where he could hear first-hand facts, slipped out of the little crowd and headed for the loading platform of the old mill. Here he commandeered a boat to himself and sat back as it started on its tortuous 1,500-foot journey around this amusement device. The Inferno set was number 6, and as Angelo approached it, he began to wish heartily that he had asked along Chubby or Claude. No, they're too scary. Wish or GT would have been a better companion. Anyway, there could be nothing wrong or alive in the set. That lady passenger was just seeing things in the dark. Angelo had never realized how dark it was in the long tunnel, just before the reddish light of the Inferno set began to appear. He blessed himself and sat over near the far side of the boat. You never could tell what might happen. But he seemed to feel some of the disquietude that was flooding over his master's spirit, and the small monkey crept into Angelo's bosom. The old mill boat was now bumping into the last turn before the set opened on view to the right. The rocks glistened rudely in the dim light. Then the Inferno set was abreast. Here the channel of the old mill made a long curve around the set. The scene was familiar enough to Angelo Daily, but if the truth must come out, he had never had the courage to investigate it. All the other sets he'd gone over carefully, looking for little private dens, but something in the red cloth figures of devils with their horns and tails had kept the boy off the sands of this set. So it was from the shelter of the old mill boat that he searched the scene, to see if any of the figures moved their heads and looked at him, as the excited lady had claimed. There were the 3 heaps of coals made of reddish cellophane, which, with the aid of electric lights, gave the appearance of live coals. Devil attendants were keeping these fires burning. The suggestion was more than the vivid imagination of Angelo relished. Many a night he had seen this set in his dreams, and passing it always caused him to make a fervent act of contrition, as he used to mutter, "That's one place I have no intention of going." This time he looked the devilish furnace men over carefully, but to his eyes they were still papier-mâché figures. When his boat bumped into the turning at the end of the set, Angelo heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that lady was only imagining things. No devil dare turns his head. But an amusement idea had come. "But do you know what?" he exclaimed. "That would be a good ballyhoo idea if Cap made some of those heads on the devils loose and had them turn slowly like an electric fan. I'll tell him for next season." Back to the security of the sunshine at the exit platform, Angelo was full of his dandy show idea. He sought the manager of Killgloom Park to explain it pronto, but Captain Daly was engaged with some gentleman, and Angelo knew his father's invariable rule, not to come near him when business was being transacted. Half an hour later, G.T. met his small brother down by the roller coaster. "Come on, oh Angel, I have a job that you will like." "What is it?" Angelo asked suspiciously. "There's one way to find out," challenged G.T., walking away. Angelo's curiosity won the day. He ran after his older brother. Saying nothing, despite Angelo's repeated demands for information, G.T. led the way to Little Red Rankin's hot dog emporium. "Take 2. You'll need them in your vigil." "What's that?" No answer. So Angelo, playing safe, helped himself to 3 fat sausages and trailed his brother. G.T. walked through the crowd toward the entrance to the old mill. He beckoned Angelo to get into a boat, and then pushing it into the current, G.T. jumped in after. With maddening silence, G.T. waved down all his small brother's insistent questions. When the boat came sweeping around to the Inferno set, G.T. suddenly caught the tin side of the scene. There was a rush of water as the boat stopped. "Hop out and be quick." Angelo obeyed to the letter. G.T. tumbled on the sand after him. "Say, G.T., do you know what?" "No, what?" "This is the first time I ever explored here," he confessed. "I hadn't the nerve to do it alone." "Crouch down here behind these fake rocks and keep still." A few minutes later, a boatload of passengers came bumping by. The boys watched them and listened to their wisecracks as they viewed the scene. More boats were heard and watched till they disappeared. It was gruesome to sit there on the sands and wait. Finally, Angelo whispered, "G.T., let's get out of here. I don't like the feel of this scene." "Neither do I, but I have a clue, and I'm going to stay here half an hour to try and run it down. Eat your dogs." Obediently, Angelo began to eat his forgotten sausages. A clue. That sounded interesting, and Angelo was reconciled to wait. By this time his eyes had been accustomed to the ruddy light, and he was able to make out the figures in the nearby scene with clearness. They never moved while he watched. Suddenly Angelo heard a familiar voice, then another. G.T. motioned him to crouch down lower. Into view swept an old millboat, and in it were Chubby Kramer and Claude Hazard. The watchers heard Claude say, "Gee, Chub, I never liked this scene. Do you?" Before that fat boy could answer, G.T. moaned, "What's that?" This from the startled Claude. Angelo snickered and then immediately felt his brother's hand over his mouth. "What was that?" Again Claude called out. I don't know," Chubby confessed, and he added with frightened frankness, "I never liked this old scene either." A low moan that was blood-curdling rolled over the scene. Claude threw his arms around Chubby Kramer and shrieked. Then the boat was carried by the current beyond sight. "Those two will have a bedtime story to tell, Angelo. Come on and listen to it." "No, not in a boat. Let us cut out under the wall and run around to our den. Then we can get through the trapdoor and be at the exit platform when they come out." Quickly the boys took the cutoff. As they came out into the scene of Caesar landing in Britain, Angelo yelled excitedly, "Hey, look! Look!" He pointed, and there, not 30 feet away, sleeping above the tearing tiger's den, was the olive-drab figure of Jack Dempsey. The big ape awoke, dropped from the ledge, and slipped under a loose board by the side of the old mill structure. "Now I know why that lady got hysterics at the Inferno set. That's the figure she saw moving its head." "We better tell Oscar and get Jack." The scary story of Chubby and Claude was forgotten. The two brothers cut back till they came to an emergency exit from the animal world. Entering here, they sought in vain for the animal man. Somebody had seen him going down toward the main entrance. "Come on, Angel, he's the one to get." But as they were passing through the court of Killgloom, screams from the old mill changed their course. Already a crowd of curious had gathered. Importantly, the two boys pushed their way through the public in the wake of Big Al Dundee, the chief of the park guards. A young woman was screaming and struggling in the old mill boat, while her escort tried vainly to pacify her. G.T., with his small inquisitive brother, a burr at his side, leaned over the exit platform as Big Al questioned the woman. "What's the trouble here? What's the trouble?" he demanded. "I wish I knew," the perplexed escort began to explain. "All I know is that we were sitting side by side in this boat, and when we came around to that infernal scene—" "Don't swear," Angelo muttered under his breath. "When we came there, my girlfriend began screaming and screaming. I tried to pacify her, but it was dark in this amusement device, and I had difficulty. She is claiming something devilish reached out and grabbed at her hat as the boat was passing that scene." "What scene?" Big Al wanted to know. "The place where the devils are and the glowing coals are." "That's the Inferno set, madam," put in Angelo. "Indeed it is, young man," affirmed the lady's escort. Big Al helped the screaming young woman out of the seat, and trying to calm her, led her across the court of Killgloom to the lower executive offices. A glass of water was brought, and when she was able to talk, she began, "I never was so frightened in all my life." "What happened, madam?" Big Al invited. "When the boat came alongside that scene where the devils and the coals are." "That's the Inferno set," put in Angelo again. He had been hanging around so as to miss nothing of the excitement. Big Al motioned the boy to silence. "Whatever it is called, it is gruesome, and I was feeling nervous when something dark, about the size of a collie, moved out of the shadows alongside the moving boat. The next second, a hand or a paw, something reached out in the dim light and grabbed at my hat. It was whisked off my head. The boat went on and entered another dark tunnel. I screamed." "I don't blame you, young lady," Big Al said comfortingly. "You stay right here and enjoy the band concert and rest. I'll go and get your hat. I won't be 10 minutes." "Thank you, sir." Big Al strolled off, and when he was 30 feet away, he stopped and beckoned to G.T. and Angelo. "I know where Jack Dempsey is. Tell Oscar to meet me at the old mill." But there was no need to tell that animal man, for Angelo sighted him listening to the earnest dialogue of Claude and Chubby. "I know right now what they are telling Oscar," said G.T., grinning delightedly. He broke into a run and came up in time to hear Claude's excited, "And then it groaned again." "Oh, Oscar, don't waste your time listening to those little boys' bedtime stories. Come on, we know where Jack Dempsey is." "How do you know?" demanded Chubby Kramer. "A young girl was just telling Big Al. He says to get ropes and nets, Oscar, and meet him in front of the old mill. He's waiting there now." Then to Chubby and Claude's insistent demands for information, GT told them the hysterical girl's story. 10 minutes later, the boys were with Big Al and Oscar, stopping the old mill boat at the infernal scene. All was quiet and gruesome, as usual. Oscar looked the scenery over and finally decided, "That loose ape is hiding somewhere along that edge of scenery." "What's this?" Angelo had stooped and picked a dark object from the sands. Big Al held it to the reddish light coming from one of the artificial fires. "I'll bet that's what's left of the young lady's hat." Angelo edged reluctantly forward. He had no desire to stand shoulder to shoulder to one of the papier-mâché devil figures, but his curiosity conquered. "Look, just what I thought all the time. This had an imitation cherry sewed to its side, and Jack Dempsey thought they were the real article, and he started to pluck them." "No wonder she screamed," said GT. "The miracle is she didn't pass out completely." The men and boys scattered in a widening fan and began to comb every foot of the set. Empty old millboats bumped past, for the employees were obeying orders not to allow any passengers in them till the ape search was completed. Near the southern edge of the set, Oscar suddenly began to run. A figure leaped high. The animal man threw his rope and neatly lassoed the missing Jack Dempsey. The large ape chattered, but submitted to capture without a struggle. "I'll bet he is glad to be back in captivity once more," began Angelo. "At least he is sure of his 3 meals a day without having to forage for them." Oscar departed through an emergency exit, dragging his captive after him, and Big Al and the boys stopped the next old millboat and piled in. "That hunt is over. Now all I have to do is try and explain to the young lady that we found her hat. It must have caught on a bit of projecting tin, and the park will pay for it." "I don't envy you your job, Al," GT grinned, "but I'll wager that she has a different tale to take when she meets her friends." Suddenly Chubby exclaimed, "Well, that hunt is over, but what I want to know is how Jack Dempsey learned to moan like a... Here Angela began to giggle hysterically, and before the old millboat had come to the exit platform, the moan mystery was out. "I'll admit, GT, that was one on us, but you and your bright little brother just wait. Claude and I will get even." "Try and do it," mocked Angelo. He turned to his brother. "GT, will you ever forget the noises Chubby made when you moaned?" He went off into another round of violent laughter. I'll never, if I live to be a great-grandmother," put in Claude Hazard seriously. That set them off again. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 8 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 8 The Battle of Free for All. Chubby Kramer and Claude Hazard headed for the battleship gray entrance to the naval exhibit. It was a warm morning in late July, and only a handful of sweepers were about in the big deserted Killgloom Park. Once within the curved entrance, the boys halted by the side of the artificial lake. Off to the left were the half arc of seats, rising circle on circle. To the right and across the smooth surface of the lake arose the tinny rocks and gray fortifications that indicated a harbor's mouth. Several tiny red buoys marked out the channel in the line of minefields. Through this mouth of the harbor would stream the miniature craft used in this realistic naval warfare show. As Chubby and his chum watched the still scene, out of the harbor's mouth began to stream a trim gray warship. She was miniature but complete to fighting tops. Abreast of the fortress above the rocks, she made a sharp turn to the right, and as her broadsides came into view, Chubby saw a small black paw thrust out of a porthole. "I think I know the owner of that paw," Claude grinned. "So do I. So does every employee in this park," replied Chubby Kramer. "Let's hail the skipper." Twin rooms roared across the pleasant waters. The miniature battleship was swung sharply to port, and then steamed directly for the edge of the lake, where the two boys stood. As with open-mouthed admiration they watched it approach, the top of the battleship began to lift. When the whole superstructure was tilted to a crazy angle, the perspiring head and shoulders of Angelo Daily appeared from the depths of the battleship. "Whoopee! You fellows just wait till I steer this old Maryland over to where you are." The warship was heading too sharply for the side of the artificial lake, and Angelo shouted, "Get your bows, Chub, and swing her around. Swing her around, I tell you." Chubby and Claude leaped to obey. The 16-foot battleship was caught, her progress checked, and gently she was laid alongside the wooden side of the lake. "Gosh, if I had smashed up this boat, Dickie Dooley would never again have let me run her." Angelo addressed somebody invisible within the boat. "Let go my leg! I tell you, let go!" There was a sound of a scuffle down where the engine room of a real battleship would be. Then the small figure of Buddy scrambled up Angelo's back, clung to an ear, and then sprang out to cling to a tilted fighting top. "You come right back here, or I'll—" Whatever Angelo threatened was lost, as Buddy chattered his teeth at his imperious master. The next moment he paid for that imprudence. Angelo lifted the superstructure and tilted it till the fighting top and the clinging vine of Buddy were submerged in the warm waters of the lake. A rat-like looking animal came scrambling along the fighting top. "I told you you'd get a ducking if you didn't behave. What you really need is a razor strap, and I know where to hang." Evidently this bit of information had a subduing effect on the lively Buddy, for he sat out in the bows to sun-dry. Angelo turned to his grinning companions. Chubby said, "You certainly know how to handle monkeys." "Oh, I guess I know something about them." Angelo dismissed the compliment with an airy wave of his hand towards the harbor's mouth. "Tell you what you do, and we'll have some fun." "Anything that isn't work suits me down to a T," exclaimed Chubby, stretching luxuriously. "You're not telling me anything I didn't know," Angelo shot back. "What's this fun?" asked Claude eagerly. "Listen, and I'll tell you." Angelo steadied the gray Maryland with one hand on the side of the lake. "Come around back of the scene. Then, Claude, you get in the Jackberry, and I'll steal the John Paul Jones. And Chubby—" Angelo studied the substantial lines of Chubby Kramer. "No, he might squeeze in, but we'd never get him out of a destroyer. I'll tell you what, Chub. You take the New York. You can sit in that battleship and breathe. Then we'll have some naval maneuvers around the lake. What do you say?" The eyes had it. "All right, then. I'll meet you back of the scenes. Help me shut the superstructure down." Willingly, Chubby and Claude lent hands to replace the tin top over the toy battleship. There was a whir astern as the switch was thrown on. The Maryland swung gracefully away from the edge of the lake and was steered by the invisible Angelo straight for the entrance to the harbor mouth. Buddy, left on deck, clung to a fighting top, and to say the least, looked singularly out of proportion and out of place on that warship. The two boys watched the receding battleship, and then they began to run around the lake. They flashed through the door that led backstage, and at once they were in a mighty enclosed navy yard. The dozen of miniature warcraft used in the naval show were floating here. Some employees in bathing suits were working on the engine of a battleship, and others were repainting a cruiser. Very neatly the Maryland came in from the sunlight. A noise like the siren on a radio car sounded a warning. Then the Maryland stopped at her dock. Buddy leaped ashore, but a muffled voice ordered him back on board or a razor strap would be applied. Buddy obeyed. Angelo up-tilted the superstructure and scrambled out. A smear of grease across his face had been acquired since his last talk with his chums. He whistled, and Buddy leaped to his perch on his master's shoulder. Then Angelo jumped across the narrow oblong of water to the next runway. Here was anchored a small battleship, the New York. "Come on, Chubby. Claude and I will shut down the top on you. Hurry, leave your clothes with mine over there and wear your shorts. For I'm telling you, it's more than warm inside those boats with the superstructure down." When Chubby was undressed for battle maneuvers, he took a seat inside the launch. Indignantly, he refused Angelo's offer of instructions on how to run the engine. "Don't you think I knew how to make a launch go before you were out of the kindergarten? All right, then, meet us out on the high seas," said Angelo Daily, giving the New York a shove that sent it almost to the exit from the navy yard. Then Angelo turned to Claude and whispered delightedly, "I want to get Chub out of the way, for we are going to have a real battle, only he doesn't know it yet." "How?" Angelo grinned broadly, made his way to where his clothes were thrown. From the back pocket of his knickers he extracted 2 bean shooters and a handful of ammunition. Carefully dividing the beans into equal parts, he gave one to Claude. We'll maneuver about in the destroyers for a while, and then you get one side, and I'll lay off the other. And when we have Mr. Chubby, New York, where we want him, we'll pepper him good and proper." He added the interesting information: "There is a porthole just aft of midship where a beam will get him in the back of the neck, and he can't do anything." "But yell," finished Claude delightedly. The two got into their smaller launches, pulled into place the destroyer's superstructures, and started up their motors. Once out the narrow harbor entrance, the John Paul Jones and the Jack Berry straightened and headed for the trim New York that was circling lazily in the middle of the lake. Angelo had lit the mass of waste that was stuffed into a smokestack, and as soon as his craft gathered speed, a creditable smoke screen was being laid down. He stopped his destroyer alongside Claude's and whispered across, "You lay off his port side and begin shooting your blanks. Then I'll come creeping up, and when I get the range of that porthole, listen to Chubby yell." "Okay." The destroyers separated and came cruising up on the unsuspecting New York. Claude's Jack Berry opened fire with its forward gun. At once the New York barked back. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes crashed back and forth. Chubby was enjoying the fight and trying to get closer to the destroyer. He did not see the John Paul Jones come sliding up on his starboard side out of the smoke. When Angelo had the range, he reached for his bean shooter, loaded his mouth with ammunition, and opened fire. The first shot missed the porthole by an inch. It was really a tracer shot. But once Angelo found the range, he shot again. This time a yell of muffled pain came from the inside of the New York, and its blank shooting suddenly ceased. Chubby struggled as well as his cramped quarters inside the miniature battleship would permit him to look through the porthole that exposed a section of his neck to Angelo's sharpshooting. Another well-aimed beam caught him on the ear, and his yell was 100% in earnest. He made a fatal mistake. He tried to discourage the John Paul Jones with words of warning. Claude and the Jack Berry made the most of his opportunity. He replaced his pistol with his bean shooter, and through a porthole on the port side made a bullseye. This was too much for Chubby. The superstructure of the New York lifted as though an internal magazine explosion had taken place. Chubby thrust his perspiring head and shoulders out of the opening. Immediately the crews of the two destroyers made good their conspiracy to pepper him. "You wait till I catch you," Chubby shouted angrily. Disregarding the destroyer's accurate fire, the stout boy clambered out of the New York and dropped with a mighty splash into the shallow depths of the artificial lake. Once on his feet, he waded toward the nearer destroyer. Too late, Claude attempted frantically to start his motor. Chubby's hand caught the bow of the Jack Berry and swung the boat toward himself. He lifted the superstructure and grabbed Claude Hazard. That combined captain and crew was dragging shriekingly out of the destroyer and into the water. Chubby ducked him again and again, despite the fair target he presented to Angelo. Here the John Paul Jones made a tactical mistake. Its captain let his vessel drift too close. Suddenly, Chubby had the opportunity he had waited for. When Angelo's destroyer was within reach, Chubby let the waterlogged Claude go with a final push that sent him to the bottom of the lake. Then the fat boy, with a dead man's float, glided to the side of the John Paul Jones. Angelo knew what to expect, and he put up stiff opposition to being peeled away from his craft. But Chubby's greater strength prevailed. Angelo was held helpless and submerged. Then he was turned inside out. In between disappearances, he managed to yell to Claude, "Jump! Jump on him, Claude!" Angelo's head went under again. Claude Hazard was only too eager to combat Chubby. He waited behind the fat boy, and watching his opportunity, sprang on his neck and bore him backwards. The three disappeared in a welter of white water. It was at this stage of the water battle that G.T. drifted into the naval show's entrance. He saw the struggle, and then his eyes fell on a fire hose at his feet that the employees had been using to wash down the walks, and had not yet coiled back into place. Running to the hydrant, he turned on a half head of water. The hose wiggled like a live snake. G.T. got back to the nozzle just in time to direct its stream of water into the middle of the three struggling boys. A cloudburst hit them, played over them, stung them. The fight was mutually forgotten in this new danger. Lacoon and his sons, yelling mightily, waded out into the middle of the lake, anywhere to escape that iron bar of water that knocked the breath out of them. When Chubby was drained out sufficiently to voice his indignation, he shouted, "Hey, G.T., you don't understand. This Angelo, And this Claude here deserved to be drowned, not me." "Sure you do, you baby hippopotamus," cried Angelo, wading further away. He caught the drifting John Paul Jones and fell on board. Buddy, who had been an excited noncombatant, welcomed his small master with much chattering. Angelo had no time for his attentions. He did not stop till he heard G.T.'s repeated shoutings. "What's that you were saying?" "I'm saying, you imbeciles," repeated G.T., "that if Captain had happened to stroll into his naval show and had seen the water roughhouse you fellers were having with his property, you'd have been kept out of this concession for the rest of the season. That's all I've been trying to drive down your throats with this fire hose." "You did that, all right," Claude muttered as he spat out more of the lake's water. I felt like a pipe full of water when that stream hit my open mouth." "Come on, Chubby, get that portable man of war of yours back into the harbor, and hurry. It is almost time for the park to open." At this unexpected news, all three boys started up their engines and cruised slowly back to the home port. All fight had been taken out of them. Angelo voiced the universal idea when he said, as he tied up his destroyer alongside Claude's Jack Berry, "G.T. is right. We should not have fought with park property. Just suppose something had happened to one of these naval boats, and they could not have used it in the first show this afternoon. I know what would have happened to my pay envelope next Monday morning." "What?" asked Claude with a worried look on his still wet features. "It would have been a blank." "All the same," put in Chubby, "I'll continue paying you two what I owe you the next time I catch you in the pool." "Yes," sang out Angelo, "the next time you catch either of us. Hey, Claude?" Chubby Kramer started to close in, and the two smaller boys fled shrieking into the outer protection of the court of Killgloom to finish their dressing. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 9 of Killgloom Park by Neil BOYTON, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 9. Little Robber. "What have you got there, Al?" It was Angelo Daily who asked the question of the chief of the park guards. The big detective held up a sheet on which were the descriptions, fingerprints, and photographs of a man. "Headquarters would like to have a few minutes' private conversation with this chap. He is Red Regan, alias Dan Daly." "A nice alias," put in G.T. "Nice nothing!" Angelo burst out. "That crook has his nerve, with him taking our family name. What's he wanted for, Al?" "Headquarters thinks he was the brain of the robbery of that silk loft in Manhattan last week." "The one where they got the $30,000 worth of silks, and it wasn't discovered till 48 hours later?" "That's the crime, Sonny." "What's the reward?" Chubby Kramer questioned lazily from his wicker chair. "No particular reward, but plenty of glory." "Not interested." "Well, I am," said Angelo earnestly. "Say, Al, why did Detective Headquarters send you these pictures?" "On the chance that Red might come down here for a little recreation from his arduous occupation. Even a burglar needs relaxation, buddy." "Well, this is no place for him to seek his amusements," G.T. declared. "You're dead right, Georgie," earnestly Angelo agreed with his brother. "Al, let me get a good look at those pictures. This profile one does look like Chubby, doesn't it, Al?" "Going into the private detective business, Angelo?" Chubby gave the small boy a tolerant smile. "You never can tell. Anyway, I'm wide awake, and I see lots of things." "Wish you luck, Philo Holmes." Angelo Daly paid no attention to the other's bantering remarks. He was holding the police sheet in both hands and studying the scowling features of one Red Regan, alias Dan Daly, badly wanted by the New York police. Finally he returned the sheet to the park detective. "I'll know him if our trails cross," boasted Angelo. "Look out, Angelo. He may be armed and liable to give you a free ride to purgatory." "It's a good thing I won't have to depend on your prayers to get me out, if he does, Chubby." "Oh, I'd gladly pray for you, if I knew that you were safely there. It would be such a relief to my mind." "If that's all that is worrying your mind—" "Never mind both of your minds' worry. Come on, get to work, all of you," called Captain Daly, coming suddenly out of the executive office door. The boys scattered from their wicker chairs, but in Angelo Daly's mind was a mental picture of one Red Regan, alias Dan Daly. He put Buddy back in the jungle scene and, starting at the main entrance, began to scan the public for the sight of red hair. Flaming red hair, the bill had stated, 5'7", weight about 165, dresses neatly. There did not seem to be many red-headed men among Killgloom Park patrons that last Tuesday afternoon in July. Several torchy-topped boys, GT's age, came in for a close scrutiny, but they evidently had been too young to have taken part in the recent loft robbery. At luncheon in the Daily private apartments across Killgloom Boulevard from the executive offices, GT began to joke his small brother on his lack of detective success. "What's this?" Captain wanted to know. Angelo gave his father full details of Red Regan. "Better leave the capture of wanted burglars to Big Al and his men, son." "But, Cap, what should I do if I saw Red in the park?" "Nothing, and be quick about it." "But, Cap, if I was sure—" "In that case, walk quietly along a good distance behind your suspect till you came on one of the park guards. Go up to him quietly. Don't shout." "Of course not." "Go up to him quietly and tell him your suspicions, and then keep beyond gunshot." "Why gunshot?" "Because wanted men usually put up a fight." GT put in, "Just suppose your Red began to shoot it out with thousands of women and children in the park." "When I heard the first shot, Cap, I would fall flat on the cement and lay there like a boardwalk till the shooting was over." "That's the sensible thing to do when you suddenly find yourself in no man's land. These days, in any big city, that might happen to you. Do as the soldiers are taught to do. Drop. Play private detective if you want to, Angelo, but remember this amusement park is paying you good money to take care of certain of its monkeys. And no employee in this Killgloom Park, Cap, takes more care of them than I do. You ask Oscar and Pete or any of the animal men. They all say I was born to be an animal man, Cap." Very earnestly, Angelo Daily sung his own praises. Here, Mother Daly interrupted to warn Angelo to finish his lunch. "Just a moment, Ma. I have an idea." Angelo dashed to his own room and returned to the table with a small gold star pinned over the left breast pocket of his khaki shirt. "G-Man Daly," he announced, patting the star importantly. "All right, G-Man," said the Daily mother. "Eat more and you will do better work." Angelo spent the better part of the afternoon inspecting the hair of the park patrons. He thought it was singular the way redheads avoided this popular Coney Island amusement park that afternoon. About 7:30 in the evening, when the night crowd was streaming in under the electric light-studded main entrance, Angelo's vigil was rewarded. A flaming-haired young man, 5'7", weight about 165, stopped in front of the Guess Your Weight scales. His young girl companion hesitated to have Mike Evans weigh her. "If I don't guess the young lady's weight within 3 pounds, it won't cost you anything." The red-haired suspect finally said, "I'll let him guess mine." He stepped forward and Mike felt his arms and announced, "I guess this young man weighs as 166. The man sat in the scales and they registered 165 pounds. Angelo wedged himself closer to his suspect. Yes, there was a strong resemblance to the man wanted on Big Al's sheet. Angelo cast a rapid glance around Killgloom Boulevard, but the chief of the park guards was not in sight. The young girl companion finally was weighed, and Mike missed out. When the suspect had paid the scales man, he and his companion drifted over to the Sky Chaser. Angelo almost trod on their shadows. At the entrance to the half-mile scenic railway, the girl refused to attempt the ride. Angelo heard her say, "No, those coasters take my breath away, Red." Angelo's features brightened at the nickname. He kept an anxious eye out for Big Al or any of the park boys whom he could send after him. Finally he sighted Chubby Kramer, returning leisurely from a late supper hour. Angelo beckoned mysteriously. Chubby came up smiling. "Don't say a word," warned Angelo, speaking out of the side of his mouth, "but shoot about and find Big Al immediately." "More of your private detective work," said Chubby with a maddening grin. "I am late now, and I have to get back to the miniature railway." Angelo waved him away in disgust. The suspect and his girlfriend had drifted over to the airships in the center of the court of Killgloom. The boy detective saw the man approach the ticket box and purchase 2 tickets. He and his companion ascended to the platform and waited while the swings, that were suspended from a center pole, had ceased flying round and round. As the amusement device came to a stop, Angelo watched Red and his companion step into an airship. He circled about till he was able to read the name of the car. Chicago, he muttered to himself. Not a bad ship for that gunman to pick. All the passengers were now loaded into the various cars, and Angelo breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the Chicago circle further and further out and assume an ever-steepening angle as it whirled round. The boy went to the engineer and whispered, "Bill, there is somebody on one of those airships now, whom Big Al is anxious to look at. Could you—" "I see," said the employee at the control switch of the airships. "You scout around the park and find Big Al. I'll keep this contraption going round till you come back. But don't be long." "I won't." Angelo dodged in and out of the public till he was down by the pass gate. As he suspected, Big Al Dundee was lolling in the window, casually inspecting the lines of pleasure seekers who were streaming in through the brass-railed entrance lanes. "Ow!" the boy whispered excitedly. "Bill the engineer promised to keep the airship swinging round till you got there if you hurry." "Why the hurry? I don't want to ride." "Because in one of the cars is that Red Regan, whose picture you have in your pocket." "You don't say!" The chief of the park guards had come to life. Angelo dog-trotted up Killgloom Boulevard alongside the park guard. Both took up an inconspicuous position from which they could inspect the passengers in the flying airships. Big Al shifted his position till he commanded a better view of the two in the Chicago car. When he had inspected the man for some seconds, he turned to the eager boy and said out of the side of his mouth, "You're wrong, Angelo. That is not Red Regan." Angelo showed disappointment in his usually pleasant features. "I have been trailing the wrong fellow all the last hour. Have I, Al?" "Yes, but you've had better luck." With this cryptic remark, Big Al Dundee went to the engineer and told him to keep the amusement device whirling till he got back. Then he signaled a park guard to come over. Both whispered together, and the curious Angelo could not catch a word they said. The guard took up a position where the Chicago and its two occupants were always in sight. Big Al hurried away in the direction of the executive offices. Andy, the other park guard, would tell Angelo nothing, but by his mysterious manner the boy sensed that something important was in the air. Angelo decided then and there to cling to Andy's shadow. The flying airships kept circling round and round. It was minutes over the usual ride, and passengers were calling out to be let down, but they were helpless to stop the whirling device. In less than 5 minutes Big Al was back, and 2 plainclothesmen from the 8th Street station were with him. All inspected the young man in the flying car Chicago. "That's him, all right," Angelo heard one of the plainclothesmen murmur. "Angelo," ordered Big Al, "go to Bill and tell him to stop the airships, and have that Chicago car come to a standstill at the back of the platform. We're going to try and nab this young gentleman without attracting too much attention. You keep away, for he may object." "You mean he might draw his automatic?" Angelo's eyes danced. "I don't think he will, but he is highly liable to attempt anything. Hurry now, and then get out of range." Angelo Daily went over to the engineer of the flying airships, and in an excited whisper gave him Big Al's orders. "An arrest, hey?" said Bill. "Then you station yourself behind that engine, for I am going to do so as soon as the car has come to a stop." The boy went behind the protection of the engine, but he exposed enough of his head to stop several bullets. Angelo saw the airships begin to swim into the circular platform as their speed was diminished. When the cars were flying 10 feet away from the platform, Big Al and the 2 plainclothes men sauntered up and stationed themselves in the crowd of passengers, waiting impatiently their turn to ride. The Chicago swung round and disappeared. Then it was slowing at the back of the platform. Bill threw the switch and leaped nimbly to a protected position beside Angelo. "I saw detectives nab a gunman once, and he drew his gun a split second faster than the bulls did. Then I thought I was back in France, and I dove for the nearest thing to a shell hole. You just drop if you hear a gun bark." "Don't you worry. This G-man will be flat as a pool table before you begin to bend your knees, Bill," promised the boy, whose eyes were almost popping out of his head with excitement. The red-haired young man was helping his escort out of the car onto the platform when the 3 detectives closed in. Angelo saw the blunt blue nose of an automatic flash out of Big Al's pocket, and the next second the 2 plainclothesmen had the suspect handcuffed. The young woman screamed, but in that pleasure-seeking crowd the cry passed for one of delight. The two prisoners were hustled down from the platform and walked toward the old swimming hole building. Angelo followed on eager feet. He knew the detectives were taking the suspects quietly out of the amusement park by a side exit. The little group walked through the hundreds of pleasure seekers without attracting attention. Big Al was talking to the girl. He had her arm in his, and Angelo knew he had an arrest grip on it. The group passed into the old swimming hole entrance. So did Angelo. He trailed them down the long corridor till they came to the emergency exit. Here Big Al unlocked the door, and the plainclothesmen and their two prisoners were hustled into a waiting police car. When Big Al was relocking the door, Angelo made himself audible. "Well, you took him up, I see. Wasn't he Red Regan?" "Yes, Bud. No, Bud. Regan is still at large, but your sharp eyes picked out a bigger prize." "How was that?" Angelo wanted to know. "That young gentleman whom I just led out of one of the park's private exits is Red Raskoff." "Never heard of him." Angelo confessed his disappointment. "Well, your Uncle Sam did, and he is so anxious to have a talk with him that he has a standing offer of $1,000 for his arrest." $1,000? What did he do?" "He was mixed up in a mail car robbery out in Canton, Ohio, last month, and he is the one who shot the mail clerk." "A murderer!" Angelo was having enough excitement to satisfy even him. "Then he might easily have shot it out." "Yes, that type will usually shoot it out. That's why we got the drop on him. If he made a move toward his pocket, he was a dead gunman. He knew it, and he submitted to arrest like a lamb. But let us talk about pleasanter things. You are entitled to a share in that reward." G-Man Daly was dancing. "Just wait till I tell the fellows that. And Chubby, who wouldn't help collect that reward. Just wait till I broadcast that. Angelo Daly flew down the long corridor of the bathhouse to spread the good news in tearing tiger circles. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 10 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 10. Scout Trouble. For several years now, the first Wednesday in August had been Boy Scout Day at Killgloom Park. It was late in the afternoon of the first Wednesday in August, and scouts, with the blue neckerchief of Manhattan, the black of the Bronx, and the orange of Queens, the green of Richmond, and the maroon of Brooklyn, proclaimed that the 5 boroughs of Greater New York owned the big Coney Island amusement park. The only two in scout uniform who seemed not to be enjoying themselves were Angelo Daily and Buddy, his mischievous pet, who in honor of the day was dressed in a ridiculous khaki shirt and shorts that Helen, over at the check your valuables counter of the pole, had sewed and presented to Buddy's master. A tiny maroon neckerchief proclaimed Buddy's borough allegiance. There were several reasons for the worried looks on Angelo's usually sunny features. It is an unofficial scout law that all scouts like monkeys. And so Angelo's charges had had a rather strenuous afternoon. Troops of scouts had draped themselves around the edges of the jungle scene, and only by superior force had they vacated their choice positions to other troops. Angelo was hoarse telling individual Boy Scouts, "Get back there and let those monks have some fresh air," when a scout voice had retorted, "What do you care, tenderfoot, if your brothers get fresh air or not?" Angelo had retired into momentary silence. Then he remembered, a scout is kind to all animals. And he called out, "Hey, monkeys are animals, so get back if you respect the 6th law." This reminder had the desired effect, and Angelo's charges were free from the danger of suffocation for that one time. But the high point of Angelo's strenuous day came when he returned from lunch and was horrified to see a boy actually inside the sacred jungle scene. Angelo started to run, shouting, "Hey, you fool Manhattan scout, do you want to be eaten alive?" At the angry voice, the strange boy looked around hastily. Then he ran across the cage to the edge nearer the animal world side. Here he grabbed up a handkerchief. The monkeys, excited by the intrusion of a stranger, sprang to perches on the higher branches of their trees. Their chattering increased as Angelo reached the rear door, which was standing ajar. "How did you get in here?" he demanded of the stranger. "Why, what is it to you?" was the counter question. I'll show you. You come out. It's easy to see you never had to chase yourself sick, hunting loose monkeys all over Coney Island. What did you want to open this door for? Keep cool, Sonny, the Manhattan Scout said. Who are you, Mr. Killgloom Park? I'll show you. Angelo sprang to the door and snapped the lock. Now you stay there till I get the police. With this consoling knowledge, Angelo Daily darted away in search of one of the park guards. By the foot of the chutes he spied Big Al Dundee. Hastily explaining the crime of the prisoner held captive in the monkey cage, he led the chief of the park force through the animal world entrance, by the menagerie, and back to the jungle scene. Several hundred scouts were crowded here, offering advice and encouragement to their imprisoned fellow. Watch out for that scout-eating big fellow in the corner. He's got a hungry eye on you, an orange-neckerchiefed Queen's patrol leader suggested. Say, big boy, you certainly look at home there. Have a peanut, was the bright offering of about a dozen. A passage opened when the scouts around the cage caught sight of the gray uniform of the park guard. Big Al stalked through. Angelo importantly brought up the rear. When the two came to the side of the cage, Angelo called out, There he is, officer. Arrest him for unlawful trespass. That's too serious a charge to make, Mr. Daly, said Big Al solemnly. Then further to impress the listening audience and the open-mouthed boy captive, the burly detective said, Do you wish to make a lesser charge against this violator? As seriously as a judge, Angelo replied in a loud voice, What is the lesser charge, officer? You can charge him with illegal entry. That doesn't carry a heavy jail sentence, officer, Angelo wanted to know. Never over 30 days. All right, officer, I'll make the illegal entry charge against this fellow. Come around back. The detective and the master of the monks walked through a deeply impressed double row of scouts to the rear of the cage. Here Angelo importantly produced his key and, unlocking the door, ordered, Here, you, come on out. This officer wants to take you with him. A very meek boy came through the open door. Big Al put his hand on the trembling shoulder. Then he asked seriously, What did you want to get into this cage for, bud? I was leaning close to the cage, and one of the bigger monkeys, that one there on the branch, sir, came springing over. Before I knew it, he reached through the bars and grabbed my handkerchief out of my breast pocket. It was my sister's best silk handkerchief, and she doesn't know that I have it. You are sure you were not teasing these animals? Angelo demanded. No, sir. The sir softened Angelo's heart immediately. Well, officer, I think this young man has been punished sufficiently. So, grandly, I withdraw the charge of illegal entry and recommend you let the prisoner go free. Thank you, sir, said the scout gratefully. But let me warn you, tenderfoot, Angelo said this with all the air of a venerable scout commissioner, never go into a monkey cage again unless there's an animal man, like me, along with you. You don't know what dangers you escape this time. Yes, sir. Now go and keep out of trouble in Killgloom Park. The scout was only too glad to rejoin his companions, and a triumphant Angelo, feeling completely vindicated in his position, resumed his watch over his monkeys. But it was the same story of eternal vigilance for most of the afternoon. Angelo had his charges give special performances, and he kept a strict eye on them that they did not eat too many of the peanuts unlawfully thrust through the bars. With the coming of the supper hour, the majority of the Boy Scouts left for Manhattan, Bronx, Richmond, Queens, and Brooklyn boroughs, and the sudden silence that descended on Killgloom Park told more eloquently than words the noises that had ruled the afternoon. At length, Angelo Daly thought it was safe to leave the jungle scene, unguarded, and get some supper. Come on, buddy, you and I eat. That is, he amended frankly, you watch me eat, you little pig, for if you put another atom inside your tight little hide, there will be an explosion. Honest, if I had eaten all the peanuts you did this day, I'd be sick as a dog. And look at you, as lively as a sparrow. Come on, you 10-gallon container. Come on and watch a hungry man eat. But he was more than willing, so he chattered his teeth and leaped to the boy's right shoulder, where, holding on for dear life to Angelo's ear, he balanced himself to his master's somewhat erratic scout pace. The two had come under the chute's incline and out onto the walk that circles the west of the lake. The water was almost mill-like, as few passengers were shooting the chutes at this slack supper hour. Angelo had almost breasted the towering diving tower used in some of the outdoor free acts, when he saw a shoot boat moving out from the side of the lake where it was moored with extra boats. A blue neckerchief scout was paddling vigorously towards a floating scout hat, all unconscious that he was sending himself into the path of any descending shoot boat. Angelo gave one horrified look up the incline. Then a shout of warning was easily audible through the greater area of Killgloom Park. The cradle was being tipped, and a shoot boat, loaded with 5 passengers, was just beginning to slide down the waterway. Angelo put his fingers to his mouth and whistled. At the piercing sound, the boy turned. Excitedly, Angelo pointed up the chute incline. He shouted, "Dive overboard and swim this way! Do you hear?" The boy had stood up, and he seemed paralyzed by the sight of the descending chute boat, which now had gathered speed and was thundering down the water-splashed waterway. In a few seconds it would disappear under the bridge across the bottom of the chutes, and then reappear bounding at destroyer speed directly at the floating obstacle. Others, attracted by Angelo's shouts and whistles, had come running to the edge of the lake, and were looking helplessly at the impending tragedy. The khaki-clad boy still stood there undecided when the chute boat disappeared under the bridge. The next second Angelo shouted, "Lie down! Lie down! Low bridge! Low bridge! I tell you, low bridge!" This order seemed to penetrate into the brain of the frightened boy. As the chute boat reappeared and came bounding directly at him, the khaki-clad boy ducked low in between the seats of his boat. A moment later, the bows of the chute boat came up, bounded neatly as a porpoise over the guard of the drifting boat, and its momentum carried it over the crouching boy. Next second, the stern cleared the other guard, and at considerably reduced speed, the chute boat sped toward the landing stage. Angelo parked Buddy on the rail with hurried orders to stay parked or get spanked, crawled down the outside of the rail, and dropped into the shallow waters of the lake. Wading and swimming, he approached the floating boat. A white-faced boy with blood on his forehead was just rising from his crouching position as Angelo's hand caught the boat's guard. Angelo pulled himself on board and picked up the steering oar. Then he received another shock. This boy was the Manhattan scout who had been locked up in the jungle scene earlier in the afternoon. "For heaven's sakes! It's you, is it?" Angelo's disgust was evident in his tone. "I might have known it." Still the boy in khaki was held speechless by his recent accident. Angelo dug his oar into the water and swung the boat's bows towards the landing stage. He saw Captain Daly running down from the exit gates. The 5 chute boat passengers who had unwittingly played leapfrog over this boat were disembarked and standing in an excited group on the stage awaiting Angelo's landing. The landing men grabbed the guard of the truant boat with their boat hooks and yanked it in. They lifted out the bleeding scout and laid him down. Captain Daly called to a landing man, "Here, Joachim, take this lad up to the office. Go along with him, Angelo." As the two departed, Angelo heard the manager of Killgloom Park speaking into the phone that connected with the top of the chutes. Angelo held it to listen. "Jim, that you? Send that lookout dreamer who tipped the cradle, without looking down, to the offices to get his time." The captain listened, then replied, "You did already? Good." Angelo hastened to overtake Joachim, who had the scout in his arms. A small crowd, momentarily growing larger, trailed the landing stage man and his burden. At the foot of the lake, Angelo remembered his buddy, parked by the opposite rail. He called shrilly, and the delighted small monkey, who was chattering angrily at several inquisitive boys, came bounding around the lakeside to rejoin his master. Back to the offices, Angelo learned with relief that Doc Morin had made an examination and reported the scout was suffering from a slight scalp wound only. "If that's the case, Cap, you better set that scout trouble outside the gates as soon as possible." "Why?" Angelo told of the previous invasion of the monkey cage. Captain turned to the boy with the bandaged head. "I guess you have had enough excitement for one day, son. Go with this park boy to the gate." Meekly the scout let Angelo lead him to the main entrance and push him through a brass-railed exit lane. "You better get out and keep out, scout trouble. Anybody who would go into a monkey cage and float out in front of a chute boat, all in the same afternoon, is not safe to have loose in Killgloom Park. Go home." "Yes, sir." The boy departed down Surf Avenue. Angelo Daily breathed a sigh of relief. "Now for supper and plenty of it. Hey, Buddy?" Buddy, despite an afternoon's supply of peanuts, was more than willing. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 11 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 11. Low Bridge. Claude Hazard was just about to yell the familiar "Aum" as we approached the scene entitled Caesar Landing in Britain, when he changed his tactics. It would be better to creep up and surprise whoever was there ahead of him this Monday morning. So, dropping on all fours as he came out the trapdoor from the swimming pool building, he crawled in approved Red Indian style across the warm, yielding sands. When he came to the edge of canvas, he peeked through a rip, and then the surprise was all on his part. There, in the secret den of the tearing tigers of Killgloom Park, was a sandy-haired boy. What was more horrible, this stranger was busily engaged in eating the hot dogs that Angelo Daily had catched there to be used after the morning swim. Claude's first impulse was to yell out. Then he checked that idea violently. No, he would get Big Al Dundee and have this thief arrested. Claude was backing away to carry out this plan, when he suddenly had a better idea. Arrest nothing. Get Angelo and G.T. and let the tearing tigers themselves attend to this robber. Anyway, it was just as well Big Al did not know about the den. You never can tell about detectives. You might want to hide out here yourself sometime. Putting this more prudent plan into execution, Claude softly crept back to the opening in the canvas. This time even the keen ears of Red Indians would not have detected his withdrawal. Halfway back to the trapdoor, Claude had another idea. He retraced his way on hands and knees till he could look into the den again. The strange, sandy-haired boy had finished the tearing tigers after swim bite, and he was running across the sands of the scene. Claude watched him lift a loose piece of tin rock scenery and crawl under it. When Claude Hazard was satisfied that he knew the hiding place of this thieving stranger, he crept silently into the den till he came to the loose board under which, in a tin box, he and Angelo kept their cap pistols. Taking out both pistols and an ample supply of caps, Claude heard a distant "Aum" coming from the direction of the bathing houses. It was repeated. By custom, any tearing tiger in the den should reply. But Claude stationed himself where he could be seen as soon as Angelo appeared at the trapdoor. When Angelo Daily straightened up, he was surprised to see Claude making frantic signals for silence. None of the flaxen wigged figures of the ancient Britons overhead on the ledge were stiller than Angelo Daily as he came forward with Buddy riding precariously on his shoulder and the black-furred ferocity at his heels. "What's the matter?" His lips formed the words. Claude hastily told him. Angelo looked at the eloquent empty place where he had catched the hot dogs. There was not the slightest doubt but that they had been taken. "And I put 2 hunks of chocolate cake there, too. If those boxing triplets did that, out of the club they go. No, it was not the Lees, but a sandy-haired strange boy, and I know where he is hiding out right now. How big is he? You and I can lick him. Then let's start." Angelo looked around for anything club-shaped. Claude stayed his search. "He doesn't know these are fake." Claude produced the 2 pistols. "We'll hold him up and tie him up and let G.T. deal with him." "Okay." "He's lying hidden right across the set under that loose tin rock. See the one about 10 feet this side of the opening in the old mill?" Angelo nodded and reached out a hand for one of the cap pistols. He directed, "You wait here till you see me come out of the old mill over his head. Then we'll both jump him. Here, take this rope to tie him up." To Buddy, "You stay put here till I come back, or Papa will spank and spank hard." The threat was sufficient, and Buddy sprang to the ledge with the ancient Britons. Angelo ran back and disappeared through the trapdoor. Several minutes later, Claude saw him beckoning from the opening in the old mill. Claude, with his drawn automatic in his right hand, raced across the sand of the set. Angelo leaped down, and the boy stood over the loose tin. Not a sound came from the other side of it. Angelo kicked the tin and warned, "Say, boy, we have you covered. Come on out." There was a startled sound from the hiding place, and then a frightened voice begged, "Please don't shoot. I'm coming." "The sooner the safer you'll be," warned Angelo in a deep tone. The tin lifted and a sandy head appeared. Then a dirty face looked up into the mouths of 2 businesslike-looking automatics. "Please don't shoot." Hands up!" In Angelo's voice was a grim warning that brought prompt obedience. The sandy-haired boy was about Angelo's and Claude's age. He was dressed in a soiled khaki shirt and more soiled knickers. The two Coney Islanders wasted little time in grabbing him, and while Claude held his gun directed at the boy's stomach, Angelo stepped forward, and in a few seconds he had the boy's hands tied securely behind his back. Then he prodded him forward with his automatic across the sands toward the den. "Now, son," began Angelo in Big Al's best, third-degree manner with the prisoner, "suppose you tell us what you were doing here." The strange boy held a sullen silence. "What did you steal our hot dogs for? I saw you taking them," Claude put in. "You would have done the same if you had been as hungry as I am." "When did you eat last?" Angelo wanted to know. "Not since yesterday morning." At this news, Angelo's eyes clouded with sympathy. "Well, I don't blame you a bit for taking our eats. I'd have done the same, only sooner," he admitted. The strange boy sensed that he had an appreciative audience of at least one, and began to speak. "I've been hiding here since day before yesterday." "Here in Killgloom Park?" This from Claude. "Here in the park," replied the boy. "Where?" Angelo demanded. "I bought a ticket for the old mill last Saturday, and riding around in the boat, I saw this scene, and it looked like a good place to hide out, so I jumped out of the boat, and when I came around that canvas wall, I saw your den. Then you two came in. Remember, it was about 6 Saturday. I just got under the canvas in time." "Remember we did. Claude and I remember now that I thought at the time there was something queer about the den." Angelo had a sudden thought. "Where did you eat?" "I didn't," confessed the boy. "When it got dark, I came back to your lean-to, and it was warm, so I slept there all night. In the morning, I was so hungry that I could hardly wait till the old mill boats were running. When they started up, I dropped into one and came out the exit. Then I bought some sandwiches and hot dogs and chocolate." "You must have had some money. Where did you get it?" Angelo wanted to know. "I took it out of my bank at home." The sandy-haired boy saw the suspicious look in Angelo's eye and added belligerently, "No, I didn't steal it." "We'll skip that. What then?" "I nosed around this scene, and I found that dandy hiding place over there where you found me. Whenever I heard one of you park boys coming to your den, I hid there." "It was a good thing this weather was warm and not rainy," Angelo declared. "But what I want to know is why all this secret camping out in this set of the old mill?" The strange boy looked at Angelo and Claude. Then he whispered, "I gotta tell somebody, and you two seem pretty decent. I killed a boyfriend." Angelo and Claude sprang away as though the speaker was a poisoned snake. "What? What?" "All right, go and tell the police. They'll get me anyway, and it might as well be now." Angelo beckoned to the bench in the lean-to. "Come on over here and tell us the whole story. Maybe we'll help you. How about it, Claude?" "Sure." The desire to unburden his secret proved too strong. The strange boy sat between the two park boys and said, "I'm Art Meggs, and last Saturday morning I was in the apartments of my chum, Packy Linehan. His dad is the detective, and Packy was showing me his dad's revolver. I took it, and the next second it went off bang, and Packy collapsed like a sack on the floor. I heard his mother scream and come running from the next door down the hallway. I dropped the revolver and screwed it out the back door and down the stairs and ran all the way to my apartments on 82nd Street, Manhattan. Nobody was home, and I knew the police would come and get me for murder. So I took all the money in my bank. There must have been $4. Packy and I had been doing Killgloom the Saturday before, and I thought of the old mill as a good place to hide out in. So I took the Sea Beach Express and came right to the island. I've been here ever since," Art Meggs concluded abruptly. "Well, wait a minute. You say you killed a boy, and it seems to me you didn't wait to see if you did or not. Maybe that bullet went into the wall, and this Packy just dropped from fright or fainted or something like that." "He was dead," declared Art earnestly. "I saw him, and the stain was spreading from him." "Stain nothing," objected Angelo. "That may have come from a scalp wound." "You two keep quiet while I think out what we should do." Claude did not need any urging to silence, for he had moved to the edge of the bench and sat there watching with large eyes the self-confessed boy murderer. Angelo thought hastily about getting Big Al. No, he would take this Art to 8th Street Station. Captain, then. No, Cap is too busy to be bothered. Chubby. No, he go to Big Al. Which Crag? GT. Yes, he's the chap. Angelo slapped his knee in approval. I have it. I'll get my big brother. GT will know what is the right thing to do. In the meantime, Claude and I'll scout around and get you something decent to eat and drink. You stay right here till we get back. Art Maggs had not the slightest intention of leaving his hiding place. When Angelo and Claude were in the long corridor with the bathhouses either side, Claude asked, Say, he's a murderer. Shouldn't we go to the police? Police nothing. Just wait and see if he really killed that boyfriend. I think he was too nervous to shoot straight. What we will do is to get some food from Katie, our cook, and keep this Art from starving. Imagine living on sandwiches and hot dogs and chocolate and old mill water for 3 days. And having to play low bridge all the time, put in Claude. The two found GT, Wish, and Chubby on Killgloom Boulevard before the naval show. They were about to take toy destroyers on a cruise, and they did not want to be bothered. But Angelo whispered to GT, and at once he called off his part in the proposed cruise. Sure, I'll help him, the poor kid, commiserated GT Daily. Wait till I tell Chub and Wish that I can't come this morning. GT came back to where the two boys were waiting in less than 3 minutes. I didn't tell them about our guest in the den. The less know it at present, the better. You go back to this Art, and I'll be over with what food I can get out of Katie or the Frigidaire. GT crossed the Park Boulevard and disappeared up the stairs that led to the Dailies' private apartments. He must have had a winning way with the family cook, for almost as soon as Angelo and Claude got back to the den and the old mill scene, GT appeared. He had a napkin full of fruit and generous ham sandwiches and the thermos bottle of cool milk. Art Maggs began eating while the introductions were going on. GT asked, What is the phone number of your dead friend, Packy Linehan? Art gave it. Listen, they won't know who I am, so I'll get his folks on the phone and see how things are. If you need any more food, Maggs, Angelo here will get it from our cook. He has a better connection in our kitchen than I have. Angelo grinned and did not deny his influence in that quarter. GT went back to his dad's private office. Captain Daly was not there, so GT dialed the number Art Maggs had given him. When a voice replied, he asked, Butterfield 65260? Yes. May I speak with Packy Linehan? You are, came the response. That ends the murder theory, thought GT. So far, so good. Then he said, Now, listen, Packy, you don't know me, but I happen to be a friend of yours. Yes, who? Art Maggs. Art Maggs? Where is he? His folks are about crazy, and the police are looking for him. Just at present, he is eating the best meal he has had in 3 days. He still thinks that shot killed you. No, it didn't. Only a scalp wound that stunned me. I'm as good as ever. Where is he? Well, he won't believe that you are not a ghost till he sees you, and you give him a couple of healthy punches. I'll do that gladly. Where is he? I have him secure. Listen carefully. Say nothing to his folks just yet, but come down to Coney Island on the next Sea Beach Express. Do you know where Killgloom Park is? Like every boy in Greater New York. Then come to the executive offices. They are to the left at the upper end of Killgloom Boulevard, just next to the Mountains of the Moon coaster. I know where they are. Ask for Georgie Daly. That's my name. Are you a son of Captain Daly? Half of all the sons he's got. All right, Georgie Daly, I'll be right down. You hold Art Maggs till I get there, and then give me 3 seconds to prove that he did not kill me, and he'll believe me all right, all right. We'll hold Art, don't you fear. Bye. GT hung up, grinning broadly. Angelo Daly met GT in the middle of the court of Killgloom. He was trotting importantly to the family private apartments. Buddy rode on his shoulders, and Ferocity stepped in his master's shadow. What's the trouble now? Asked GT. That Maggs boy is still hungry, and I am going back to Katie for more eats. If you have any trouble with her, just hunt me up. I was phoning to Maggs' dead chum, and that corpse is on his way down to the island. Angela brightened. This promises to be good. I want to have a grandstand seat when those two meet. Well, you get him more food, and then hold him in the den till Packy Linehan comes. I'll call you, surely. Come on, Ferocity. Maybe there will be a tidbit for you, though where you'll put it after the fish breakfast I saw you eat an hour ago, I don't know. Buddy, you let go of my ear, or Papa will spank." The trio departed, and GT stayed in the executive offices, counting loose silver during the next hour and a half. His vigil was rewarded when he heard a boy about his own age inquiring at the window for Georgie Daly. "Here he is. Are you Packy Linehan?" "Guilty." GT ducked around the door and shook hands with the boy. "Where's Art?" was Packy's first question. "He's where he has spent the past 3 days. That is, in the old mill scene called Caesar Landing in Britain. We Park boys have a den there, and this morning my younger brother and his chum happened to discover Art. They covered him with their toy pistols, and then tied him up. Later they loosened and fed him. Come on, and you'll prove to him what a poor shot he is." "I'm mighty glad to do that. I was to blame ever letting Art fool with Dad's service revolver. It's taught me a lesson. Captain, my father, keeps a gun in his desk up there." GT pointed to the upper windows of the executive offices, "and his first order to this office boy of his was to keep 3 nautical miles away from that gun at all times. I'd get my discharge if I looked at that gun." The two had come to the entrance to the old mill. GT spied Angelo, and he called him over. "How's your prisoner?" "After he ate, he fell asleep. I guess he didn't sleep much last night." "Good. Come on," commanded GT, stepping into an empty millboat. The other two stumbled in. GT pushed the boat off into the mill wheel current. At once they were in darkness, more intense after coming in from the blinding sunshine. They glided by dimly lit set after set. When passing the Inferno set, GT related the recent escapade of the missing ape, Jack Dempsey. "Gosh, what doesn't get lost in this old mill?" exclaimed Angelo. They began to call to some of his personal friends as they bumped by the jungle scene. "What are they saying, Angelo?" asked Packy delightedly. "Oh, they want more food, as usual, but they won't get a bite till tomorrow morning. No monkeys in this amusement park ever die of starvation," put in Angelo. "But it is always a wonder to me why the whole shooting match do not die of, what do you call that when a fellow eats too much, GT? Not gluttony. Acute something. Acute indigestion. That's it. None of them will ever die of that." Again the boat was in a long, winding, dark tunnel. Then light began to strengthen ahead, and they were abreast of the Caesar Landing in Britain set. GT held the boat while the other two boys scrambled out. "Go ahead and see how the land lies, Angelo." Angelo tiptoed across the sands and peeked around the end of the artificial cliff. He came running back. "Stretched out, dead to the world." "Good. You let me waken him," begged Packy Linehan. He crossed the scene in the lead and then disappeared into the den. The two Dalys heard a scream, and the next moment Art Meggs came dashing into GT's arms. He grabbed the frightened boy. "I've seen a ghost." "Ghost nothing," shouted Angelo. "You're a poor shot. You missed him, that's all." "Well, turn around and you'll see him again." GT twisted Art, and he was gazing at the boy he thought he had murdered. Packy picked up a piece of gray sacking and draped it about his shoulders. Now he advanced with his right index finger pointed accusingly at Art. But Art Meggs was wide awake now, and the sight of his pal's white sport shoes and the broad grin that was spreading ever further across his features reassured him. "Packy, you're not dead." Art struggled out of GT's embrace and hurled himself on Packy Linehan. The two went down in a wild tussle of sheer delight. "Now when you would-be murderer and victim get through ruining each other," said GT, "my advice for you is to take the next Sea Beach Express back to Manhattan and report to Art's parents. Then they will be able to take part in the grand old family reunion." Packy struggled up and, shaking the sand from his clothing, was about to speak, when Angelo shooed all the boys behind the cliff. "Out of sight! Here come some passengers in an old millboat." The boys vanished into the den. Packy said, "What you just said, George Daly, is a sensible thing to do. The Missing Persons Bureau have a general alarm out for this poor shot, and it will be better for his father to go with him to our precinct station. Come on home, Art." But at the main entrance better luck awaited the two Manhattan boys. Packy sighted his Uncle Phil's car passing on Surf Avenue. Uncle Phil pulled into the curb at the wild shouts, and learning the state of the affair, insisted on taking the boys direct to Art's home. GT and Angelo waved the reunited chums good-bye and invited them to come back another day. "I wonder," remarked Angelo doubtfully, "if that art is in for a banquet or a licking." "Very likely both," GT observed prophetically. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 12 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 12. Valaquita's Pussies. "I tell you, it's a mighty funny feeling," declared Angelo Daily to his current companions, Chubby Kramer and Vernon Shee. "What's funny now?" Chubby wanted to know. "Holding a pussy cat in your arms that is not a pussy cat." "Talk United States, Angelo." "He means Chub," interposed Vernon Shee. "Holding that tiger cub of mother's." "That's just it," Angelo insisted. "When you have that soft little creature in your hands and you close your eyes, you'd think it was only a kitten. But then when you look down, it's a perfect picture of a portable tiger, and I never feel safe unless there is a whole row of iron bars between me and that Princeton-colored beast. All the time Valaquita let me hold it, I was watching its claws, and if it began to start just a teeny aoom, I'd have dropped it as if it was on fire." "Well, Angelo," declared Chubby, stretching out along the park bench the three occupied at the moment, "I'd much sooner hold that tiger baby in my lap than your pal Ferocity. That stick of black dynamite is liable to go off without warning at any moment. And can't he scratch? Look here where he carved his initials in the back of my hand last week." "That must have been the time you tried to take the hunk of fish away from him," Angelo defended his pet. "Take nothing away. I've too much sense to attempt it. I'd sooner wrestle with one of your mother's big cats, Vernon, than try and take away anything from Ferocity. Here he comes now. Look at that walk on him. Doesn't he look as though he owned this amusement park and most of the island?" The big park tomcat came up leisurely and began rubbing against Angelo's ankle. Chubby got up suddenly. "Come on, you've given me an idea, Angelo." "Is that possible?" asked Angelo, jumping out of harm's way. "I've never held a real tiger cub in my arms, and I'm going to ask Valaquita to let me cuddle that yellow and black baby of hers. You fellows coming to see me do my tiger act?" "Nothing else to do," Angelo declared. "Come on, Vernon. Maybe the cub will be hungry, and I want to be in at Chubby's finish." The three park boys walked languidly up the walk between the Chute Lake and the Ballroom Beautiful. Before the animal world was Clivey, one of the ballyhoo elephants, swaying at his chain. The boys gave him a wide berth, for this was the spot where Bad Dennis had killed Pat, the animal man, last season. Within the animal world they passed through the menagerie and stopped at the inn nearest to the rings, where the animal acts were performed daily before the thousands in the tiered rows. Here Madame Valaquita, still wearing the much-clawed leathern jacket that she wore in the steel cage when she wrestled with one of her tigers, was conversing with her husband. "Ma," Vernon broke in, "Chubby here wants to hold a tiger cub. May he?" Valaquita looked around and smiled at Angelo and Chubby. "Why, certainly." The animal trainer went to the wagon cage, where two tiny tigers were sleeping alongside their mother, and unlocking the door reached in and called, "Come, honey, come running." The tigress, Venus, lifted her great head and sleepily blinked at her mistress. Both little ones got to their feet, and kitten-like waddled over to the partly opened door. Valaquita took one up as she might a small cat, and snapped the lock. Very gingerly, Chubby Kramer received the woolly cub and held it to his breast. "You're dead right, Angelo. It is a mighty funny feeling, holding this wild animal in your bosom. Just the same feeling I had when I had to carry a stick of dynamite once. The only difference is, if you squeeze tight to the dynamite stick, nothing will happen, but if you attempt to squeeze this young beast, it'll go off, and don't you forget it." It almost went off the next second, for Madame Valaquita screamed, and the boys jumped. With great presence of mind, Chubby hastily pushed the cub into Angelo's hands and looked up. There was the lady, who wrestled a number of times daily with a tiger, standing on a stool and pointing at a tiny mouse that had inadvertently poked his nose out of a hole in the wall. "Vernon, Chubby, Angelo, drive it away," Valaquita pleaded. "I can't stand mice. Vernon, son, throw something at it." Angelo whistled for Ferocity, and when the big tomcat came bounding from the far end of the menagerie, he pointed at the hole down which the frightened mouse had scampered, and encouraged, "Rats, rats, go get him, Ferocity." The park tom needed no further encouragement, and he lay low, tail whisking in approved tiger fashion, and waited to spring on the mouse if it foolishly attempted to come out again. Valakita sat down limply. "Gee, Ma," Vernon exclaimed, "a teeny one of those things would not hurt you. You're like the elephants." "Yes, I know I'm like the elephants, son, and like the bulls I'll remain till I die. Mrs. She," Chubby had gingerly taken back the tiger cub from Angelo's hands, "please take this thing. I feel the same way with it as you do at the sight of mice. I've had all the thrill I want this morning. Thank you very much." Valakita, or Mrs. She, took back the cub and, hugging it affectionately, lifted the baby animal and gave it a kiss. That was too much for Angelo. He burst out, "Before I do that, ma'am, I'd beg for poison. That's what the snake charmer did with one of her long snakes when I was watching her in the sideshows the other afternoon, and, ow! She held out that length of fire hose for me to do likewise. No siree. Oh, I know my pussies, and they know me." Again Valakita kissed the cub on the mouth, and unlocking the cage, deposited it carefully on the floor. It waddled across to lazy Venus's side and lay down to resume its interrupted snooze. "That Mrs. Valakita She is a very funny lady," was Angelo's verdict as he went out of the Animal World building with Chubby Kramer. "And to think she would almost go into hysterics at the sight of a mouse no bigger than your brain, Chubby, and then play with tigers the way I would with Buddy." During the middle of the same Saturday afternoon, Angelo was so deep in his opinion of Valakita, the only lady in the world who wrestles with tigers, as her banner across the whole side of the Animal World entrance modestly proclaimed. The boy had entered the Animal World as a short cut to his jungle scene cage. He wanted to take Buddy out of the big cage. As he walked through the menagerie, he heard the brass band begin to play Victor Herbert's "The Wizard of the Nile," that was used with Valakita's wrestling act. Angelo halted his steps at the arena. Maybe 500 patrons were seated there in the tiered seats, breathlessly watching the iron exhibition cage in which Valakita, wearing the shiny black leather jacket, was wrestling with Sultan. Angelo stopped. This act always held a thrill for him. There on the floor in the middle of the cage were the lady and the tiger, about to engage in a friendly wrestling match. Angelo recognized the boss elephant man, seated 3 rows down, and silently he slipped into the vacant seat alongside him. "Hello, Bill," he whispered. Then he saw the elephant man was watching the big cage intently. "What's wrong?" "That old beast Sultan is not acting right. The little lady is taking a big chance going on with her act," whispered the elephant man. "If I were her husband, and I didn't want to be a widower just yet, I'd keep her out." Angelo saw Mr. She in his green and gold frogged uniform standing beside the exit door of the great steel cage. Within, Valakita had risen to her feet and was advancing towards the center of the cage, while Sultan, like a sulky, overgrown cat, refused to come down and wrestle any more. It was very still in the arena, and Valakita's clear, "Come, Sultan, come, sir," carried distinctly to where Angelo sat. Valakita advanced a step nearer, and Angelo leaped in fright as a hand was laid on his shoulder. He whirled around, and there was Vernon She. "I thought you were one of your mother's pets," exclaimed Angelo in relief. "I wish Ma was out of that cage. That Sultan had been ugly all afternoon. Pa wanted Ma to cut the wrestling act, but she won't. You know Ma, she won't." An "Ioom!" that was very natural rolled up from the steel cage. "He's not acting right, that old Sultan," declared Vernon. Angelo dragged him into the next seat. "Well, sit here and pray nothing happens. I am going to." Angelo slipped his hand into his pants pocket and withdrew his rosary. His lips began to move. That something was going wrong with the routine in the great circular exhibition cage was evident now. A group of animal men had come from the transfer cage and stood by the exit door. Mr. She's hand had slipped into his side pocket. "That's where Pa carries his gun, but he won't use it unless he has to," whispered Vernon excitedly. "Tigers cost too much real money." The animal men had taken up iron bars. Again the slim figure of Valakita advanced a step, and big Sultan crouched. "Look out, lady! He's preparing to spring!" someone yelled from the top tier of the arena seats. Valakita stopped and faced the sulky beast. She was about to crack her whip when the tiger crouched lower. Just the way Ferocity had at the mouse hole in the morning, swiftly thought Angelo. Another roar filled the arena. Ayoom! This time it held a distinct threat. A woman in the audience screamed. That's not the way Sultan roars when he's making believe, said Vernon, half rising from his seat in his worry. I wish to goodness your ma was out of that cage, Angela voiced his ardent desire of the moment. You don't wish it any more than I do, breathed Vernon heartily. Oh! Vernon and Angela exclaimed at the same time. Sultan had leaped to the floor above the cage, and now he was crouching low by the side of the bars. That's wrong! That's wrong! That's not in his routine! Vernon's she was almost crying. Now he should be standing erect, and Ma goes over and throws him on his side. If your Ma is wise as she is game, she'll get out of that cage at once, said the Elephant Man Bill. She's not going to wrestle with her playmate again this afternoon. But Valakita continued to face the sulky tiger and ordered him to come forward. She cracked her whip. The big beast stayed by the bars of the cage. The animal lady stepped toward the tiger and flicked him with her whip. Ayoom! Valakita was swaying the whip before her, and Sultan was roaring and sulking. That little lady better back towards the door and be quick about it, said Bill, rising. The animal men were coming around the outside of the steel cage with bars, and Angela saw Mr. She with his hand on the lock of the exit door. Her husband called something to Valakita, and she nodded her head. Ma's going to cut her act, whispered Vernon, in evident relief. That's wise. Calmly, Valakita took a step that brought her to the exact middle of the cage, and she ordered Sultan back to his perch. He stayed in his crouch. Animal attendants had opened the door of the small transfer cage, and Valakita was just about to drive the tiger in when her foot slipped, and next instant the lady was down on one knee. Sultan came out of his crouch and began a deadly advance on his trainer. Quickly, Valakita got to her feet and started to back slowly towards the gate. Sultan advanced, his long tail twitching ominously. The animal woman flicked him on the shoulder, and like lightning his great paw shot out and caught her whip hand. The whip fell to the floor. A crimson stain sprang into sight on the back of Valakita's right hand. Oh! Cried Vernon, and started to run down the aisle. But Bill, the boss elephant man, caught Vernon's sleeve. Stay here, sonny. You'd be no use, and only would distract your ma. She needs all her wits about her now. Valakita did not attempt to stoop and pick up the whip, but slowly she stepped back towards the exit door. Sultan followed her step for step. Angelo saw Mr. She's hand come out of his pocket, and a revolver was in it. Animal men thrust bars through the sides of the cage, and Valakita stopped with her back to the door. Mr. She stretched his hand under his wife's arm and fired 2 blanks in the face of the advancing Sultan. The smoke and the noise frightened the oncoming tiger, and he turned and sprang for his perch. As he did so, Valakita slipped out the door. The shots had hardly time to echo in the arena when screams from the women and children in the audience burst forth. Some of the more nervous patrons began to rise from their seats. Sit down, boomed the voice of Bill. It's all over. Sit down and enjoy the rest of this show. Animal men had come around the side of the steel exhibition cage and prodded the unwilling Sultan from his perch. He leaped down, stopped to growl at the whip, and then, in 2 bounds, was across the floor and diving into his transfer cage. The door was dropped, and the band began to play Sousa's Stars and Stripes Forever. Well, said Angelo, wiping his forehead, I'm mighty glad the only animals my mother wrestles with is that new batch of Mrs. Ferocity's kittens. Or, maybe, Buddy when he gets too fresh. Come on, Vernon cried in alarm. I want to see how much of a scratch Ma's got this time. We'll go along, volunteered Angelo. Come on, Chub. I need fresh air and plenty of it, Chubby objected. Just suppose that Sultan had decided to get sulky when he was wrestling with Valakita. Don't. Angela made a wry face. I got a vivid imagination. Vernon and Angela found Valakita on the way to her dressing room. She saw the woebegone expressions on the face of her son and his chums. It's nothing. My big pussy would not have hurt me. He had a bad tooth, and out it comes as soon as I can get the veterinary here in the morning. Vernon asked, Let me see what he did to your hand, Ma. Nothing, son. She hid her hand in the bosom of the leathern jacket. Run along now and don't bother Mother. I must dress this and then go and make up with my big sulky baby. I think I'll use Grace in the wrestling act for the next performance. She's an awkward understudy, but she will have to substitute for my big baby, who has a toothache. The tooth must have been paining him more than I suspected." Angelo was silent, listening to Valakita's words. He walked off with Vernon in the direction of the jungle scene. "And that's the scary lady who jumped on a stool this morning when she saw a teeny 2-inch mouse come out of a hole. Believe me, Vernon, there are some things I don't understand, and your mother is one of them. Oh, Ma thinks those tigers are just pussy cats, and she treats them the way your Ma does ferocity. Don't you believe that. My mother is more afraid of that black tomcat than your Ma is of that long, sneaky sultan." But under his breath, Angelo Daily repeated his observation of the morning. "That Mrs. Valakita she is a very funny lady." End of Chapter 12. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 13 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 13. His Luckiest Bump. It was Tuesday evening, and Wish Craig's visit to Killgloom Park was drawing to its unwelcome close. In the morning he had to take the express for Washington, and Wish had not the slightest desire of seeing his native city so soon. He had already lengthened his visit from 2 to 7 weeks, and his Aunt Polly's orders were imperative. It was Angelo Daily who suggested that he would go with Wish and see the fireworks off the boardwalk. "I haven't seen them all season," explained Angelo. "That's the worst of living on Coney Island. You never have time to see anything." "Neither have I. Come on, it's almost dark," G.T. put in. "Cap won't need me any more tonight." "Come on, Wish. All 3 of us will go. The boardwalk will have a cool breeze this hot night. Then it will be the only place on the island where I want to sleep. Gosh, G.T., it has been hot all day." "I have a better idea, fellows," G.T. brightened. "We'll see the fireworks and then pay a visit to Steeplechase." It was agreeable to all 3, and the boys drifted down to the main entrance. Here under the electric light-studded glare they found Captain Daly. Gladly he gave the boys permission to go. "Be back by 1 a.m." was the one command of Captain Daly. The trio cut across Surf Avenue and took the nearest street to the boardwalk. Wish observed, "Do you know what, G.T.? Since I have been at Coney, I have noticed one thing." "What's that?" "The Coney Island parents have their own custom for putting their children to bed. It seems to me down here at Coney, the unwritten law is that babies in arms must be in bed by 11, children under 5 by midnight, and the rest any time before 3 a.m. G.T. laughed. "You are not far from the truth, especially in summertime." They had come up the ramp and were on the broad boardwalk, Coney's pride and boast. Its million or so of lights blazed yellowly. Way to the east, where the glare of Brighton Beach, and to the west, where the boardwalk bent, was the greater glare of Steeplechase Park. Off to the velvety south, Wish knew were the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. "Look there," G.T. pointed to the dark southern horizon. "If you watch close, you will see a flash. There it goes. Know what that is?" "No." "That's Sandy Hook." "Then," said Wish, "all the big boats from Europe or anywhere must pass before Coney on their way into New York Harbor." "Yes, sir. We are on the front doorstep of New York Harbor." Angelo put in, "I came up from Norfolk once, and we steamed in at night. Believe me, Coney Island looked good from that deck." "I don't doubt it." This from Wish Craig, who was watching the regular flash from the famous lighthouse miles to the south. "You know, fellows, that light reminds me of a friend down in Washington. His nose is sort of bent, like the boardwalk here, and his hair is sandy-colored, so the fellows call—" "I bet they call him Sandy Hook," exclaimed Angelo. "That's his nickname, and it's one of the best I ever heard given a fellow. Where are these free fireworks to be?" "Come along. They send them up from a barge anchored this side of the Steeplechase Pier. But the beauty of the boardwalk is that it bends, and about 500,000 people can have grandstand seats, or rather grandstand stands along the rails in the beach. There must be most of that 500,000 along the boardwalk tonight," said Wish in admiration. "I never knew there were so many people in the world till I came to Coney for a visit." "Oh!" Angelo waved his hand in a deprecating gesture. This crowd is fair, but I should not call it large for Coney Island. You should try to walk the boardwalk on a Sunday afternoon. Then you'd know what it was to swim against a strong current." "Well," put in GT, "let's swim against the current a bit and get nearer to the steeplechase pier. That's the best place to see the fireworks, and we can drop into the chase after the pinwheel exhibition is over." "There is just one thing troubling me now, GT," said Wish. "What's that?" "That I can't get my mind off the disagreeable fact that tomorrow I must take the old air-conditioned train back to Washington. I never knew Coney was so lovely till my hours are numbered here." "I wish Aunt Polly would decide to move to Coney and open a concession or something. Then you'd get used to it," asserted Angelo, pushing his way through the crowd. The other two followed. They stopped at a hot corn concession and attempted to purchase an earpiece. But the concessionaire was an old employee of Killgloom Park, and the boys' coins were refused. At work on these hot refreshments, they resumed their way along the bright lighted sea walk. When they came to the steeplechase pier, the three left the boardwalk and strolled out on the pier. The music and the murmur of the raucous shouts of the barkers and the murmurs of the multitudinous patrons of the nation's playground grew fainter. The cool lapping of the waves against the piers was audible and soothing. A delightful breeze struck their faces. The three sat on a pierhead and looked back toward Coney Island. "Oh!" This from Wish Crag. "Why, it's beautiful!" Indeed, the panorama of the half-moon that was Coney was a soothing sight. From Norton's Point to Manhattan Beach, the western and the eastern end of the famous island, the greatest arc of a circle met their gaze. Electric lights like fish life in the tropics blazed out and blended and reflected against the dark blue ceiling of the August evening sky. The towers and minarets of the many amusement buildings were outlined in blazing bulbs. Gigantic signs proclaimed their wares. One nearby sign in particular told the Atlantic Ocean that here was Steeplechase Park. The boys sat silent under the spell that this nightly transformation of Coney worked in their breasts. Even to the Dailies, used to a close-up of the island life, this was a rare sight. To Wish Crag, a stranger from the Southland, it was like a view of the main entrance into fairyland. Their silence was broken by the hiss of an ascending rocket. The bi-weekly grand firework display had begun. The boys raced back to the boardwalk to get a better view. For the next 45 minutes the trio watched the explosions and the colored fires against the great background of the Atlantic's night sky. Bombs crashed, rockets zoomed and flared, set pieces smoked and blazed forth. When Angelo was not voicing his whoopies of admiration, Wish and GT were uttering theirs. Then the last bomb skyrocket mushroomed out and raised the trailing yellow lace, and it was a velvety night sky they were gazing up at. This time it seemed blacker, and they noticed the stars. Regretfully, GT climbed down from his perch and called, "Come on, you stargazers, we have to be back by 1 a.m. "That's right," said Angelo maliciously. "Wish wants to get in his beauty sleep before he takes that Washington Express." Wish Crag made a dive for this small reminder of the morrow's unwelcome duty, and Angelo almost slipped off the boardwalk. But he recovered himself at the edge, dodged like a deer, and ran on ahead of the two older boys. At the boardwalk entrance to brilliantly illuminated Steeplechase Park, GT nodded to the ticket-taker, and to Wish's amazement passed his two companions through the turnstiles. "Gosh!" exclaimed Wish. "I can't get over the way you Dailies get everything on this island, rides and eats, free. If I went up to a strange ticket-taker and kept nodding at him, that's what I'd stay doing till he called a cop." "Oh, Tommy and I are old friends," GT explained. "He worked 2 seasons ago at Killgloom. Come on up to the offices while I get combination tickets for all of us." The 3 boys walked slowly through the Steeplechase Pavilion, by the flying turns, and the dance floor. In the center of the big enclosed building, they stopped for a moment. Mentally, GT and Angelo were estimating the size of the crowd milling around the attractions, and comparing them with the corresponding crowd of patrons in their dad's park. But Wish Crag was using his eyes as he did annually at Ringling Brothers' Barnum and Bailey Circus, where too many interesting sights were offered at the same time. The whirling couples on the dance floor, the elderly riders on the most magnificent golden and mirrored carousel he had ever seen, the undignified descent of old, middle-aged, and young patrons on the various slides, all these demanded his distracted attention. A roar from the crowd across the way sent the boys on a run in that direction. They wormed their way, as only boys can, through the packed humanity and came out where they could see all. Before them, seated in rows as in a theater, was an audience of hundreds. Their attention was on a stage. It represented a street before a sanatorium, as such would be represented in a current musical comedy. G.T. explained, "That stage is really the exit from the steeplechase horses. All the riders must cross it to get out. Watch the funny surprises that await them." He joined in the general laughter as several youthful patrons came into view, stepped on a trick floor that sank like an elevator. The patrons shrieked and grabbed for a lamppost. It proved to be a rubber. They recovered their balance, and a dwarf clown and a rube clown directed them to a passageway out. No sooner had they stepped on this floor than it began to wobble. More shrieks. Twin piles of barrels swayed threateningly over the luckless patrons' heads, and with shrieks they fled under the huge figure of an elephant to the safety of an exit. Angelo told Wish, "You watch that dwarf. See, he has that stick. Well, it has an electric charge in the end, and, see, he never misses a boy. Sometimes he lets the others go by, but he never misses a boy. I know the way to dodge him, though." "How?" asked Wish, laughing at the frantic efforts of more steeplechase riders to escape some of the surprises that lurked in all quarters of that stage exit. "I'll show you when we come from the horses," promised Angelo, grinning in anticipation. "Let's get some comps and be doing the attractions," G.T. called across to his brother, and Wish, "Back out of this crowd and I'll meet you outside." He backed, and so did the other two boys. "When there's a crowd in this amusement park, that is the most attractive spot. You notice over here in Steeplechase, the management makes the public amuse themselves. Over at Killgloom, most of the amusement devices do the amusing." "Which is the better plan?" Wish wanted to know. "I don't know. Both pay, and that's sufficient," declared G.T. When the boys came to the Steeplechase executive offices, one of the owners called out to him, "Hello, Killgloom Park. What are you doing over here in rival territory?" "Always looking for ideas, Mr. Tillieu, but just at present," G.T. grinned, "we'd like to put you back 3 combination tickets and enjoy ourselves." "The park is yours, G.T. Get them from Jimmy at the window." "Thanks." G.T. explained to Wish as they walked away, "There are 50 attractions on each ticket. The number of this ticket corresponds to the number of each attraction." "Which is the number of the lunch counter?" Wish grinned. "That's the next attraction I want to visit." "It is not there, or the chase would be bankrupt. I heard that Mr. Tillieu we were just talking to, telling Captain some time ago, that one afternoon an East Side lady with 7 kids came into the chase office and demanded the same information. She wanted a square meal apiece, as one of the 50 attractions for 50 cents. Well, she didn't get it, but here's the lunch counter. Squat, fellows." All sat on stools and ordered coffee and apple pie. Again the concessionaire would take no money from the Killgloom Park boys. Then they began a systematic tour of the park. They sat back to back on the roulette wheel and were whirled off into padded pockets. They boxed the many compasses on the soup bowl. The razzle-dazzle next demanded their attention, and they swayed and circled on that attraction. Still dizzy, they staggered over to the gorgeous carousel and hooked rings as they passed them. Wish missed the golden one that would have entitled him to another free ride. The dodgem was next sampled, where each rode in a small auto. The deliberate collisions proved to any watcher that all 3 should be deprived of an operator's license for life. Then the slides were in order, and one after another were slid. Bumping the bumps and hitting the pipe and the down and out were tried and found thrilling. Angelo led the way to the amusement device that gave its name to this big Coney Island park. The boys climbed to the starting platform, and each boarded his wooden horse that ran on a grooved track. At G.T.'s request, he knew the starter, the 3 had the horses to themselves for a special race. The mechanical horses were slid down the short track, and then, being caught by dogs, were carried up parallel inclines to the real starting point. Here released from the climbing chain, the horses started the almost half-mile-long steeplechase. Gravity drove the horses up and down, over water jumps and around curves. Angelo and G.T., more experienced steeplechasers, knew how to lean forward on the upgrade, and so gained inches on Wish. But the Washington boys soon caught the knack, and recovered lost ground at the next rise. So it was at the start of the home stretch along the entire eastern side of Steeplechase Park. The 3 horses and their excited jockeys raced neck and neck, and neck they dashed into the last 100 feet. Here GT and Angelo gained a yard by shifting their weight at just the right moment, and their 2 horses left Wish a fair third. GT, with his superior weight, managed to cause his horse to creep several inches ahead of Angelo's steed. So, breathless from shouting and shrieking, they finished in that order. Wish was not satisfied with the race, and demanded another try. Still disputing, the boys came down the ramp to the exit. All unsuspecting, Wish was maneuvered to come out on the stage between GT and his grinning younger brother. Wish would have started back when he saw the expectant audience, but a push from Angelo propelled him violently forward onto the floor that vibrated. While he was trying frantically to keep his balance, Wish saw the dwarf clown directly ahead. His baton was waving, and in a high, creaky voice he was ordering Wish to step lively. Wish was doing that untold. Then he felt a strong grip on his arm. He turned to see Angelo clinging to him. "Let go! Lean on yourself!" he expostulated as he vibrated and waddled from side to side. Suddenly, Angelo gave Wish a push that sent him almost into the arms of the dwarfish clown, and dodged beyond reach of the electric-charged stick. Alas, Wish was within range, and he jumped as the electric switch tapped him. "Ouch!" he yelled, and fled after the laughing GT and Angelo. The latter kept a prudent distance between himself and his guest, till he explained, "You asked me, Wish, to show you how to dodge that electric stick the dwarf carries, and I did. Now you'll know next time." "You'll know what an electric shock I carry here," threatened Wish Crag as he shook his fist at the small Coney Islander. But a truce was declared, and the 3 boys rode the steeplechase horses 5 times more, as guests of the management. The last race was the only one Wish won, and he promptly decided to rest on his laurels. "Come on, you Dailies, let's have one more try at a slide, and then it's back to Killgloom Park and you're caught," GT informed his guest. "You need your beauty sleep so as to be fresh to start up for Washington in the morning." "Oh, why did you bring that up?" moaned Wish. Together the boys turned towards the Bumps, the big, broad, steep slide that ended in a rimmed hardwood bowl. They climbed to the top, from which point they had a bird's-eye view of the interior of the immense steeplechase pavilion. Soon tiring of this light-studded vista of amusement seekers, the trio sat at the head of the slide. "Start together," challenged GT, "and I'll beat you both to the bottom." "Better than that, I'll give you a head start," shrilled Angelo, "and be out of the bowl before you, Wish." GT edged too far over and started to slide down the rolling incline. "Go!" commanded Angelo. Wish pushed off, and was sliding rapidly after GT. Bump, bump, bump. He rose and lifted over the curbed obstructions on the slide. Then Wish was veering rapidly around the circular chute at the bottom of the slide and dropping into the bowl. He missed GT by the fraction of an inch. Angelo had lost his balance, and so made the descent on his back, his arms and legs waving frantically like an upturned black beetle, as he tried in vain to right himself. Still on the broad of his back, Angelo took the curved turn and shot into the bowl. The next instant his right foot hit something. There was a muffled "ouch" of earnest pain from Wish Crag, and the 2 boys came to a stop at the bottom of the bowl in an interlocking puzzle of legs and arms. Angelo fell back, and Wish put his hand to his eyes. GT, who had grabbed the rope and was lifting himself out of the bowl, slid down and helped the damaged Wish to his feet. "What's the matter?" "That young brother of yours must have horseshoes on. At least, that's the way one of them felt when it hit me." Solicitously, Angelo pushed, and GT pulled Wish out of the bowl of the Bumps. Once more on the floor of the steeplechase pavilion, the Dailies examined Wish's injured eye. "Nothing missing," reported Angelo in a relieved voice. "But Wish, you are going to have one dream of a sunset around that left eye in the morning." "I'm afraid Angelo is right. Tough luck," commiserated GT. "Tough nothing," asserted Wish Crag. "Angelo has done me one real good turn." "How is that?" "Don't you see I will be in no shape to travel by train to Washington in the morning, and so I have a legitimate excuse for telegraphing my Aunt Polly and telling her I can't really come home yet. Aoom! Aoom!" Twin tiger yells greeted this undoubted fact. The boys wended their way along Surf Avenue back to Killgloom Park, and Wish's optic was all the time fulfilling the rosiest expectation of its owner and friends. Mother Daly gave it first aid, and Angela called into the room GT and Wish shared. "Say, you know something?" "No, what?" This from Wish, stretched comfortably out on his cot. "That bump the bump over the steeplechase was well named, for it gave Wish his luckiest bump. Night." And Angela fled just in time to miss Wish's pillow by less than a fraction of an inch. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 14 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 14 Ghost Money. Within the circus sideshows, Colonel Sewell, the inside lecturer, was just concluding his talk on the boxing triplets. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed with pleasure the bout between Washington and Roosevelt Lee. The other triplet, Lincoln, was the third man in the ring. That concludes our tour of the sideshows. If those who came in late will please step over to the platform of Princess Might, the next tour will start right away. I thank you." The inside lecturer stepped down from his stand, and the Saturday afternoon crowd drifted away from the roped ring. Lincoln Lee, in white shirts and white longs, his referee costume, swung himself down from the ring and grinned up into the face of a man who was saying, "Your brother's fight had more action than I've seen sometimes in Madison Square Garden." "Sure it did, sir," Lincoln told the man. "They were settling an argument those 3 rounds. Roosevelt blamed Wash for telling Dad on him about something. That's why you saw all the action." Lincoln ducked under the arm of a lady and walked along the eastern edge of the platforms. Just beyond the platform of the iron-jawed man, he noticed an envelope. Lincoln picked it up and crumpled it, unnoticed, into his pants pocket. When he came to his trunk in the dressing room, he looked around to see if he was observed. The only other occupant of the room at the time was his father, deep in the sporting section of an evening paper. It seemed safe to investigate his find. Lincoln saw something written across the face of the wrinkled envelope. He smoothed this out and read, "Please say a Mass for the Holy Souls in honor of the little flower." The triplet reread this strange request, and it meant nothing to him, except that he had a faint suspicion it sounded like something Catholic. He squeezed the envelope with his forefinger and thumb. It felt like a bill there. Quickly, Lincoln Lee looked up. His father's face was buried in the sporting page. Nobody else had entered the dressing room. The boy slit the edge of the envelope, and his eyes glistened as he extracted a crisp, folded $5 bill. Further research in the envelope revealed nothing. Lincoln again looked at the strange message on the envelope. "Yes, there is something Catholic about that message," he thought as he thrust it into his pocket. Delighted with his good luck, Lincoln Lee slipped back to the sideshows. He climbed on his platform and took his place on the exhibition alongside his brothers. Again he refereed 3 rounds. Then it was supper time, and Lincoln, keeping his discovery to himself, bolted his meal and strolled out into the park. He sighted Angela with Buddy on his shoulder and Ferocity at his heel, and he hailed the boy. "Say, young Daly, I want to ask you something." Suspiciously, Angela looked straight at the triplet. "Well, if you 3 are in any new trouble, don't come to me. Just why Captain hasn't thrown you and your squared ring out of Killgloom Park months ago, I don't know." Frankly, Angela scowled at this Lee, and included the absent Lees in that generous scowl. Lincoln took a playful pass at the small boy, inviting, "Wipe that frown off your face. I don't like it." Angelo, in ducking, almost unperched the small monkey. Buddy chattered his displeasure at both boys. "No," Lincoln continued, "this has nothing to do with trouble. But I want to ask you, what do you Catholics mean when you say a Mass for the Holy Souls in honor of some flower?" "A Mass for the Holy Souls in honor of some flower? You must mean the little flower, St. Teresa," Angela repeated, puzzled. "Maybe that's it. What does that mean?" "Why do you want to know that?" demanded Angelo suspiciously. "Oh, can't a fellow just be curious?" "Yes, but not that way." Angelo showed his perplexity by scratching his head. Soon he had an idea. "Let me see the paper on which it says that," he requested. The ruse worked, for innocently Lincoln Lee reached his hand into his pants pocket and brought out the crumpled envelope. Angelo Daily smoothed out the front of the envelope and read the message. "Where did you get this?" "I found it." "But where?" Lincoln told the truth. "In the sideshows by the foot of the iron-jawed man's platform." "Any money in it?" "Money? No." "You mean yes." "Why do you say that?" "Well, whoever lost this envelope had a stipend in it." "A what?" "He or she intended to give it to a priest to have him say Mass for the holy souls, for people who are dead." Lincoln Lee caught at an idea. "These holy souls are ghosts, aren't they?" "You might call them that." This put an entirely new interpretation on the found money. "Then they may come at midnight to get their money back, eh?" Angelo saw what was in Lee's mind, and he decided to play on his superstition. "Stranger things than that have happened at midnight." And as a parting shot, "I would not fool with what belongs to ghosts, if I were you. I remember hearing once—" Here one of the animal men yelled at Angelo that there was a big free-for-all fight going on in the jungle scene, and this news of his monkey charges drove all ghosts out of his mind for the present. It was after the park had closed down that night, and Angelo, in company with G.T., Wish, and Chubby Kramer, were having their good-night dip in the deserted old swimming-hole pool, that he remembered the matter of the stipend money. He told the others as they were drying off. G.T. listened attentively to his smaller brother, and then said, "Well, we can't force Lincoln Lee to give that stipend money he found to a priest, but we might try a little persuasion on him." "How's that?" Angelo wanted to know. "I have an idea if Lincoln could see a ghost, he'd be more anxious to get rid of that money." "And in a hurry, too," grinned Angelo, pulling on his shirt. "Those triplets sleep in the end room back of the sideshows," suggested Chubby hopefully. "Yes, and Lincoln's cot is the one under the south window," Angelo volunteered, with an understanding grin. "I was up there with the triplets yesterday morning, when their dad made them stay in the room, because they broke something or other." "How much did you lose?" Chubby put in maliciously. "I didn't. I won. What are you talking about, you human hill?" asked Angelo heatedly. His anger did not cool down when his brother observed, "Here, it's almost 2:00. You toddle off to bed and leave this ghost business to Chubby and Wish and me." "Please let me stay, G.T., and if you do, I'll give you a good idea." "What is the idea?" G.T. paused in his dressing. "Let Wish make the ghost groans and noises. If they woke up and saw that painted eye of his, they'd be sure he was a ghost." "You leave my good black eye alone, Sonny," protested Wish tolerantly. "This painted eye has postponed my going back to Washington for a week or more." Angelo went on. "None of the triplets. I'm familiar with his voice, and they might recognize yours or Chubb's alleged one." "That's sensible. You stay up. Come on, ghosts. Hurry over to the apartments, Angelo, and borrow 4 sheets." Angelo was gone. He returned in a surprisingly short time with the loaned sheets. "I took the one off your bed, G.T., and Chubby's. And here's my flash, with the red and green colored glass. I thought you might make use of it." Wish Crag grabbed the flash. "Just the thing. I used one of those in a ghost show down at Camp Columbus once. Look, fellows." He switched on the green glass and held the flash under his chin. The effect was ghostly beyond belief. It was nearly 2 now, and the big amusement park was closed down. Only the watchman's lights were on, and they gave a dimly lit appearance to the court of Killgloom. The airships loomed overhead on one side, and the upper structure of the ferris wheel was dimly visible against the starless night. Very unobtrusively, the 4 boys dodged into a doorway near the restaurant. G.T. in the lead, motioning the unnecessary injunction of silence, felt along the wall till he found a ladder. This he carefully lifted and placed against the window-sill of the room in which the boxing triplets slept. Then, shrouding himself in a sheet, G.T. began to climb the ladder. He paused as his head came to the top. Cautiously he raised himself inch by inch till he was able to peer into the room. A dim electric light was burning, and in its illumination he made out the cots. But a doubt assailed him. Which was Lincoln's? The trio of pajamaed boys sleeping in the cots looked more than ever alike. Without a word he descended the ladder. "Say, Angelo," he whispered, "you know the lay of the land up there better than I do. Climb up and find out which is the right cot. Lincoln's cot. There is no use scaring the wrong triplet." "Sure I will." And Angelo was silently climbing up. The others watched him put one leg over the sill and draw himself without a sound into the room. Silence was unbroken. Then Angelo's feet and body appeared over the sill, and as noiselessly he descended. "It's just as I said. Lincoln's sleeping in the cot to the left of this window as you look in." G.T. turned to Wish Crag. "Now's your time. Up you go and groan. Wait till I drape this sheet more ghost-like over your head. There, you'd scare anyone now. You know what to do?" "I wish I knew my lessons at Georgetown Prep as well as I do. But don't any of you fellows giggle or you'll spoil everything." As noiselessly as G.T. and Angelo, Wish Crag began his ascent of the ladder. He stopped under the sill to readjust his sheet, and holding the green flash under his chin, went on. Leaning half his body into the room, he groaned, "Ooh, whoa." Wish repeated his ghostly groan. The boys listening below heard a startled movement, and then a frightened voice asked, "What are you?" "I've come for my money," Wish moaned the words, "Whoa." A thoroughly frightened Lincoln Lee blurted out, "You're a holy soul, aren't you?" Chubby started to giggle, and Angelo thoughtfully threw a sheet over the stout boy's head. The resultant sound was truly unearthly, and added to the triplets' fright. "Whoa," was Wish's reply. "Give that money to a Catholic boy. He'll know what to do with it. Whoa." "I will, sir," came the terrified acquiescence. Wish swayed in the window in most approved ghost fashion. Then he swayed forward, and Lincoln suddenly buried his head in the pillow. Instantly Wish slid down the ladder. G.T. lifted it away, and the four ghosts glided silently out of the yard. Only when they were safely beyond earshot of the triplets did they give way to shouts of delight. They were still laughing hysterically when Captain Daly discovered them and ordered them to bed instantly. In the morning, G.T. saw Lincoln Lee waiting for him on Killgloom Boulevard. He waved a friendly greeting. Lincoln opened the conversation by shoving a crumpled envelope into his hand with the request, "Say, G.T., you're a Catholic, and you know what to do with this ghost money." "What?" said G.T., dissimulating perfectly. "What do you mean, ghost money?" "That's just what I mean. I don't want to fool with Catholic ghosts any more. You give that ghost money to your pastor. Angelo told me yesterday he'll know what to do with it." G.T. suppressed a grin and solemnly accepted the ghost money. "All right, Link. I'll see that Father Brophy gets it." "You don't think that ghost will come back?" "Ghosts never come back if you don't double-cross them." This assurance seemed to lift a weight off the triplet's mind. He confessed, "I never did have any luck with anything I ever found. Once I saw a lady's sort of stickpin in the dust when we were with the Ringling Brothers Circus several seasons ago, and I picked it up. 5 minutes later I was accused of stealing it. Dad gave me an awful licking, too. I never have any luck with anything I ever find." Shaking his head sadly, this boxing triplet walked away to seek the company of his brothers. "Poor kid," commiserated G.T., pocketing the lost and found stipend for the Holy Souls. "I wish I could get him to talk and tell me just who, which, or what he thinks visited him last night, but I better not." Later, in the break of his collections round that busy August afternoon, Angelo came up. A broad grin half-mooned his face. "Do you know what, G.T.?" "No, what?" "Those Lee triplets have been telling the whole sideshows that ghosts visited them last night. It seems Washington and Roosevelt claim they heard the ghost talk. I heard Wash telling I'm a Whale that the ghost had an automatic, and that fat lady lost about 20 pounds just listening to the story. I'll bet you a Hershey bar all the freaks keep awake tonight. What do you say? We visit them again tonight?" But G.T. wisely put his foot down on playing a return engagement. "Nothing doing. We'll let the triplets talk. It won't lose weight in the telling. They'll never suspect Wish's ghost voice. I hardly recognized him myself when he was saying, 'I've come for my money.' And he looked worse than ghostly when that green light was switched on." "That's dead right," Angelo agreed. "I got scared just taking one look at him last night. Imagine waking up and seeing that." Well, that was one way to help the holy souls, concluded GT. I'll give that stipend to Father Brophy in the morning. Come on, it's been a busy afternoon, and I am late on my rounds. Bye. "Aum," growled Angelo Daily, winking happily at his elder brother. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 15 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 15. Stalled on High. Labor Day had come, and Labor Day had almost gone. None in Killgloom Park were more pleased than Claude Hazard and Angelo Daily. The two had been run off their feet, for the record crowd that packed the great Coney Island amusement park had impressed extra work on all employees. Claude had been helping little Red Rankin at his hot dog emporium, and just at present the boy was willing never to see another Red Hot again, or, at least, till he was on the verge of starvation. Angelo had been forcibly removed from his solicitous care of the park monkeys and transferred to the executive offices, where he was impressed to help GT in his half-hourly collections, only some of them were every 15 minutes. It was well after 11 p.m., and the two young park employees had been discharged for the day. They sought mutual relaxation. Angelo suggested a novel form. "Come on over to our apartments, Claude, till I get the loan of Captain's night glasses." "What for? I want to crawl into my little cot and there snooze the clock around." "No, you don't." "Why?" "'Cause we're going up in the inside of the tower, and try to get a close-up of that comet that is visible over the island tonight." "I don't climb any old ladder that never ends," strenuously objected the weary Claude Hazard. "Not the way my legs feel tonight. Thank goodness, Labor Day comes only once a season." "Amen, you said it," agreed Angelo, as he suddenly realized the extent of the climb he had proposed. He scratched his head and gave the amusement devices that stood either side of Killgloom Boulevard a speculative inspection. "No, not any of the coasters or the scenic railway." His gaze had come to rest on the giant looming circle of the Ferris wheel. "I have it! We ride up in solid comfort, and then use the glasses when our car stops at the top. I tell you a comet is like Labor Day. It comes about once a year, and we ought to see it." None too enthusiastically, Claude agreed. The boys sought the Daily private apartments over the Baby Incubator exhibition, and soon returned with Buddy, who had been parked all evening in Angelo's room, and Captain's imported pair of night glasses. Then they walked across the almost deserted court of Killgloom, and nodding to the ticket-taker, ascended to the landing platform of the towering Ferris wheel. The car marked Denver was at the platform. Angelo and Claude and Buddy slipped in, unnoticed by the starter. A few seconds later the great wheel began to revolve, and its free passengers were being lifted into the night over the electric light outlined roofs of the park buildings. Soon the myriad blazing bulbs of the other amusement devices of Coney Island were spread below them. The sounds of the park blurred. The speeches of the persistent barkers softened into a confused murmur. A fife and drum corps' music sounded clearly. The boardwalk and outline of yellow lights slowly appeared, and then the wheel was nearing the top. Angelo and Claude eagerly scanned the dark heavens above the Atlantic Ocean, and there, seemingly over invisible Sandy Hook, was the comet. A milky tail, filling a good arc of the southern sky. Each gazed in awe at this rare celestial visitor. Buddy, with paws spread out in an X, clung to the barred side of the car, seemingly enjoying the rare sight, too. "They say," volunteered Claude, "one of those things is a star that exploded, and all those bits are pieces flying along. Just flying along like Old Man River, waiting to hit something." "I only hope they miss the island while I am on it," fervently breathed Angelo. "Once, at the Museum of Natural History up in Manhattan, I touched a piece of one of them that looked all moth-eaten. But it was iron, or some mineral, hard as anything. Cap would be saved funeral expenses if I was standing under it when it landed on the earth." "You and a lot of other people," observed Claude. He had been using the glasses. Now he sank back in the comfortable seat as the Ferris wheel began to move, and their car commenced its descent. "But comets or no comets, this seat is the best place in the world to be." Claude stretched out luxuriously. Angelo followed his catching example, calling, "Come here, buddy, and curl upon Papa's breast." He began to hum, "Fish gotta swim, birds gotta fly, I gotta love one monk till I die." That was where two weary park employees made their big mistake. Before the Ferris wheel had swung the Denver back to the landing platform, Angelo Daily and Claude Hazard were sleeping the sleep of the dead tired. It was after midnight of a busy day, and the starter may be excused for not seeing the sleepers stretched out in the dark swinging car. Some belated merrymakers piled into the next car and were carried up, stopped, carried further up to stay a moment at the top of the wheel, and then slowly descended. The Ferris wheel made another half circle and discharged its passengers. Then Labor Day was over in Killgloom Park, and the lights were switched off the sides of the immense circle. Up from fathoms of sleep came Angelo. Buddy was wide awake and chattering his teeth in excitement. Angelo heard the sound that all Coney Islanders dread. There it was, wailing, rising and falling, the siren of fire engines. Angelo sat up. His hand came to rest on the barred side of the car, and drowsily he listened. "Yes, that's a siren, all right," he muttered. Then he was gazing perplexedly at the shadowy vista that fell away sharply below him. He remembered where he was, but something had happened to the million or so of electric lights. They were distinctly out. He turned to the opposite side of the gently swaying car and saw stretched out the length of the other seat the dark horizontal shadow of his chum. Angelo dropped his legs to the floor, and as he got up, Buddy made a flying leap to his master's left shoulder. It was a perfect 3-point landing. Claude's left hand was lying on his breast, and Angelo stooped to read the time that faintly glowed on the face of the wristwatch. With vigorous shakes, Angelo awakened the sleeper. "Say, man, do you know what time it is? It is almost 3:15. With sleep heavy on his lids, Claude Hazard verified his friend's astonishing statement. "We must have fallen asleep or something, and the old Ferris wheel has marooned us up here. But listen! There's another siren tearing up Surf Avenue. Must be a big fire." Claude got to his feet, and the two listened to the sound of more engines racing up deserted Surf Avenue. "There it is! There it is!" shouted Angelo, pointing the night glasses to the southwest. "See those flames licking up there?" Claude took the glasses and confirmed the sight of the fire. "That's beyond the steeplechase on the boardwalk. It must be the Jefferson Bass." "Well, I guess you are right, and if it is, they better watch out over there at the Chase. Those bass are wood, and—" Angelo, like a well-informed scout, moistened his index finger and held it aloft. "Yes, the wind is blowing this way. The folks at the Chase better watch their plant." This danger to the neighboring amusement park made Angelo investigate their own predicament. Here the two boys were at the exact top of the Ferris wheel. Angelo swung back the unlocked car door and peered down the 150 feet to the ground. Save for the night lights, Killgloom Park seemed deserted. The only movement was the silvery reflection of the night lights on the waters of the Chute Lake, where a restless seal was swimming. Angelo and Claude took turns in shouting, but they eventually realized that they were wasting their breath on the night air. To the east, along Ocean Parkway, they could hear the sirens and bells of additional engines tearing along from Brooklyn. The two turned toward the direction of the fire, and now the roofs were ablaze, an ever-widening torch that was beginning to illuminate that section of Coney Island, making the lofty amusement devices in Steeplechase Park stand out black against the orange glow. "Ah, somebody is awake in Killgloom!" cried Angelo as he saw figures running across Killgloom Boulevard. Both boys shouted, but the men below stopped not. Then their shoutings were made futile as the park fire bell began to clang and clang. At the first harsh sound, Buddy began to chatter excitedly. He was told to shut up or get spanked. It was the first time Angelo had heard the bell since Killgloom Park's disastrous fire a year ago, and the wild clangs quickened his heartbeats. All too well he remembered that red night and how he had almost lost his father and G.T. in the conflagration. The two were silent as they watched employees appear, dressing on the run, and congregating at the fire stations below. The park fire apparatus was wheeled out of the fire and flame spectacle. "I know what Cap is doing!" exclaimed Angelo. "He is sending the apparatus and men over to help protect the Chase. They did the same for us last year." In his impatience, Angelo danced. "Ayoom!" he growled in vexation. Of all the nights to get parked on the top of this old wheel. Why did you lay down that time, Claude? And you!" He swung an angry gesture toward the southern heavens. "You old comet, you're to blame too. Why did you want to show there a night of a big fire on the island?" But though he raved, Angelo and his chum were safely marooned on high. Possibly this was one of the best seats on the island from which to view the mounting flames, but all its advantages were lost on the aerial prisoners. The movements below ceased as the park fire apparatus was moved down Surf Avenue, and the usual 3 o'clock in the morning calm reigned in Killgloom Park. More shouts in vain. Finally, as the blazing Jefferson basked on the boardwalk through the whole western end of Coney, as far as Seagate and Norton's Point, Angelo came to a desperate decision. "I am going to climb down." "Don't you do it," warned Claude. "There's a lot of grease on those spokes, or whatever you call the supports of the rim of this Ferris wheel, and if you ever slip—" "Yes, I know, happy purgatory. But I bet you every child on this island, and most from nearby points in Brooklyn, are out along the boardwalk watching the fire. Listen to the auto horns on Surf Avenue. It sounds like early Sunday night in the season, and I'll bet you more cars from Brooklyn are breaking all speed limits on Ocean Parkway coming down." "I'm going down." "Well, I'm not," said Claude determinedly. "And if you are fool enough to try it, you better say some good honest prayers before you start. Your buddy would slip on those greasy spokes." "That's not a bad idea at that." Angelo Daily knelt by the seat of the car and buried his face in his hands. Hastily he said a Hail Mary to Our Lady, his usual prayer to his guardian angel, and he ended up with a fervent act of contrition. "Well, that's done. Look here, Claude, as soon as I get down to the ground, I'll get hold of the Ferris wheel engineer, if I can find him, and I'll tell him what he left stalled on high when he shut down the wheel. Maybe he can start up the wheel and let you free. If not, anyway, the wheel will revolve when they open the park at noon. That is, if the island does not go up in flames tonight." With this scant comfort, Angelo Daily backed out of the open door of the car and began his perilous descent in the dark. Claude heard him ordering, "Go on, buddy, you can take care of yourself in climbing down." Angelo's eyes were accustomed to the dark, and the reflection of the big fire was already lighting the steel spokes and supports of the wheel. He worked himself out to the rim, and then clinging to it hauled his body up till he sat astride the rim. "Are you all right?" anxiously inquired Claude. "I am, but this suit will never come back the same from the laundry," Angelo panted as he rested astride the rim. "I see the best way to get down, Claude. I'll go hand over hand till I get to the next car, and then the next till I get to the spoke that is horizontal, and then I'll edge along that till I get to the center. And it is no trouble to get from there to the roof of the engine room. There's a ladder up the big support of the hub." "That may be so, but if you strike a grease spot and you begin to skid, good night." "Don't you worry. I got chains on my tires, and this child is not going to skid. You should see the trapeze act old Buddy is putting on. He seems to like this. Claude, for the last time, I say come on and we'll get down together. If you don't, you'll starve before noon. Wait for me. I'll come." The hesitating determination floated down from the darkness above. Without waiting for his chum, Angelo, clinging to every obstacle, worked himself down to the next car. The door of this one was unlocked, and he swung himself inside and rested on the long seat. His arms were beginning to ache from the unusual strain that had been put on them. Buddy chattered, "Come on," and Angelo began again to swing out and along the next sector of the rim. Once his foot slipped, and he made a wild grab and froze to the steel girder. His heart was pounding as he realized what would have happened if he had not caught that steel. "Are you all right?" Claude, resting in the car above, shouted. "You were dead right about that grease," Angelo shouted back, "but I have to get to only one more car, and then I will have a horizontal rim to crawl in on. You should see the way Buddy is showing me how to climb down. He's more worried than I am." "How is the fire coming?" Both had forgotten the fire in their attention to the descent. Claude looked up. "The flames seem to be dying down, but I think there is not much left of the Jefferson bass." "Jefferson hot bass, hey?" Angelo grinned at his own dubious pun. "Come on, Buddy, show Papa the way to the ground." The little monkey scampered out ahead, and more cautiously his master followed. Then the car that was halfway to the ground was reached, and Angelo reported, "It's all over now. The spoke end to the hub is horizontal. Here I go." Angelo worked himself along the spoke, sitting astride it. It was a relief to rest his arms, weary from having to carry his weight. Foot by foot he edged in toward the center of the Ferris wheel. Buddy went on and provokingly came back to show his master the way it was done. "That's all right for you, but remember, Bud, I have no monkey blood in me." Buddy chattered something that might be interpreted as delight at the news. "Don't get too fresh, or Papa will spank as soon as he gets his hands on you." When Angelo was at the center of the wheel, Auntie yelled his arrival to Claude, who had reached the car, swinging halfway down. "There's a ladder here that leads right to the engine roof. But I'll say they used grease to run this wheel, and I have scraped most of it off onto my suit. I feel as though I were dressed to swim the channel." "Come on, Buddy, and I'll carry you down the ladder." Obediently the monkey swung to Angelo's shoulder, and holding on to his master's ear, chattered his delight. Slowly Angelo backed down the ladder, feeling for each rung. This was distinctly better going, and after 20 feet had been negotiated, he got careless and commenced to descend more rapidly. Unfortunately, he came to a place where 2 rungs of the ladder were missing. In daylight he would have seen this gap. Angelo's foot rested on air. He slipped. Buddy prudently abandoned ship and flung himself to the rung of the ladder over his head. Angelo's hand clutched the greasy spot and he lost his grip. Then he was falling. He screamed in fright. He struck something cruelly hard, and he was landing on the roof of the engine room. There was a shot of fiery pain through his ankle, and Angelo twisted in agony. This brought him toppling over the edge of the roof, and he resumed his fall to the ground. Angelo did not rise. Claude Hazard from his place at the center of the wheel heard the racket, and then the thud, and the ominous silence. Again and again he shouted. He snatched up the night glasses that hung from his neck, and by their aid searched the ground. He was able to make out the sprawled figure lying below the engine room roof. As he looked, a tiny figure detached itself from the dark shadows of the engine room and leaped down on the motionless boy. Then Claude conquered all timidity and began the slippery descent of the ladder. When his foot, reaching for the next rung, found nothing, he murmured, "Ah, here's where he slipped," and he lowered himself carefully till he was able to touch the next good rung. From the roof of the engine house it was easy to drop to the ground and run to Angelo's side. A chattering Buddy sat on the hurt boy's shoulder. One glance and Claude was running, screaming his alarm along Killgloom Boulevard. Big Al Dundee met him, and he heard his excited, Angelo Daly's fallen from the Ferris wheel and killed himself! Come!" The head of the park detectives came on the run, and when he stooped over the unconscious boy, a brief examination made him stop Claude's tears. "Not killed himself, old man, but it isn't his fault. He's just stunned, and I think it will be some weeks before he puts his weight on that left ankle. Run over to the captain's apartments and tell someone to come here." "Thank God!" cried Claude Hazard, and with a great weight lifted from his heart, Angelo's chum hastened to summon aid. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 16 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 16. Wounded Ankle. Angelo Daily, his mending ankle stretched out straight ahead on the support of his wheelchair, was engaged in a strange occupation. Rather, he had been for the past 15 minutes. He held a cane that originally had been ringed at the park cane rack. To the end of it was attached a string with a catnip mouse. This bait he would cast on the floor of the screened porch of the Daily private apartments, and troll along in approved fisherman's style. There were always 3 fish, who jumped joyously out of the shadows behind the chair to be hooked by the wounded fisherman. The one with the black spots was Smudge. The all-white one was Snowball. And the third, a tiny coal-black replica of Ferocity, who had been christened Junior, days before his eyes looked out on Killgloom Park. "Look out, you poor fish," warned Angelo, as Junior too strenuously pounced on the bait and broke the string. "It's easy to see that you have your daddy's gentle disposition, Junior. I'll bet a Hershey bar if I could eat another one that you'll be a bigger bully than your dad ever was. And that's no compliment," he concluded as he watched the 3 kittens ride over the cloth mouse with the entrancing smell. Angelo reached as far over the edge of his wheelchair as he dared, but the kittens unconsciously played out of danger. Finally, Angelo gave up in disgust the efforts to retrieve his bait and wheeled his chair along the screen porch. From his new position, Angelo had a fine view of the Ferris wheel, revolving slowly with its passengers peering out the car windows. It was over a weary week since Angelo had sprained his ankle, falling from that amusement device. Now the shut-in looked at the cause of his woe in disgust. The yellow and red striped car that was named Denver swung slowly into view, and Angelo's face twisted into a darker look. "Next time I ride in you, I take a good alarm clock along. You old Denver car, you." This observation seemed to remind Angelo of something instantly important. He wheeled his chair around till the small twin tail lights and the last year's auto tag that he had affixed to the rear of the chair came into view. Then he straightened his auto and shouted, "Honk honk! Hey, you crazy pedestrians! You look out for this taxi driver! Honk honk!" The warning went unheeded by the lively trio till the taxi was almost on top of them. Like an exploding bomb, the kittens leaped to safety, and Angelo grinned. But not for long. Coal Black Jr. had sprung directly at the car, and catching his claws in the cloth bandage that covered the boy's tender ankle, dug in. The ensuing yell brought Mother Daly on the run from an inner room. "Merciful heaven, honey! I thought you had fallen off the porch. What is wrong?" "I'll tell you, Mom. It's this young stick of dynamite here." Angela reached down and grabbed Junior Ferocity by the scruff of his coal-black neck. The kitten dangled helplessly, emitting plaintive meows. "This son of Ferocity just attempted to assassinate me. That's all, Mom. He's got claws sharper than his dad's. And believe me, Captain will not need more park guards next season when Junior gets his growth." "Well, leave the innocent kittens here in the sunshine and come in and take your nap. It's time. Naps heal wounded ankles," soothed Mother Daly. "Naps in the afternoon make me sick," murmured Angelo, but he knew by the past week's experiences that whether they did or not, he had to take them. Without his mother's preferred aid, he wheeled his chair to the porch door. "I can drive this car alone, Mom," he explained. "Just give me a come-on signal like a nice traffic cop." Mother Daly obligingly impersonated an officer, and as Angelo's left hand was extended, she motioned him to make the necessary left turn into the corridor. "Pleasant day, officer," he smiled, and added the bit of advice. "It's always a good idea to say a kind word to one of that kind of policemen. You never know when they are liable to give you a ticket, and, maybe, they won't if they know you personally. That's what Mike, who drives Cap's car, tells me, and he ought to know. He's gotten enough tickets." With this observation behind him, Angelo drove his machine along the corridor to his room. "What's the need of having parking lights on while in motion?" Mother Daly inquired as she caught sight of the red taillights. "Oh, are they? I was parked on the porch fishing, and I forgot to shut them off." Angelo reached for the homemade switch, and the taillights went dead. At his own room, he backed the car into the curb and re-switched on the parking lights. Then, with his mother's aid, he hopped into his room and stretched out on his bed. "I'm all right, Mom, but I think I'll need a little, sort of a double portion of strawberry ice cream in about half an hour. You know, Mom, that's the very best medicine for a sprained ankle. You ask any kid if it isn't." Mother Daly did not commit herself as she withdrew from her younger son's room. Angelo closed his eyes dutifully till his mother's footsteps were inaudible. Then he sat up and looked around. His room was a small one that caught the morning sunshine. Pennants and interesting ads and posters covered the walls. The place of honor over his desk was covered with a blue banner on which in gray letters was printed Georgetown Prep. Several smaller Coney Island pennants acted as a guard of honor to the banner of GT's present and Angelo's future prep. Fordham's maroon, Notre Dame's blue and gold, and Holy Cross's purple occupied the opposite wall. Below these desirable pennants were, left to right, a popular bread ad of a healthy-looking youngster accepting another slice of bread and jam. Angelo always said this boy of the bread ad reminded him of Chubby. Coney Island's famous saltwater taffy proclaimed the next ad. Then the simple declaration, in black letters 3 inches high, "Best red hots on the island. occupied the succeeding space. It was closely followed by a triangular ad with Kunt's Candy Kitchen headline on it. But when the owner of this den swept his gaze to the bedside of the room, there was a violent change in sentiments and pictures. It was like stepping from a busy restaurant into a quiet chapel. A framed picture of a watching guardian angel hung over the foot of the bed. Then Chambers Beautiful, the light of the world, the Christ child, looked gravely down, and hanging next to it was Murillo's Immaculate Conception. Whenever Angelo woke in the night, he would look up at his favorite holy pictures. Then he would sleepily murmur a Hail Mary and drift off into dreamless slumber. Now Angelo turned to look at the pictures of his patrons, and his hand dropped over the edge of the bed. Something soft rubbed against it, and the boy reached and lifted Junior Ferocity onto his bosom. The coal black kitten curled up and began to purr contentedly. He was evidently accustomed to sleeping there. Out of a refreshing sleep, Angelo heard Claude Hazard's voice, and he sat up, dislodging the black kitten. "Sure, I'm awake. Let him come in, Mom," Angelo called out when he heard his mother's request for quiet. There was a scampering along the hallway, and next second Buddy was leaping into his master's bed. The small monkey saw the black kitten, who had bent himself into a luxurious half circle. Deliberately, he reached out a paw and yanked Junior's tail. Things happened quicker than in the movies. The black kitten spun indignantly around and spit and clawed at the violator of his person. Buddy chattered and leaped out of harm's way onto the pillow. Unfortunately, Angelo interposed a hand and received an angry scratch from Junior Ferocity. "Ouch! You get right out of my room, Junior. You're worse than Ferocity, you." Like his formidable dad, the cool black kitten retreated in good order, and Buddy chattered his derision. Angelo turned on his pet monkey and scolded. "And you, what did you mean by pulling that innocent kitten's tail? How would you like it if I did the same to you?" "Oh, you don't like that? Well, shut up then and come here." Peace was restored as Claude Hazard appeared in the doorway. He carried 2 heaping plates of strawberry ice cream. "Put them right there and go back for your own," said Angelo, dislodging Buddy from his bosom. "I've been waiting for an hour or 2 for something like that." "You get one with the compliments of the restaurant. It's fresh as that black kitten of yours, who almost tripped me up out there in the hallway." "Well, give me mine. Oh, you mean Junior. Yes, he's worse than fresh. Just a minute, Buddy. Where's your manners? This tastes right. A couple of more quarts of this stuff daily, and my wounded ankle will be okay again before Mardi Gras week." Angelo dug in, and Claude did likewise, seated on the edge of the desk. Buddy kept up a continuous bagging act. When the plates were empty, Angelo whistled and invited, "Rats, rats, rats." There was a pounding along the hallway, and the 3 kittens, plus their father and mother, tore into the invalid's room. "Here, you dishwashers, get busy. See if you can find any cream left on Claude's plate. There's a little teeny bit on the southeast corner of mine." Ferocity and his family went into a huddle around Angelo's plate. Buddy showed deep interest and dropped to the floor, but prudently he rose to the bed when Ferocity growled and his cool black son spit venomously. "Nice example you are showing to your children, you Ferocity," chided Angelo. But the cat family finished their dishwashing without any further simian interruption. In fact, the next interruption was the arrival of Chubby Kramer and G.T. to inquire about the invalid's progress. "I'm all right, Chub," Angelo told the stout boy. "I'm not so sure the Ferris wheel is." "What do you mean?" "There's a big dent in the roof of the engine room. Looks like that comet sideswiped it the night of the fire." "Looks like a shell hole," G.T. smiled. "Well, I did hit it a wallop," confessed Angelo. "That was before I bounced off." "Yes, one of the big supports of the wheel is all twisted, just the way a plane looks in the movies, when it's made a forced landing on somebody's backyard." "Oh, it is not," Angelo denied. "I'll be able to go out and look the day after tomorrow." "You're lucky if you see any of the Mardi Gras week after next." This reminded G.T. of something. "Just wait till you see the float the park is to have in the nightly parades. It's the best one we have had yet." "What's it going to represent?" "I think it is some scenes from the life of Ferocity," Chubby told Angelo. "Well, Cat," Angelo addressed his coal black pet directly, There are a lot of crimes in your dark past that will never be represented on that float. Float? You mean they'd sink, put in Claude with a wry smile. That's all right from Angelo. He's a harmless invalid. But any more wisecracks like that from you, Claudie, Chubby threatened. And the stout boy doubled up his fist and shook it. His eye caught sight of the empty cage in the corner of Angelo's room. Say, wounded ankle, what became of your choir boy mice that Wish Crag gave you when he finally had to leave for home? You mean my singing mice? Well, there's what became of them, over there licking his chops. I was parched on the screen porch when it happened. Angelo stretched an index finger at Ferocity, who was lying lazily on the floor, letting the kittens romp about him. There's the complete choir container. Poor Wish, commiserated GT. He tried hard enough to stretch his visit till after Mardi Gras, but his Aunt Polly threatened to send the Washington G-men after him if he did not come right home. Anyway, added Chubb, Wish was able to stretch a 2-week visit into an 8-week one. He was wishing the night you got hurt, Angelo, that it had been his ankle. And I wish it was, too. Angelo thought of something. Say, GT, you tell the boss carpenter, or whoever is making the Killgloom Park Mardi Gras float, to come and see me. I can give him some pointers for a dandy scene. But shucks, I'm sure to be parked here all Mardi Gras week, having to hear the accounts from you fellows. Don't you believe a word of that sad story, Angelo, corrected Chubby. I know you better than the doctors do, and I'll bet half my season's salary, if I still had it, you don't miss a Mardi Gras night. You never missed anything good yet around this old park. Well, then maybe I'm not going to begin missing anything now, Angelo reassured himself. Here Mother Daly appeared in the doorway and called, Visiting hours are over. We can take a hint, Mother, cried GT, rising. Are these animals visitors? They are not, I am glad to say. Buddy here is the best boy I have. Oh, what a knock, cried Angelo in mock horror. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 17 of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 17 Mardi Gras. Surf Avenue, even for Surf Avenue, was jammed with pleasure seekers. Milling humanity packed either side the wide thoroughfare that is Coney Island's main artery. Miles of streamers curved through the air over the heads of the hundreds of thousands, and snowstorms of colored confetti fell continuously. For it was the last night of Mardi Gras week, the riotous close of the season. Now the center of the avenue was cleared of all traffic, and the maze of red and yellow bulbs overhead cast a soft illumination over the line of march of the Mardi Gras parade. Soon the blare of the massed Killgloom Park bands, playing the latest march, was audible, and the public pressed closer to the police lines to view this parade of the Mardi Gras floats. The Killgloom Park float, really a broad platform erected on the largest park truck, had the place of honor. It represented Puss in Boots, a gigantic coal-black papier-mâché puss, whose pointed furry ears were 15 feet from the pavement. Its electric-light eyes winked ruggishly, and its long black tail waved solemnly when there was not a waggish flip to it. Before Puss in Boots 3 mice sat up and wagged, whenever the great cat's head would twist and look directly at them. The mice, on closer inspection, turned out to be the Lee triplets, dressed in identical Mickey Mouse costumes. And even closer inspection would reveal that there was a man inside the papier-mâché puss. Park carpenters had made the room inside the puss, from which were worked the head, eyes, and tail, too small for an adult employee. This difficulty was discovered a few hours before the first night's parade. In this crisis, Angelo Daily, as being the smallest park employee, had begged, and perforce, received permission to work the figure. Thus, hidden from public view, he was in his element as a showman. Now, in a hoarse whisper that carried to the ears of the 3 mice, he directed, "Say, you young rats, act up, do you hear? Captain will be watching as we pass the main entrance to Killgloom. Act up!" "What more do you want us to do? Eat cheese out of your paws?" growled Lincoln Lee. Angela, with eye glued to the people in Puss's stomach, heard the comment and threatened, "I have my bean shooter here, and you'll know it if you talk back to me." This threat was effective, as the mice impersonators knew they were helpless to retaliate in the middle of the parade. The float was now approaching the blaze of lights that indicated the main entrance to Killgloom Park. Feverish activity began on the part of the Puss and the 3 mice. Just as the float was passing the entrance, Puss turned his head towards Captain Daly and a party of friends who stood at the curb and deliberately bowed 3 times. Then a long wink from one eye, and Puss was facing front once more, while a wave of applause swept the sidewalks. "Did you see me give Cap the royal salute?" Angela demanded. "Was that what you were trying to do?" taunted Roosevelt Lee. "I thought Puss got suddenly sick." Here something small and hard hit Roosevelt, and an involuntary "ouch" shut off any more comment. The Killgloom Park float lumbered down Surf Avenue in the melodious wake of the band. Confetti was thrown at Puss and the mice. Streamers of red and yellow caught and trailed till the whole tableau looked like a group caught in a spaghetti snowstorm, if there is such a thing. Now the float had come to the end of the line of march, and as it turned off Surf Avenue, 2 boys who had with difficulty trailed the park float through the Mardi Gras crowds along the avenue swung onto the tail of the converted truck. A shocked voice from the inside of Puss commanded, "Hey, you kids! Drop off there before a cop sees you!" "Is that so?" drawled Chubby Kramer. "Let me see you or your cop friends make us." "Oh, it's you 2. Angelo spoke with relief. "I thought you were just a couple of fresh public kids. Sure, come on up and unhook this door. I'm almost suffocated inside here. But this has been hot work. It was a good thing I took Claude's advice and put on my trunks, or I'd have been roasted." GT unfastened the opening in the side of the Puss in Boots, and the head and bare shoulders of Angelo were thrust out. He helped out his smaller brother, who still limped on his wounded ankle. "You'd think it was July instead of a September night. What street are we on?" "I think it's 3rd, but I know the float will swing into Neptune Avenue to get back to the park," said GT. Buddy and Ferocity came out for fresh air, and now that their part in the Mardi Gras parade was over, all on the float relaxed. The triplets shed their mice heads, and with the other boys lay back on the float. Behind them the music of the various bands still in line, and the shouts of the Mardi Gras thousands grew fainter as the float moved along this little frequented backyard section of Coney Island. "Gosh, it hurts to realize that the season is over tonight," exclaimed Chubby. "No," corrected GT. "The park will be open tomorrow. But this time tomorrow night I'll be back in Maryland at Georgetown Prep. You fellows are lucky." "How's that, oh Angel?" "My 7th grade at Our Lady of Solace has been started 2 weeks, and because of this ankle I've all that stuff to make up." Angela warmed to his subject. "And then if anything I hate it's the sight of the park after the season has closed. Now you take an icy, snowy day in January and come home from a hard day at school. Maybe Sister has kept you in, too, for practically nothing. And then you see all the amusement buildings boarded up with snow piled up like hunks of cotton in every angle, and the wind blowing 50 degrees below zero an hour. And you get to thinking of all the good times in the good old summertime, and the swims, and the hot dogs, and the fellows in the park. And you dare not take Buddy out of his cage next the furnace, or he will get his death of pneumonia." Angela waxed more eloquent. "The only fellow who seems to like it, then, is this old Death on Rats here. Yes, you Ferocity, you'd hunt mice and rats even up at the North Pole." "You just bet he would," put in Chubby, stretching out to grab a paw of Puss as the float hit a bump in the road. "And you would, too, if there was nothing else to eat." "No, I wouldn't," vigorously denied Angelo. "But you fellows know an amusement park is made for summertime, and that is what I mean." "Well," said G.T. Daly, "do what I do, when school seems as though it never will end. Think of the good times ahead. Remember, the old clock keeps right on and never stops. Every day is 24 hours nearer the next season." "That's all right, and I agree with you, GT," chimed in Angelo earnestly. "But next January it will be hard to believe the new season ever will come." "But it always does," insisted Chubby. "Isn't that right, you triplets?" 3 "sure's" from the boxing triplets reassured him. "We are going into winter quarters in Milwaukee at Grandma's," explained Washington Lee, "and we have to go to school, too." Say, you'd think this was a wake or a funeral or something joyous just like that. GT sat up. All together, the tearing tigers will give one last growl for the dying season. 1, 2, 3. I was roared out on the warm night air. Ferocity, who had curled up at Angelo's feet, sprang into a fighting pose, and then in fright leaped off onto Neptune Avenue. That's the first time I ever saw that old bulldog cat admit that he was frightened. He must be getting old. But he has a young son who is going to make history in Killgloom Park next season, prophesied Angelo. I think we better make him mascot of the tearing tigers. All those in favor of making Ferocity Jr. our mascot, say yes. It was said as the float came to a halt at the back gate into Killgloom Park, and the boys leaped off to open the gate and let the driver maneuver the big truck into the park. Then they raced for the old swimming hole in our last swim. And so ended another season at Killgloom Park. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Maria Treese. End of Killgloom Park by Neil Boyton, S.J.